Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're so happy to have you here. Hello, I'm Amy Shade. I am the producer and host of The Unstoppable You, where we get you unstuck so you can reclaim your power and create those happy, loving relationships. I see people are starting to pop into chat into the room. Hello, hello. I'm excited to have you here. And when you have a moment, put in the chat where you're zooming from. Let us know. I'm in Los Angeles, California, and I'm waiting for the sun to come out. For some reason, it's not out. Again, I'm Amy Shade. I am an empowerment coach for women. I reconnect women with their passions, help them break free from the stories that are keeping them stuck, and, awaken your confidence so you can have an unstoppable life. So I don't know who was here yesterday, but it was awesome. We got so many great nuggets during the live. And the replay will be in your inbox tomorrow morning with all of the experts' gifts and offerings that they have for you to help us really move forward in our life and take this life and really make it a beautiful experience. So yesterday, Dr. Ellen Albertson, I'm going to kind of go over some of the speakers that were here. She spoke on the power of energy and really raising our vibe, like our energy vibe, so we can attract the life, love, and business that we truly desire. And Joanna, she spoke on the power of feminine energy and how to use our feminine energy to enhance our life and our relationships. And man, tapping into that feminine energy is such a beautiful experience. And then finally, Sherilyn Chong, she spoke on toxic relationships. And I know many of us have been there and are there and maybe want out of there. And she spoke on how to recognize when it is a toxic relationship. She spoke on, really when to leave and how to leave and if you should kind of stay in that relationship if it's redeemable. So it was a beautiful talk yesterday, and I have butterflies of excitement for this morning and to really get to our panel of experts. They are coming in as we are speaking. And hello, Bar. So great to have you here. I got your email yesterday. This morning. When did I get it? I hope everything is well with you. And let me see. There we go. We are popping in and out. All right. So great to have you. So yeah, I have, I'm just reflecting on this. Is the 12th live. I signed up. I did my vision of doing 12 lives, bringing this to your living room, connecting with these beautiful experts. And as I reflect on that, I really want to go back and speak into the concept and the energy of being unstoppable. Because we as individuals, our communities, and the world, we're really being asked to be more loving. We're being asked to be more innovative, creative, and present to our friends and family and ourselves. How many of you are feeling that? Just how important connection, relationships, communication, like more than ever before, this connection is super important. And as the world is opening up, we're still teetering on this hope and uncertainty, and many of us are feeling like we're still riding that roller coaster with not really sure like how to navigate this new world. And for many of us are starting over, a new job, a new relationship, new friends, right? And many of us have a true desire to do things differently. Otherwise, why would you be here if you didn't, right? Because it's not always easy, and that's okay. I want to speak into this, and some of us are still feeling stuck, overwhelmed, distracted, unsure of this new world. But I know that we are all realizing that the old ways just are not working anymore. And I don't know. So this energy of being unstoppable is like super important. This energy of like For me, my unstoppable energy is curiosity, connection, freedom, resilience. That that's the thing that gets me up in the morning and gets me through my day, is this energy that I put in myself that this day is going to be an unstoppable day. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be unstoppable, because we can no longer quit our dreams, our aspirations, our wants and desires anymore. And we at The Unstoppable are here to support you and give you new opportunities and possibilities for your life. And as I was talking about earlier about being perfect, yes, Bar, we are there together. And it's not about being perfect. Perfection is not part of being human. In fact, it's just the opposite. I believe that being imperfect, it really reveals your heart. It lets someone see you, what's inside of you, your heart, and that shifts the energy. And the energy that shifts when you give it perfection is love. Love and understanding and connection. And with love, everything is possible. Because let's face it, life comes at us in different directions. And oftentimes we see our circumstances, the things outside of us, our stories, as being the only true thing in our life. But what I want to say to you is that you are so much bigger than your circumstances. What you have inside of you is so much bigger than what's in front of you. Your passions, your heart, your soul is limitless. And when you tap into that knowing, life becomes freer, it becomes lighter, it becomes more about connection. Your confidence really awakens inside of you, and you go beyond life's circumstances. So yes, Melody, I'm excited for today's speakers also. Thank you for putting that in the chat. And I also want to thank you guys out there for, submitting your questions, because that's part of the Unstoppable You, is that we want to get your questions answered in real time. We want to let you know that you are important, and we want to hear what you're going through so that we can support you and create change and possibilities and strategies that actually work. So that's why our experts are here. That's why every expert who has come on to the Unstoppable You is to be of service and to help you and support you and to give you new ways of being and thinking and just new possibilities, which is always such a beautiful thing. So again, I want to thank you for your questions, and also put all your questions in the chat box. I'd love to bring them out to our experts as they are in their interview. So we're all on our toes and live and ready for you. And also don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel, because it is growing, and I'm super excited to stay connected to you. So I want to ask you out there to set an intention, to set a declaration for today in watching this live. Like, what's your intention? What's your declaration? What do you want to walk away with after this live? If you could put that in the chat box and let us know, we would love to hear that from you. And who here is really excited and committed to living this unstoppable, empowered life? So when we go into these experiences with an intention, your brain will pick up those signals of, yes, that's what I need to know. Pick up that information. So I would love for you to set your intention for today. And if you'd love to put that in the chat box, we would all love to hear it. My intention today is to really bring value to you guys out there, to also have fun, because that's part of my That's what I love to do, is enjoy myself and to really be open with you guys and vulnerable, because through vulnerability, life changes. And with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to your experts as I let them into the room. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Lisa. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the country. So I'm going to quickly introduce our experts, and then we'll go into interviews. So today we have Sandra Hay. She is a love and relationship coach. She helps single women attract their soulmate and to get the relationship that they desire by loving themselves first and creating an empowering relationship with themselves, which is key. It's always got to, go to self first. And as a result of love coaching women, they love themselves more, they gain confidence, they tap into their self-worth and attract a man and relationship that takes their life to the next level. Thank you. I'm excited for that interview. And we have Lisa Lieberman Wang. She's the founder of FINE and FAB, she's a #1 international best-selling author. She is a life and business strategist and co-creator of Neuro-Associative Programming, NAP, and a leading expert in neuroscience and human psychology. So she's been featured regularly on ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, and AMP. And she really wants to help you personally and professionally avoid years of shame, blame, and therapy so you can live an authentic, happy, healthy, and free life, which we love that. And finally, we have Dr. Ellen Ann Schultz. She is a love coach. She has a luxury online coaching service specializing in romantic relationship for singles, datings, and married women. So all those bases are covered here. She offers 3 signature programs: the Soulmate Manifestation Program, Empowered Feminine Dating, and Happy Wife, Happy Life. Who can relate to that, ladies, right? She facilitates dramatic and real change in her clients' romantic lives. With her tried, tested, and often practical approaches, Ellen is the go-to relationship expert across, and she has been on many media outlets, including BBC Radio, national newspapers, and social media. And I know she's in Ireland right now. So we are excited to have you and welcome, ladies, to the panel. So what we're going to do is we are going to start off with Sandra Hay. Sandra Hay, good morning or good afternoon. Where are you zooming from, by the way, Sandra? Oh, we can't hear you. Is your volume up? Welcome to live. Let's see here. I have you as Mark, happy wife. Yes. You're unmuted, so is your volume up? Should we start with Lisa first and then go to Sandra? Oh, Lisa, are you good to go? Oh, how about now? Can you talk, Lisa? I can't hear Lisa either. Uh-oh. Is it? Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do not have the headset though, so hopefully you do not get feedback because my headset was not working. So hello everyone. Happy to be here.
All right. So I'll mute myself because that'll take off the reverb, the echo. So great. Introduce yourself, Lisa, and tell us I'm going to have to mute you as I go. Okay. Introduce yourself and tell us about what you do, who you serve, and what you're seeing out in the world today.
Okay, awesome. I'd be happy to do so. So I'm Lisa Lieberman Wang. I'm the only Jewish Chinese woman with that name. So it's easy to find me. I checked to see if there were anyone else out there. I've been helping women, successful entrepreneurs who have been successful in some areas, not with themselves. And I help those women who feel fine, which is how I used to feel. And fine actually stands for effed up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. And they so much more want to be fab, fabulous, awesome, beautiful. We do that without years of shame, blame, and therapy so they can, as Amy said, live an authentic life, happy, healthy, and free. And I started doing this because I thought I had to be perfect all my life, found out that I ended up sabotaging so many things in this quest, and found out that perfectly imperfect is perfect.
Yes, I'm with you on that, and I do believe that I know you want to speak into the 7 secrets of overcoming self-sabotage. And before we go into those secrets, like, what does self-sabotage look like, and how does it show up in our life as we try to, have something bigger than ourselves, whether it's a relationship or business or life?
So self-sabotage is really about when sometimes you're successful in some areas, but not with yourself. So you can have the best career, best job, but your relationships are falling apart, or what you do privately is showing up publicly, and maybe you're binge eating or using alcohol or drugs or other things to make yourself feel better in that moment, but you still never feel like you're good enough, smart enough, rich enough, skinny enough, whatever your enough is, and it gets in the way of your success. Self-sabotage to me is anything that is disruptive and isn't serving you.
So, so that's kind of confusing for a lot of people, because it's like, how come I'm so successful at work, and I walk into work and I'm like queen, and then I come home and it's not working for me, and that feeling of just that, and I'm sure men have that too. They're king at work, and they come home and it's like, reality hits. They are judged. We are, not feeling enough. So, can you speak on that? Like, how does that really affect us in our self-worth and how we truly feel? What are you seeing in women?
Well, I think more than anything else, it's an imposter syndrome. It's where people feel like they're not confident. They'll show up one way, but privately they're not. And as I said, what you do privately shows up publicly. Some people say everything's great. The women will go for their hair done. They'll get their nails done. They'll do all the stuff. And now with COVID, maybe we didn't do all that stuff. I didn't do it for over a year. I finally got a manicure. And what was so interesting about it is that there's a lot of people, they'll make sure everything on the outside looks good or the smile's there, but privately they're suffering. And in a suffering state, there's nothing good that's going to happen there. And, you'll find it where you'll end up, asking yourself disempowering questions. Think about coulda, shouldas, wouldas, and hoping things were different. And no matter how great you are, if you don't actually work on the inside, it's going to show up somehow on the outside, whether it shows up as extra weight, as it shows up as relationships being failed. We have a love coach here, as it shows up in other areas that we don't expect. And it could even show up even in your own business. I see a lot of women entrepreneurs who are going out there. I've been helping people personally and professionally. I happen to be a business and life strategist, and I help people build multiple 6- and 7-figure businesses. The interesting part about it is that I'll turn around and say, well, we need to work on you first. They go, no, I want to work on the business. I'm like, well, you are the business. And if your head's not straight, nor is your business, it's going to be a direct reflection of who you are.
So, yes, and I'm thinking to myself, because yesterday we had someone else on that was in a 25-year marriage and in a toxic relationship in that marriage. Are we telling people about it when we're in those situations? Are we speaking about that when we aren't happy? Are we telling people, or are we pretending, like you said, everything is okay?
Is this a question for everyone, Amy, or are you asking me directly?
I'm asking you directly because
Okay,
you and I are together.
I just want to make sure. So, one of the things is it shows up in very different ways. I don't think there's one way to say that, you're keeping it in. If you're keeping it in, you're stuffing. You think about it as we're stuffing our emotions. I think a lot of times when people are at what I call HALT is an acronym. It stands for hungry, angry, lonely, tired, halt. Stop what you're doing. And when we look at the unconscious and preconscious and subconscious mind and why we do what we do and how we do it, you'll find that our conscious mind is our war, which is our willpower, analytical, and rational thinking. Our unconscious mind is our ship, our strategies, habits, impulses, and physiological control. Our preconscious is halt, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. When people are at halt, they're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, they do things that will sabotage themselves. They'll say things they wish they could take back. They'll eat things they don't need to be eating. They'll pick up a glass of wine and that they don't need. They'll lash out at something. They won't follow up on something. They really need to stop what they're doing, but instead they kind of push their way through consciously. I can get through this. I'm going to push myself. And before you know it, they wage a war, W-A-R. They think willpower, analytical, rational think it's going to work. They wage a war on their ship, which is their strategies, habits, impulses, and physiological control, and they take themselves down. Before you know it, it is not sustainable, and they'll be failing in areas they wish they weren't.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I'm like, am I in HALT? Where am I in this? I have definitely been in HALT. And as I think we all have been in HALT. And it is a place of a lot of it, I think, is uncertainty and unknowing of what to do next and how to do it and really how to get out of it. So I know you have these 7 secrets of overcoming this self-sabotage. So do you want to speak into those and to when we are in that state, how do we overcome it? How do we get out? Give us a lifeline.
Well, the lifeline starts with the 7 secrets. The first is acknowledging fear and doubt. You first need to know you're doing it. Otherwise, you're not going to change anything, right? So you need to have that awareness I'm doing something. The other is taking inventory of life's lessons and beliefs. 55% of our beliefs were formed by the time we're 5 years old by well-meaning teachers, preachers, guardians, and parents. The other 45% were built on a shaky foundation, to say the least. If you think about it, when you were growing up, your parents told you, don't talk to strangers. Why? They wanted to protect us, right? But as an adult, we need to talk to strangers. Or they said, there was an Easter bunny. Well, if they lied about that and the tooth fairy, they may have lied about other things too. So what happens is we have to take inventory of life's lessons. Where is this coming from? And then you have to break through the toxic meanings and emotions. What ends up happening is anything you feel, any result you have of an emotion, emotions are energy in motion, is a result of a meaning you gave it. We have to look at the meaning we're giving things, and when we do, we have to break through them. And it's kind of like put a rock in it, put something in the way so you don't continue kind of forging through that. And then breaking the trance. Think about how many times you've done things unconsciously. With all of us here, raise your hand if you've ever driven somewhere and don't know how you got there. It's like I got there, but it's like the car knew how to go because you were in your own trance wherever you were, but you were doing it, and whether you knew it or not, it was on unconscious competence, and you just did it. But we need to break those trances so we can stop the behaviors that aren't serving us, and there are ways to do that. And then uncovering unconscious patterns and behaviors are super important, because what happens is you're doing something, and whether you realize it or not, at one point it served you, and maybe today it doesn't. So it's not until you really uncover the whole thing to understand how it served you at one point, how it isn't, if it isn't now, and then what do you replace it with? Because if you're going to take something off your plate, you have to be ready to put something back on, because if you don't, the universe will. So I would rather choose what goes there versus just take it off. And then stop waiting for perfection is number 6. Because there's a lot of perfectionists out there. I'm a recovered, I'm not saying recovering, I'm a recovered perfectionist. I strive for imperfection. Taking imperfect action is my goal. And then make peace, practice gratitude, and celebrate. When we do that, it's more about just being, learning, we're human beings, not human doings. It's learning about just being, and being okay with who you are, knowing that there's two basic needs every human being has. And the first is to be loved. And if we don't feel loved, the second is that we feel like we're not enough. So at some point, we need to realize that you already won. And what I mean by that is it takes 10 million sperms to make one of you, meaning that the one lucky swimmer became you. So you won out of 10 million sperms. So you're already a winner. And if you realize that, be okay with who you are. You are already blessed. You're already fabulous, awesome, beautiful. You're already fabulous, awesome, beautiful. And when you make peace, you practice gratitude and you celebrate for who you are, for being, and for the gratitude that you're here, then things change.
So now we got to break it down a little bit. Thank you for that. So how does one start taking inventory? Like, how does one, I mean, the awareness is like the awareness to me might be, I got to make a change. This is not working anymore. You start working, you come to that, I call it radical acceptance. So how can we start taking inventory? What might that look like?
Well, inventory can be just asking better questions. If you're doing something and you know it doesn't serve you, what questions are going on for you at that moment? What are you asking yourself? Are you asking yourself what's wrong? Are you asking yourself why me? Are you asking yourself what's good about this? If something is not serving you, you're obviously running a pattern. So every single thing we do is a pattern or program. My associate and I had created neuroassociative programming. And what that is neuro your mind. Associative is contextual. A lot of times people see somebody do something in one context and they think that's what the person does all the time, but that's not true. It's within associative to what's happening, and then programming, how we program ourselves. So if we can program ourselves we can program computers to do what people do, we can program ourselves to do what other successful people are doing in those areas. I'm also a licensed master NLP practitioner and trainer, which is neuro-linguistic programming. So the reason I'm unpacking this is that when we're taking inventory of what we're doing, we're looking at the pattern. Every single thing we do is a pattern or a program. And you think about it, if you have a computer and you turn it on, something opens up, right? It's a program. It just opens up. And if you want to use a Word document, you go to another program. And if you want to use Excel, you go to another program. If you want to go on social media, you're going to use another program. Everything is a program or pattern. The thing is the program or pattern serving you or not? And if it's not, we need to change it. So how do we unpack that and change it? Recognizing that it has to do with your energy triangle, which is everything to do with your physiology and how you move your body, has to do with the language, communication, and the questions you ask yourself, and it has to do with your energy, emotions, and whether you're focusing on the present, the past, or the future. And it's not until we stay in the present that things work. So we can change it by changing our energy triangle.
Yeah. So many people have a lot of, it's 9 a.m. over here, Lisa. So a lot of people.
It's 12:30 here.
So a lot of people are stuck in that past, and we are stuck in these stories of the past and how, and many of us are worried about the future, but I think many of us are stuck in that past, and that we might have regret, or we might have sadness, or we might have, reminiscent of the past, like this overblown, like it was so beautiful back then, now sucks. So how can we start like really getting ourselves out of that mindset of the past, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, and put us in the present, or in the future, worried about tomorrow, when today we have so many opportunities here?
Okay, well, great. So raise your hand if anything bad ever happened to you. Okay, so can raise your hand if you know you can't change what happened. It already happened. It already happened. You can't change it. So the only thing you can change is the meaning you give it. So you said, well, focus on the past. Well, if you were to go to a movie and it was the worst movie you've ever seen in your life, would you go back and see it again? No. So if you focus on the past, it's seeing a bad movie over and over again. So if you wouldn't go to see a bad movie over and over again, why do you keep watching your past over and over again? So the answer is we all have challenging situations. I grew up in a traditional dysfunctional family. And I say that because I don't know any functional families, other than Leave It to Beaver. I'm going to date myself. I'm older than all of you, I think. So there was a TV show with the perfect family. And we didn't have the perfect family. So TV has the perfect family. And no matter how great I was, it was never good enough as far as standards that I saw in my family's home and what they expected. And despite all that, they were good people and they did the best for us. And we were very blessed and we had things and stuff like that we were taking care of. And at the end of the day, though, I still felt like I wasn't good enough, pretty enough, smart enough, skinny enough. It didn't matter. And because of the fact that I wasn't enough, I had all these past things about how bad things, thank you, Melody, how bad things were out there and how things could have been better, because my dad was very strong and very, very stern. And it turned out I wanted love so badly that I accepted poor relationships, poor other things and everything else. And what was interesting about it is I actually wasn't allowed to date or do anything else. And against my dad, my mom said I could. I was very young, and I just went blank on the age, 16 years old, and I ended up going on a date with someone that the restaurant owner's sons that we used to go to, and it turned out that I was date raped at 16. And I told my mom, and she said, "Well, don't tell your dad; he'll kill you," because I shouldn't have been out to begin with, and the person came in my home. That story continued, and by the time I was 18, I was attacked by an employer, 19 and by an associate, and that's my past. And I spent 13 years in dis-ease with myself. That's disease with an eating disorder, because I started stuffing all my feelings that I didn't know how to deal with food. And I used food as my mechanism to feel better. Now, did I know I was doing it at the time? No, I did not know I was doing it. I never consciously did it as far as, oh, I'm going to go do this. I ended up getting ulcers and sick. I had a sudden heart attack at 18 years old, rushed to the hospital. First time my dad ever said, I love you, at least first time I heard it. And I stayed in dis-ease for 13 years. And I was bulimic, and I was consuming up to 18,000 calories a day. Today, I have 28 years of abstinence from binging and purging, but the point I'm making is I can't change my past. And you know what? Had all that not happened, I wouldn't be who I am today. So to spend any more energy in dis-ease is a disservice to myself, because this is not a dress rehearsal. We have one life to live. So you can spend your time lamenting over coulda, shoulda, wouldas, what happened to you, what was bad. And I had plenty more than that wasn't wonderful. But I have equally or even more amazing things that are wonderful that I can choose to focus on and look forward to what's to come. But if you're going to spend your time focused on what you have no control over, you'll keep watching a bad movie and it'll never change. So it's not until we change our questions, change our focus, change the energy and the direction of where we're going, that's when we take the 7 secrets to overcoming self-sabotage and we reprogram that ship so that we can have smooth sailing moving forward.
Yeah, thank you for that vulnerable share. And many people out there can relate to that, to having those types of experiences. So is that, those 13 years of dis-ease, is that like the trance of the unconscious, where you're kind of, you're not really, you're in some sort of trance until you can kind of get out of it. Is that where that is?
You're in a program that just doesn't work. And it's, at some point you may think it's serving you because it makes you feel better in the moment. And, they talk about habits and behaviors, and you'll hear that something makes you feel better now. It's like a habit. It just makes you feel better now. Like, oh, I see that cake. Well, I know I don't need to have the cake. I'm going to be upset later, but you know what? Right now I'm really upset, and I think that chocolate cake is going to make me feel good. So it's feel better now. So it's more of those things that if you're running a program, it's not your people don't understand. They think conscious, like willpower works. Willpower only works in 10-minute increments. So it really doesn't work. This whole book was really based on why willpower doesn't work, but I felt Fine to Fab sounded better. So that's why it became that. But it's why willpower doesn't work. And I used to white knuckle. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to be good today, as if I was bad, instead of I'm making poor choices today. It's not that I'm bad, my choices were poor, and I needed to change that. And a lot of people don't even realize that they're running these programs and they are in a trance. And it's not until, again, they become aware of it, they take the inventory of how it served them or didn't, because it did serve people. People will say, well, you know, me eating all the time, it doesn't serve me at all. I'll say, yes, it does. Or being in a bad relationship doesn't serve me. Absolutely does. Because at some level, it's meeting a need that you have. At some level, it's meeting a need. It doesn't mean it's meeting it in a healthy way, but it's meeting a need. So it's serving you, but it's learning to find ways to be able to fill yourself up with things that are good versus things that are harmful.
Yes, powerful. Because when a couple of things is like the willpower thing, which I think is just bullcrap too. I'm like, there's so much more than that that's behind that. It's like this, as you said, there's a need inside of you that needs to be filled, and willpower is just, I just don't believe in it. I don't even, I'm like, whatever. I feel like that just beats women up, that thought that you're not strong enough and you have to create this willpower. So instead of creating those willpower, it's really about going in and understanding and giving yourself the grace to know that there is something inside of you that needs to be looked at, to be reconciled, or something in there. So how did you do it, Lisa? Where was your moment?
Well, I think the moment actually came, it was an epiphany. I was at a Tony Robbins event. I'm a trainer for Tony and a platinum partner as well. And one time we're going through a process called the Dickens, and they ended up saying something about who else is this affecting. And for years, I thought it was only about me. People would be upset with me hurting myself, and they knew I was doing it. I couldn't hide it. I was in the hospital 6 times over 13 years. I was admitted for a month or 6 weeks at a time. You can't hide that. It was just super challenging. And I always would say to my family, it's my problem. Leave me alone. Like, it's nothing to do with you. And there was one moment when there was an image I saw of who else this was hurting. And I saw my grandma. And my grandma was like, I love her more than anything else in the world. She's no longer with me, but present here. But she was so huge to me. And I remember she used to say, baby, take care of your mother's daughter. And what it was is I was always great at taking care of everyone else. I just didn't take care of me. And that little moment of, oh my God, I'm hurting grandma, because she was always so upset with me being sick. And that was a huge turning point where it was about asking better questions. Like, this is not just me. I'm actually hurting other people, and I don't hurt people. So that was a huge piece for me to give me a good why to change and to stop doing what I was doing.
Yeah, because the why is deep, and the why's got to be deep and important to you to really create the follow through and really build the momentum and the heart and that fire to really move forward in your life. And having that why is just it's actually a gift. It's a little bit, it's a huge gift for you. It could be scary to go to the why, but once you're in it and you like really hold that why, as I'm sure like everyone out there can see the why in your face, in your actions, in your energy. That why is always just permeating out of you, as you're shining brightly, Miss Lisa. So yeah, I know that you have a gift for our audience, which I'm excited for too, because I've been watching you and following you and seeing your book. So can you speak into that for us?
Thank you. One of the things that we got it. Okay. So yes, Amy, I'd love to speak to that. One of the missions I have is to touch more lives than Oprah by helping people who help others. And that really starts with, I think women are such an amazing vessel that with who we are, we don't just touch our immediate family, but we touch our mothers, sisters, our cousins, our nieces, the whole world. And we really can go further than anything else I can imagine. And what I am offering is my book, Find to Fab, and you can get it in the ebook version just by going to ebook.findtofab.com. Amy just shared it, ebook.findtofab.com, and download it. And this actually has exercises in it as well during the chapters, so you can start unpacking your luggage of the baggage that you may have had and start doing some things there. I had one woman go through the book and she sent me a video 3 months later, and she was a widower at a very young age. And she was a teacher, and she didn't realize what she had packed on with the baggage. And after reading the book and doing the exercises, she actually released, I think it was like 20 pounds. She started taking care of herself. Her whole life changed. She sent me this beautiful video of telling me where she was and then where she is now. But we've had tens of thousands of people go through Find to Fab, and I look forward to having you have that ability as well.
Yeah, and I peeked up when I was like, worksheet, like I could fill something out.
Well, the questions are there. You got to do it on paper. And then also offering, as Amy, I said, I'll give it to the first 5 people who take action. If you'd like to stop self-sabotage and you're sick and tired of being sick and tired and you want to get to the next level, I have so many amazing stories. You can go to findtofab.com and see some of the beautiful testimonials, but you can also create your own and go to findtofabconsult.com and be one of the first 5 people who take action to set up a discovery call with me and see if and how I can support you.
Thank you for that. I think
my pleasure.
Okay, and that's in the chat box also, so you could first 5 pick that up and connect with Lisa. All right, Sandra, how are we doing on the volume and the?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay!
Well, welcome, Sandra. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and how you serve women, and what you're seeing out in the world too, because this is like an exciting time as COVID is opening, countries are opening up, and cities and states. So, I mean,
Definitely
I'm excited.
Exciting time and the right time for event like this. I feel, because not only in love life, but I feel that people are really craving change in all areas of their lives. So thank you so much for having me here. My name is Sandra and I am a love and relationship coach. So I work mainly with women, helping them to find their dream person, to get that relationship that they want. But we start from that place where they are really loving themselves and accepting themselves, because that was a huge part of my story. And that was the part that I was really missing when I was dating. And, like you ask yourself why you are attracting all of these wrong guys, why no guys want to commit. Like you are going through this cycle of really wondering, will you ever find your person? You are getting frustrated with dating. You are getting frustrated with all the concept of meet more people, put yourself out there. And I was doing that for years. And it's just like you meet more and more of the same type of person, and you start wondering what is wrong with me. So now I recognize that in other women, but back then, like nobody is giving you even opportunity to discuss that. You talk to your friends and everybody's having, kind of similar experience, and almost like there is no light at the end of the tunnel. So for me, it took to basically touch the rock bottom. That is how I will describe it, because within a 1 week, like I had car accident. I was seeing one guy who absolutely humiliated me. I realized that I'm not earning money that I want. I have master's degree in pharmacy. So back then I was working as pharmacist, but I was so unfulfilled in that. So it felt like for a week, universe was just like slapping me in the face, like, and this and that and this and that. And just, I was like, this is really not working. Like none of the areas of my life, plus I'm overweight. I don't like the way I look. Like everything was just, like when you just start paying attention to everything and nothing is working, that is basically when there is no other way to go but up. And that is when I really started making change. So I absolutely disregarded all the advices from dating coaches and I stopped dating. Like I was like, you know what? I will stop dating. I will not meet anyone until I figure this out. And basically I went back to one thing that I really knew well, and that is growth, studying, learning. But this time I dedicated that time to myself, really to prioritize myself, to really see who is this person, what I want, what are these beliefs. Like Lisa was saying here, there was so many beliefs and so much programming there that you never even questioned. It was just like default that you are living. And I started questioning all this. I started working with coaches and courses and podcasts and books, like whatever came my way, I was just doing all of it. And basically within 6 months, I looked at my life. I lost 50 pounds. I went back to online dating, and within a week, I matched with a guy who is my husband now. And I was like, really? Was it this easy? Like, I just couldn't believe, because you spent all these years frustrated, and now within a week, it's just like, okay, here I am. Ta-da-da-da. It was completely different experience. But what I learned there, it's not that apps changed or guys changed or anything changed. It's just I was different, nothing else. That's why my experience with everything was different. So from there, I changed my health, I changed my love life, and I started taking steps in my career because I felt calling to help other women realize the same. So first it started with my friends, and they got results. I was like, okay, there is something here. Let's take it further. So basically from there, I took it further, and really it became my mission to bring more love into this world, but love from self-love place, like, because I feel that every love has to start with us. And when I love myself, that is when I can give to others and love others in the right way. Other than that, we are just craving love from others. We are just taking it, and we never feel that void of, never enough love if we are taking it from others, not starting from our place. So yeah, that is my mission now, to help more women to love themselves and to find their person. That's it.
Thank you for that. And I'm a dater, so I'm out there. But it's interesting. Sometimes what I used to do was really feel this loneliness and then like, I guess I got to go on the apps and find someone, right? So many of us move from a place of want and need instead of like being full ourselves and then taking the adventure and having the experience. So can you speak a little bit into that? Like how can we shift that? Because coming from that want and need and loneliness, for me, wasn't the best place to start dating from. But can you speak into
usually
that?
all of us start from that place. Like basically, honestly, I never met a person who was like, okay, I'm so great like this, and now I will go dating. We all start from the place of being lonely. We want somebody, we want companionship. And unfortunately, that road usually goes, okay, I'm getting frustrated. I'm getting more frustrated. I'm getting more frustrated and more lonely and more fearful. And I'm taking all this action and it's leading nowhere. So unfortunately, most of the people are going that way. But what is the difference is, when we think about our desires, we can desire something from the place of abundance, or we can desire from the place of fear. So if I'm inspired by my desire, if I'm thinking about how amazing it would be when I have this person, how our life will look like, how our conversations will look like when I'm wanting something or desiring something from the place of abundance, it's completely different energy. And when I'm wanting something from the place of, oh, poor me, I'm so alone, I will never find anyone, will anybody love me, will anybody care? That is that place of scarcity, and that is when you are blocking love, because love is on a vibration of abundance. And if we believe in energy and that universe is created from the energy, we have to pay attention to these things, because every emotion has its own vibration. And that's why when you desire something from the place of abundance and inspiration, you will get completely different experience than if you want something from the place of fear. So how we shift this? every thought is leading to certain emotion, right? And we can feel that. So if you feel expansion, if you feel joy, if you feel abundance in your body, you are on the right track. But if you start feeling constriction and fearful, then you know that you are closing up and you are not open to love, but you are open to fear. And that's why you're attracting all of these people. So that was my experience, and that is what I'm seeing in my clients. So for me, it always starts from shifting that mind, shifting these thoughts, shifting all of this programming that we are having. And then from that place, feeling it in our body. And if I feel well, that means I'm on the right path.
Yeah, I get it. And as you're speaking and as a user of dating apps, it gets kind of hard to stay. Yeah. It gets a bit, there are challenges with the dating apps I'm in Los Angeles, so it's a whole nother level of, I don't know, lots of stuff going on in here that, so how do we stay positive in that? How do we just lighten it up and have fun and stay positive? Because sometimes it is just like, oh my God.
Well, I have to tell you, when I was dating, I was in Dubai, so I don't think that situation is much different than in Los Angeles, because there was a lot of everything, for men and for women. I'm not saying that for women it was harder, because I have guy friends who were dating as well, and they had their challenges. So challenges were everywhere. But I just feel that when you start changing from within, when you start really loving yourself and feeling that confidence in yourself, that what you are putting out is different, and also what you are expecting from there is different. So then you don't go on a date asking, will he like me? You go on a date, will I like him? Is this a person of my dreams? If you are not, then I'm really sorry, I will not waste my time with you. So I just feel when you are so fulfilled from here, then your experience is completely changing, because then you don't need anything. You are not needy. You are not like, oh, am I good enough for him? Of course you are. You are the best in the world, and the right man will be so happy when he meets you. Like, he is looking for you in this moment right now. So why would you waste time with anyone else? Rather, just see if that person is for you, and if not, move on. And it's simple as that. But people are they are getting attached, again, coming from that lack. It's almost, there is finite number of guys, and if this guy leaves, I will end up alone. And that is that when fear is running the show, that is when dating is not fun, because dating app or any type of dating is a vehicle. It's not a magic trick. It's not something that will give you solution. It's just a vehicle. Like, you take a phone to call someone. It's a tool, a phone will not call anyone unless you type the number, right? The same thing with the dating. When you know what you want, and then you take action from that place, that is what dating will bring you. Always what you want and what you are vibrating, never anything else. So if you are attracting these wrong people, ask yourself why this is happening. Because for me, I developed my love attraction method, which is really it's very simple, because your desire is on certain level and it's vibrating on that level. The only reason why you don't have it is because you are here. So the question is, how do I bring myself up? And for me, that is the second step. That is aligning yourself. And that is that inner work, mindset, confidence, self-love, self-worth, healing all the baggage from the past. And when you are here, that is when dating is handy. And that is when putting yourself out there makes sense, because that is when you are attracting what you want. So yeah, these are 3 steps. And I hope you can find yourself where you are there in these 3.
Yes. Whoa.
Getting excited.
Well, I am really excited that I could, it's been a while since I've been on a date. So I am super revved up to start getting out there again. But, and it's interesting what you said is we often walk in wanting approval for him. But but it's so powerful if we shift. Like I always say to my clients, what values do you want in a man? Bring that expectation of what you want in values, whether it's honesty, trustworthy, whatever that is for you. And it's such a shift of well, you're not interviewing me, I'm interviewing you. You're kind of going into this thing of I get to make that decision and that choice. can you give us some tips on how to like really shift out of that, like feeling like, for me, I do the values I want. Like, what do I want? And if I don't see them in that person in front of me, I don't go on a second date. So can you give us some tips on how on what to prepare before we go on the date? Like, how should we, I call it warming up. How can we get ready for the date before we go on the date? I'm going to unmute you.
Okay, I think we pressed unmute at the same time. So for me, what we should start paying attention is how we feel. So values of the person are absolutely important because that will make you how you feel. So sometimes when you ask women what you want, oh, I want him to be tall, I want him to be successful, I want him to have money, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you don't want any of that. What you want is to feel a certain way. So if you want somebody to have money, that means you want safety and you want security. If you want somebody to, I don't know, treat you a certain way, that means that you want to be adored and loved. So everything that you think you want in other person is because you want to feel certain way. So for me, it's almost like a shortcut. Just imagine right now being on that perfect date and with that perfect person. And instead of noticing just where you are and who he is and how he looks like, start noticing how you feel. Like, what is that emotion that you feel on that date and with that person? And that emotion will never lie to you. That means when you meet a person, you will feel if that is the match or not. And sometimes, I will not say to people not to go on second date or not to go on third date to make a cut immediately. But when you are following emotions, you will feel if this person deserves second date or third date, or if it deserves date at all. Because for me, for example, when I went back to online dating, I was chatting with guys, and honestly, none of them even deserved for me to go on a date with them. Except for my husband, because when you follow that feeling, you know easily if this is the person or not. So for me, tapping into that feeling and being just in that mode of attracting your person, for me, that is the most important thing. Second thing is really being curious, because you are going to meet somebody who is interested in you, who wants to get to know you, who genuinely wants to see you as human being. So I just feel going on a date like that, being curious, like that is another human being that you are meeting. Like, what is in there for you? For some reason you are going on this date. Is there something for you to learn, to see, to learn about yourself, to learn about other person? Like, be curious, just be open. Don't have this expectation, okay, I'm going on a date, this is my future husband and we will have 3 kids. And like, we very often start projecting our story and our desires on this person. But what would happen if we would stop and just be curious? Who is this person? What he has to bring to me? What I have to learn from him? Maybe he's not my dream man, maybe he has some lesson to teach me, right? So just being open and curious, because at the end of the day, everything is experience. And even if you get into relationship, well, your problems won't be solved. You will have another set of problems and another learning and another experiences. So instead of really just projecting, our future and our stories onto this person, be curious and be open to them. So for me, these 2 things would be the most important for anyone going on a date.
Yeah, because who wants to be like, feel like a piece of meat or like cash machine, or it's like we get to this point, I don't know what happened. That's like, there's a person in front of you. It's like, can we just be with that person and experience whatever it is, and have your own space? Like, it's just tough. It's tough sometimes, because as a woman, sometimes, you feel like they just want to first make sure you pass their test on looks. I'm like, that's not going to happen. Like, I'm deeply offended by that. I'm deeply offended by that, because I don't look at him and say like, well, where's your bank account or where's your cash machine, right? So it's a bit of so I hope during COVID, and this is my thing about meeting people, going to the grocery store, that we can like just say hello to each other again, look at each other in the eyes and just acknowledge that we exist and that we're sharing the same space, and that we could just be, let go of all this crap and just be human together. And that's like my big wish for after COVID. Like we're in this new playing field, and for you out there listening, if we can vibrate this out to the whole world, I think it would be really beautiful. So yeah, so okay, I'm just going to ask one more thing, and that is like maybe, and that's like what should we have on our profile, on our dating profile? Like what should we have and what shouldn't we have? Do you believe, in your own opinion?
Okay, I'm unmuted. So I just want to say about a few things that you said here, because it's such a good point. My greatest wish for people is really to approach each other from the place of love, because when we think about, like our emotions, usually people go on a date with such a big ego and such like defense mechanism, like, will he evaluate me? Will he think how I look? Or will she think, will I pay the bill? Like we have so many of these stories now that we are almost not open, like our heart is not open for love and to genuinely meet this person. So for me, like, it's so funny when you mentioned about, guys seeing how I look, or I'm not asking for his bank account. It's almost like, just ask yourself, will my dream man ever evaluate my looks in that way? If the answer is not, like, okay, this guy is for somebody else, then not for me, because that is certain value that he holds. If somebody is just pay attention, and I'm not saying that that's wrong, looks is important for some people, but for some other not so much. There are some other values. So just seeing like what we want, what is important to us, and then finding a person who will match that. And that's basically it. So when it comes to dating profiles, I remember like the biggest thing ever is like, don't show anyone that you want committed relationship, because you will scare them off and then nobody will match with you. And the point is like, you know what, actually, I will write it. And I've written that on my profile. And basically that is the best thing that you can do, because it's almost like building a business and having your ideal client. You want to repel everyone else and to attract this person. The same thing on dating app. So I would really suggest that you write what you want. And it can be in your own words, absolutely, but just state what you want, because with that you will have filter of all these guys who don't want committed relationships or want something else that you want, because that is like the basic filter. Second thing is put your personality there, because I feel that there are so many generic profiles, like everybody's basically writing the same thing. So what is specific about you? What is your personality? What do you enjoy? Because the more you can inject that, the sooner you will attract your person. And sometimes women are afraid to do this because they will have less matches. Maybe nobody will like it. But that's the point. You are not looking for 100 guys. You are looking for one. So if that one will like it, your mission is accomplished. You don't need to waste your time chatting with 100 people today. So I just feel like injecting your personality, saying what you like, how would you like to spend your time with him, even putting pictures that represent what do you enjoy. If you like outdoor activities, you can put some pictures like that. Just injecting more of yourself, speaking about that, like just showing your vibe in that. I feel that is the most valuable thing that you can do with your profile, because that will attract your person. I even remember, so my husband, it's very funny because his profile, like it has 2 pictures and I don't know, 1 sentence. And I was in that moment like, oh, should I swipe right or left? Because there is nothing there. And luckily we matched. But I'm just saying, if you have profile like that, which says nothing, like you are just basically in the sea of people who are the same. So for me, like, be different, be you, and you will attract your person.
Thank you for that. And okay, I got to get back swiping this week, I guess. Okay, I know you have a gift for, I don't know, I get super excited about romance and love and dating. I just love it.
What's more exciting than that?
Yeah, I know. So I know you have a free gift for our audience. So if you could speak into that, that'd be great. Yeah. And I'll put it in the chat box for you.
So I touched here on my love attraction method, where I identified that there are 3 elements to attract your relationship. That is defining who do you want, what is that relationship that you want, and then second step, aligning with that, and third step is opening up to receive. So my gift would be for you to uncover where is your block, what is holding you back from finding your dream man. So I have very short quiz. It will take you like 60 seconds to uncover what is that element that is stopping you. So from there, like that is that first step, that is that awareness where you should put your attention and to work on. So my gift is a quiz. I'm saying it will take you 60 seconds, not more than that. Uncover this and start working on that element, because the sooner you start, the sooner you will attract your person.
Thank you for that, Sandra. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Dr. Ellen introduce herself, and I'm going to mute you, Sandra, and do a quick introduction so we can get to know you. You can warm up your vocal cords, and then we can go into the round table. And I do have this thought in my mind about what I want to bring to the round table. So will you unmute yourself, and then Dr. Ellen, and then tell us who you are, and tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into your interview later.
Okay, sure. Hi. So yes, my name is Dr. Ellen Schultz, Dr. Ellen Love Coach. And I actually resonated so much with what Sandra was talking about in terms of her journey towards, meeting the one, and going on such a journey and dark night of the soul. I was very, and obviously I resonated a lot with Lisa too. I was a very successful, doctor, professional actress, teacher, academic, and my love life was just a complete shambles. I mean, I was dating completely inappropriate men. I was, commitment phobes. I mean, I used to say, it was like I seemed to be going for the guy who would like throw me over his shoulder, drag me up the stairs by the hair. I don't know what was, my self-esteem and my self-worth and my self-confidence were on the floor. I was always going for the bad guy. And I couldn't work it out. And, I was devastated. And I was actually a single mom as well. I had 2 gorgeous kids, and I just knew I had to sort it out. And so very similar to the journey Sandra explained, I just had to go inside and really, really do some big work on myself to work out what on earth was going on. And I came up with so many, I found the answers. I'm an intelligent woman. And once I really applied myself to this quest, I found the answers. And it was a lot to do with, obviously, my childhood and father wounds, mother wounds, and a whole lot of stuff. So once I discovered it, I manifested my soulmate very, very fast, similar to Sandra. And we had a fairy tale wedding. I'm an Irish girl. I was always a bit obsessed with America since I visited Denver, Colorado when I was 20 something. And so I manifested an American man specifically. Now it wasn't like I was out on all the American dating sites. I didn't have on my dating profile, Irish woman wants American man. But no, I manifested him with the sauce of the law of attraction, and he didn't have to be American, actually. I just wanted somebody with a very strong American connection, one way or another, happened to be an American man. So we went over, had a fairy tale wedding in a cornfield in Wisconsin. It was absolutely magical. He bought me a house, he embraced my children. Oh, we got engaged in Florence in the Piazza del Michelangelo. I mean, it was just incredible. But there is a but, I found very quickly even before we got married, actually, we were involved in quite a lot of conflict. I mean, there were arguments, and I mean, there were fights. Now, never anything physical, because that's obviously a no-no, of course. But these kind of fights that were just very passionate, but totally out of control. So this then put me onto a new quest, and I've been married now. It'll be 8 years this July. And I found out, you know, what was going on in my marriage. Like I found it out, and it was very, very much to do with masculine and feminine energies, where I was expressing from, and actually where I was expressing from was hugely masculine, and I was emasculating my husband, disrespecting him. I mean, off the hook. And actually, Mark, I really appreciate your comment at the start. My program, Happy Wife, Happy Life, triggers men a lot, because actually what I used to do all the time was hear that phrase, and I used to hear it said, and it would actually be men that would say it, like a taxi driver said. They would say it to my husband actually quite often. Oh, you know, just keep her happy, happy wife, happy life. And I used to think to myself, yeah, you should listen to him. You should always be the one to make me happy. Always, you know. Why does he not know this? But of course, now I call my program that name, Happy Wife, Happy Life, because the women who hear that are probably potentially where I was at that point, and they're thinking, yeah, damn it, I want to be a happy life, why does he not know that, you know? So they kind of come to me with that energy, and then I'm absolutely very excited and eager to sort of show them that actually how you become a happy wife and have a happy life is an inside job, and it ain't got nothing to do with your husband. You know, you want to assume you've got a good man. Most of us do. And when we're married, you know, we generally will have chosen a good man, unless we're in one of those toxic red flag situations that you were discussing yesterday, of course. And yeah, as Mark said, you know, guys are tired. Guys are tired of having a woman just expect that the man has to do, you know, be the one to make them happy. And as you were discussing earlier, you know, in terms of coming to your relationship with a full cup, with a buffet of, you know, and saying, share my buffet, rather than fill me up, you know. So this abundance mindset rather than a lack mindset, and a whole host of other things. So this is it's a bit about me.
Thank you for that share, because yeah, we get caught in the fairy tale a lot, and then the reality sits in after the marriage. And I've been there too. Like, I left that, but I was there. But anyway, so I appreciate that story, because, you know, I think a lot of us want to keep that fantasy and that shiny relationship, and we're human. So let's get down to that. But what I do want to pop into this chat is, because I've got 3 women with successful marriages and big loves, and I had that too once in my life. That love. So I'm kind of curious, like, what lessons did you learn from your partner, and what are your big, you know, lessons of love? And like, because some women don't want to even go back into love. They're tired of it. But tell the benefits of love, or like these takeaways that you've learned from loving someone else, and the gift of that. So who wants to start? Lisa, get in there. I know you have a powerful love story too.
So I'm with my husband now 22 years, and we were told once, I went to a psychic once, they told me that I was going to be married 3 times. And we both are in what I call my last marriage, because I was afraid to say second, because it implied there'd be a third. So we actually renewed our vows after our 5th year. So I married my husband twice, so that the psychic would be right and I wouldn't have to go through it again. But I have the most amazing man in my life. And at the beginning, like what Dr. Ellen said, you know, I was finding all the wrong guys, and it wasn't until a lot of the stuff, like I learned first to actually love me first and not need the person to complete me. And as my husband would say, 1 + 1 is not 2, it's 11 when you have the right relationship. And that's really what it is we have the right relationship. And I had shared with my husband at the very beginning, being we both did it before, I said, don't do anything for a day that you won't do for a lifetime. And I followed it up with one additional line, or I'll leave you too. So my first husband courted me until he caught me, and then he stopped courting me. So the doors stopped being open, the nice things stopped being done. It was like, oh, you're already there. And I promised my now husband, my last husband, my only husband moving forward, is I said to him, not only don't do anything for a day you want to for a lifetime, I also said, you will never have a pretty bride, ugly wife. And what I meant by that is, I don't mean looks pretty. You know, when we get mean, we're ugly. So, yeah, you're never going to have a pretty bride, ugly wife, because I promise you the person you married is who you're going to get. So it doesn't give me permission not to take care of myself. It doesn't give me permission to get fat. It doesn't give me permission to be mean or to be lazy or to be anything that he didn't marry. So it kind of follows the first thought. And that has made for an amazing relationship because we both respect each other and we both know it's choice. So every day we get up and we are grateful. The first thing my husband says when he rolls over, he goes, "Good morning, gorgeous." I mean, like, how could you feel bad at that? It's like you're going to feel amazing no matter what. And I say, "Good morning, handsome." And this is our relationship. And it has been a courting. And it's not perfect. We've had the roller coaster. But 22 years has, is something that some people never even make it there. And we've been really blessed. Good times, bad times, hard times, illness. We've had everything, and especially COVID. And Amy knows my husband in January got COVID, ended up with double pneumonia, a heart attack, and then was living on 100% oxygen. And I was told, the only thing I can do is pray. And today is his birthday, and he is 56 years old, and he is with us. And after over 2 months in the hospital, he's a miracle right now. He has a stent put in his heart. He's doing great. He's getting better every day. And I have to tell you, you don't know what love is until you're fighting battles. And, all the beauty in a person, they look good, they do this, all that's great. But you know what? The right heart, the right person changes everything.
Thank you. Of course, I have tears in my eyes because. Okay, who wants to go next? Let's talk about, just give me your insights on what, what love has really taught you and the benefits and the beauty of it and all that. So who wants to go next?
Sure, I'm happy to.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I keep coming back to with my husband is that we are definitely 100% compelling each other to step into better and better versions of ourselves, better evolutions. We're constantly up leveling because we have to, in order, you can't just, we're always shifting and changing. But in order to sort of exist with somebody, like to co-parent with somebody, to, have sex with the same person for like decades, I really do believe that we are mutually compelling each other to be better up-leveling versions of ourselves. My husband and I, even in terms of how I speak to him, like how I'm able to communicate with him. I mean, to be honest, if it wasn't for my relationship with my husband, I'm not sure if I would be a love coach, because he's actually my muse. He's my inspiration, he's like, my relationship with him is just a model for, I guess it's like it's the experiment ground, isn't it? I'm like, well, I don't do this because I did this and it doesn't work. This is better. But, even in terms of just, he's really helped me to discover new things about myself, and my blocks and, where I've still got wounds, where I've still got trauma, where I've still got unhealed issues, potentially with my parents, or even, sexually, or with, who I believe who I think I am, like who I'm showing up as. And then the triggers, when you trigger each other, well, that's beautiful treasure there to mine, isn't it? Why is he triggering me? And to get to that place where you go, oh, it's not him. Like, it's not because he said that, it's because this is how and so it's stepping up these levels I believe, you know, you really, to be in a long-term marriage, like you've got to get to, you know, mastery level, almost like mastery level of how you're in a relationship with somebody, you know. And I can't believe that I've got to like 8 years of marriage. Like, it's so exciting to me. And yeah, I'm really truly grateful, you know, and he absolutely adores me, you know. I really, but I know that I consciously manifested this in terms of what Sandra talked about, you know, because I was in a place of conscious manifestation before we met. And I know that I manifested somebody who was all in. And on my soulmate list, my soulmate manifestation list, I had to, you know, he's always going to think I'm the most beautiful woman in the room. And he says those words to me: why are you always the most beautiful woman in the room? You know, he says the sweetest things to me, like, I love you, you know, I love you in makeup, but you just look gorgeous all the time anyway. You know, these things that we used to like write stuff on each other's Facebook profile pages. We conducted a transatlantic relationship, you know, for a while, and we were very sort of demonstrative on Facebook, and people used to like do cute signs and things, you know, because it was just so lovely, so soppy, you know. But yes, oh, there's somebody messaging me. Sorry, I don't know who that is. It says Facebook user.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, it's somebody who knows me, but I don't. Sorry, I don't know who you are.
Yes.
You know me.
So well, you have to go up and click on the StreamYard. Let StreamYard connect to your Facebook so that we can see.
Yet. I haven't done that yet.
Not you, the person chatting.
Okay.
So there is an actual link on the post that you can click on for. Because it just says Facebook user when you're speaking to Ellen.
Okay.
Oh, Abla, yes.
Hello, Abla. Oh my goodness, that's it's lovely to see you, darling. It's so lovely.
She was on the last one, and I got to meet her at the workshop.
Wonderful.
So yes, she's beautiful. All right, so Sandra, unmute yourself and tell us your goodness.
Absolutely, with pleasure. So my self-love journey was definitely started before I met my husband, and it's so funny because I remember in April I was like, I will meet my person 1st of October. I will meet my person 1st of October, and I met him 23rd of October. So I wasn't that off. But what is interesting, because during those 6 months, I was really on that self-love journey and really building my confidence, honoring myself. But only when I got into my relationship, I feel that is when I step into next level of self-love, because nobody ever believed in me as my husband does still. And, you know, like even in my business and the things that I do, I don't believe myself as much as he does. And it's so amazing to have somebody like that, because, you know, sometimes you really need to borrow somebody else's faith and somebody else's belief until we build our own. And it's amazing to have somebody like that with me every single day, who, you know, whenever I even go down a little bit, he's the first person to notice that, and then to bring me up and to lift me up and to encourage me and really to support me in everything that I do. So I feel because of him, I have this business. I'm helping women to find their partner, but also this year I started second business, and now we are starting third one. And it's just like, you know, it's just abundance everywhere once you really have that support. And second thing that I learned from him, which I really needed, because I'm workaholic and I can work all day, you know, like I had these moments before when I would sit for 3 days and just work on laptop to the point that my back hurts and I cannot sit anymore, you know. So he really taught me to cultivate joy in my life and to really cultivate playfulness, to cultivate all of these beautiful things that life is really about, you know, because without joy, without play, without all these beautiful moments, everything blends in and becomes almost like one long day, you know. So he really taught me to cultivate all of these beautiful things: joy, play, to connect with, you know, my desires when I was a kid, to really see what I want to do, or to express my creativity in so many different ways. So I feel that without him, I wouldn't have that part of myself, which now is really huge part of me. And I'm still learning and I'm still growing in that area. But I know that I wouldn't be in this place if it wasn't for him. And then also, what I just want to say to everyone, I never knew that communication in relationships can be so good until I met my husband. So we have our rules in communication. So for example, if we will argue, we would never, let's say, go to sleep without solving that argument. And really, that honesty that we can bring to each other and to our relationship is so huge and so important for any type of communication. So I just want to invite here everyone, not only in romantic relationships, but any relationships, to start communicating from the place of love, because that is completely different communication. When we are arguing, we are so defensive and we are defending who is right, who is wrong, I will prove you, and all that. But when you move from that place to a place of love, and you remember that this person loves you deeply and they care about you, and you love them and you care about them, everything else is irrelevant. Like, that argument becomes so ridiculous, and basically in a minute you find a common ground, and everything starts moving forward. So just invitation here that you can always ask yourself a question: do I want to be happy or do I want to be right? Because these things sometimes are mutually exclusive. So that can be a good place to start.
Thank you. I don't know if I can talk about this. I'm getting a little emotional. Woo! I might have to pass. So I'll come back to this later, maybe at the end. I need to gather myself. But Dr. Allen, let's get into your interview. So again, get in there, introduce yourself, and I'll can get back to my center here.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, wow. I'm really loving this. I'm really loving this session. I really honor you, Amy, and honor your emotions. And of course, it's going to be bringing things up for you right now. And that's obviously okay. We're all here loving you and holding you. Yeah, I mean, I guess love and relationship coach and intimacy coach, I would say as well. I'm very interested as well in sexual healing, which I think sometimes is, of course, a level that holds quite a lot of shame and that women don't talk about. So that's part of my Happy Wife, Happy Life program. And my soulmate manifestation program, and then my empowered feminine dating program, although I am really more focusing now towards the Happy Wife, Happy Life program and working with women in long-term relationships, and mostly women. Although I am collaborating with a somatic sex educator, a wonderful woman, and we're looking at dating as well with men and just across the whole gender spectrum too. So that's quite an exciting development for me. But yeah, I mean, mostly I focus on, so I'm really interested in the masculine and feminine dynamics and their expressions. And I'm really interested in their, how we express from a wounded masculine perspective, as opposed to an empowered masculine perspective, a wounded feminine perspective, and an empowered masculine perspective, and how we all have all of these sort of energies, the masculine and the feminine energies within us. So it doesn't actually matter if you're a man or a woman or whatever, but we've all got these different ways of expressing, either in our masculine or our feminine. So I'm very interested in delving into that in terms of relationships, and especially from the view of as a woman in a relationship with a man. And then, and then just quickly, moving, just to kind of say my other main area of interest and expertise that I sort of dovetail together in my coaching is the subconscious mind, and how the subconscious mind plays out. And both Lisa and Sandra, mentioned this in different ways, how we're all running programs, and this subconscious program has been there since we were, sometimes even in utero, who knows, in a past life, but, and so really reprogramming the subconscious mind and using the subconscious mind to literally create our reality. And I'm teaching now the law of assumption, which is actually, to me, a new world that has opened up to me following on from the law of attraction. And the law of assumption has got some very, very distinct differentiators from the law of attraction. And when you mix this masculine and feminine energy dynamic and understanding and embodiment of that with the law of assumption and reprogramming your subconscious mind, it's just, you've got this secret sauce juju, not only in your relationship, your romantic relationship, but your whole life. So that's really my thing.
All right. So my interest is definitely peaked on the law of assumption. Tell us about that, because I've not heard of that as of yet. So can you speak into that?
Sure, I'd love to. So the law of assumption, I would say I discovered towards the end of last year, having been somebody that's very interested and, you know, actively sort of practicing the law of attraction for, you know, decades. Well, yeah. So basically the law of assumption says that we literally create our own reality from our subconscious mind. So quite literally, whatever we think to be true, whatever we assume to be true, whatever we believe to be true is what plays out as true for us in our reality. So, you know, anything that we say like that. You know, Amy, when you say, you know, at the start of every day, you say, well, you know, I don't know, this day's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be unstoppable. And I am unstoppable. That is what is true for you. And that's literally what's going to happen. And it's the same if you wake up in the morning and you go, you know, oh, this is a really crappy day. You know, I just don't, this is just not, everything's going wrong for me. Or, you know, anything that you say, like, you know, I'm bad with money, or, you know, my husband's a louse, or, you know, somebody's always late, or, you know, the cliches of there's no good man left out there, or I can't find a good man, and all these different things. So when you understand that actually what you're saying literally becomes true in your reality, like objectifies in your reality, then you realize what one of the terms of the law of assumption is. You are the operant power. You're the operant power of your reality, and everyone is you pushed out. So every single person is you pushed out. And using the analogy of the movie screen that I know Lisa referred to there, it's like if you're sitting in a movie and there's absolutely no point in shouting at the screen, you know, and saying, stop doing that, you know, turn in the other direction, or there's somebody behind you, right? That is literally what it is like when you are trying to control your 3D circumstances. We call it trying to control other people, you know, trying to fix your husband, for example, you know, trying to fix other things and other, you know, so you always go inside, you always go into your subconscious. And there's a thing called, so we do this using affirmations, we do it using imaginal acts, meditations, writing, scripting, just what we say, but it's mainly about what we think and what we're feeling. Yeah,
I love that, because the assumption is a bit different than the manifestation, in that matter that you are the vehicle, you are the one who's really would you call it responsibility? I'm big on responsibility, like personal responsibility, and I get to decide how I want to be today.
Exactly. But like, then who you are is going to directly influence how people are showing up for you. So literally, especially when it comes to me working with women, you know, in marriages, you know, if you change your assumption about your husband, he is going to actually transform in front of your eyes. Now, it may not be immediate. It may take a while, and it depends how ingrained your assumption is. But in the world of the law of assumption, we call it recreating. So you can actually recreate your person. You can recreate anybody in your life. And I'm going to give you a really strong example. I could use my husband, but this example is kind of more prominent to me, is one of my kids. So I've got a 5-year-old, and he was having a really hard time at school, just didn't ever want to go to school, like really crying, you know, having meltdowns, so much so to the point where I was afraid I was going to get called in and get told, you know, well, we need to look into this kind of, you know, behavior thing. And, you know, maybe we need to use this label, maybe we need to use that label, you know. And I was just kind of getting into all this in my head. And I was aware of the law of assumption by now. So I'm talking a couple of months ago. I just started to go, no, you know what? I am the operant power of my reality. Everyone is me pushed out, including my kids. And I'm not having that. That's not actually what's going to happen in my reality. And I thought, he's a happy, relaxed, pleasant, I made an affirmation, right? So I created an affirmation that worked for me, that resonated for me, which was, he's a relaxed, happy child. He's totally cool about school. He's got no issues with going into school. He's totally cool. And I actually wrote a whole thing as well, just to get it all out there. He's like neurotypical, just because I don't be bothered with him having any labels or anything extra that he has to deal with, and literally within a few days, he started to because he was screaming, crying, didn't want to go to school. I don't want to go to school. I hate school, so much so it was like, oh my God, am I going to have to homeschool him? We're going to have to look at alternative education. I swear he has just completely transformed to the actual exact turn of phrase where he's just, about going to school, that's okay. I don't really mind. And so now that he's like, okay, I'm just going to go into school, okay. Now I'm starting to be able to go in the affirmation. He's thriving at school. He actually really enjoys school. He's thriving academically. Guess what? He just won a prize in school. He won an art competition. There was an artist in. He's like a Turner award-winning artist, and he chose my child out of all the other children as the winner of this art prize. And he's becoming conscientious at school. He's got loads of concentration. All he's getting are glowing reports, right? Glowing. And I honestly, and the thing about the law of assumption is when these things unfold, you think it would have happened anyway, but it might not have, because if I'd have gone down the road of, oh my God, there's something wrong with my kid. Oh, we better get tests done. Oh my goodness, then that's very easily what could have shown up for me with him, and it's exactly the same with your husband, it's the same obviously with yourself, and what you believe is true about you. That self-concept, so yeah, that's the magic.
Yeah, I love that, because I've been in relationships, or other people in relationships, where they think they can't change anything. And can you talk about the possibilities when you do maybe change your expectations, your assumptions, or the way you say it, and you get into more your feminine energy as you move in your relationship, and how that can really transform a relationship and allow for, transfers of like forgiveness, for him actually showing up for you and wanting to show up for you and help you. And can you speak into that?
For sure. Well, as I mentioned earlier, I came to understand that I was very much in my masculine energy in my relationship. And I traced it back to my relationship with my father, who was quite verbally abusive. And he's a wonderful, wonderful man, by the way. Like, I adore him now, but he had all his own trauma and all his own programming from his childhood. And so I grew up as a daughter of a father who was actually verbally abusive towards my mother and to me. And I could have done one of two things, I guess, when I was confronted with this as a child with my father. I could have retreated and contracted, but I was a fighter and I was feisty. So I was like, I'm not letting anybody talk to me like that, and I had this persona in school as well. So I became a fighter and aggressive and verbally aggressive. And so that's what I was carrying through into my relationship with my husband, but it doesn't always have to even be like really aggressive and shouty behavior to be in your wounded masculine energy. Your wounded masculine energy can look like explaining things all the time, trying to control things, scheduling everything, organizing everything, always being right. As Sandra said, like, I know better than anybody else. I know how to do the laundry. I know what way Christmas should look. I know what presents we should buy. I know where we should go on holiday. I know we need to decorate the house. I know everything about everything, right? And so what you're doing all the time, if you're in this dynamic, one, it's completely exhausting. And two, you're unknowingly completely emasculating your man. And so the man that you want you're maybe then looking outside of your marriage and you're thinking, oh my God, like my husband, he's kind of weak. He's not really the guy I want him to be. He's not showing up for me in the way that I want. Maybe that other guy would have been better. Maybe there's something wrong with my husband, or he's arguing with you and he's maybe putting you down and saying things. It's all because he's being emasculated and you don't realize that you're disrespecting him, So I would work with my clients as I worked on myself and just try to find, look at the ways in which we can tap more. First of all, once you're doing that, that's part of the problem, right? That's part of the solution, an awareness that you're doing it. And then, we want to look at ways that you can choose. Well, first of all, learn, reveal, remember how you are as a feminine being, as a feminine woman, because we are compelled so much in today's society to be so masculine. We've had to fight, right? Women's emancipation, feminism, the women's movement, of course, we've had to fight. But I think we're in a sort of a post-feminist era, and where we can embrace our femininity as something that is very strong and powerful. It does not have to be passive, but we don't have to be a man. We don't have to be in our masculine energy all the time. And so it's how to tap into that softer, more receptive, kind of flowing, creative mode of being. But, we can choose to be more like that when we're with our husband. And then we can choose to be more in our masculine energy when we're at work. You don't have to give one up to be, and we want to be a beautiful balance of both, but it really does serve your relationship well. And I'm talking about, a binary, I guess, masculine, feminine, man, woman relationship. It does serve that relationship well for the woman to be in her feminine energy, because that then allows this man, it activates his hero gene. You give him space to step up and be the man that you can look up to and feel cherished and protected by, because there's so much fear. The reason why we try to control our men and control everything is because we're scared. We're scared that they're not going to be able to, buy the Christmas presents, book the vacation, sort out the whatever, but you've got to trust. You've got to surrender, trust, and, and he might mess up, but then he's going to learn, he's going to learn himself, and he's going to be having a life lesson himself rather than a wife lesson. You need to do this. I told you then, Let him make his own mistakes. You don't have to, and so this has been a massive game changer for me in my marriage and my clients. Yeah.
I love that, because there's so many people in relationships, partnerships, marriages, whatever it is. Us women, we often say he's not capable, or he'll never do it. Right away, we go straight there, and I'm always like, why? Give them the opportunity to show up and learn and do it and figure it out. So, and you're saying trust, and I think that could be somewhat difficult for some women to really give up that control and trust. And so, can you do, maybe just open up to a trial run, give them, how do we open up? How do we start opening up this new idea that he is capable? There's nothing wrong with him. He can take care of the kids by himself and keep them safe. He can take care of this and book the vacation. So how can we start doing that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a risk. It is a risk, and it does take courage, and it takes being vulnerable. And there are lots of different kinds of tools and processes that we can take ourselves through inside. We do the inner work. You do the inner work, and absolutely, and this is where the beauty of the law of assumption comes in, working alongside the feminine, masculine energy expression. So you're going to be using your affirmations. So you're going to be reprogramming your subconscious all the time, you know, like it's a practice, it's a discipline. You're going to be, you know, you can make an affirmation along the lines of, my husband is a strong, capable, empowered man. My husband is always showing up for me. My husband is completely reliable. My husband is wonderful even, you know. There's so many different affirmations, and you keep on saying them. And the thing about the affirmations is you don't actually have to believe them at first, because you know what? Your subconscious doesn't know the difference between if you believe it or not. You're just repeating it, repeating it, repeating it. And then you can take it to a deeper level where, like, one of the processes that I take my clients through and that I do regularly myself is that, you know, you lie in bed, you get into a meditative state. And we all know, you know, how to, you know, most of us have sort of definitely experimented and got into different kind of rhythms with meditation. Yeah, fake it till you make it, Abla, absolutely. You know, meditation and visualization and prayer. But, you know, when you're aware of the law of assumption and you really know that you are the creator of your reality and everyone is you pushed out, you just lie there and you just imagine him saying the things that you want him to say, doing, you know, being them, you know, taking care of things in the way that you want to take care of things, him to take care of things. So there's lots of different layers and stages and, you know, like ways that you can affirm this to yourself until you start to believe it. And then little by little, you will start to see evidence of it. It'll just start to happen. Usually, there's obviously exceptions sometimes, you know, but and as we know that what you focus on expands. So this is definitely going to be shifting your focus away from everything he's doing wrong to focusing on the things that he's doing right. And I, of course, encourage my clients to, like, you know, write down like gratitude lists every day of like, what are you grateful for with your husband? You know, what has he done right? Because as women, we're always looking at what the heck he's done wrong, you know. So when you've got all these different little pieces together, you know, like one of my clients, she couldn't believe her husband was just like always on the sofa, like he was drinking loads, he was like not fit, you know, he was never doing what he said he was going to do. And of course, you really feel like that's his problem, right? He needs to read some self-help books, he needs to join the gym, he needs to stop drinking, you know. But once she started to implement all these tools, he just little by little really it's that's why, you know, I say it's like, seems like miraculous or magical. Like, honestly, she came down from putting the kids to bed one night and she came down the stairs and she was like, what? He had like candles lit, he had like a cheese board, he had wine, he was like, let's choose a movie. He was like a different person, but it actually wasn't him that was different, it was her. It was her that was different, and her reality had changed. It's like literally the law of assumption to me, it's like literally, it's like jumping timelines. It's like quantum, and you're like jumping timelines, you're shifting into different dimensions, you know, and that's the capability that we have as human beings that we're just starting to discover.
Yes, and I want to add to that, you know, just say thank you. Forget that wasn't done. Just try to let that go. Just say, you know what, you did such a beautiful job here. Thank you so much for that. Like, and it's vulnerable for, I think, women to give up that fight and to actually go to love and appreciation. Yeah. I think that's a real thing. Yeah. Why do you think that's so hard? That it's like it's easier to say something that needs to be fixed other than something that's uplifting and appreciative.
I mean, it definitely comes from our pain body, and it comes from our trauma, and it comes from our defense, you know, the walls that we've built up, you know, our defense mechanisms. It's self-protection, you know, it's survival mode, you know, and 2 million year old brain. Yeah, it's the reptilian brain, right? Quite often it's because it's very vulnerable to open up our hearts and say what we really feel. And like, you know, what Sandra was saying about always coming from love, sometimes it's much easier to just lash out. And like one of the phrases, because I've got like cheat phrases that I would take my clients through as well, and you know, just to help them in terms of communication, speaking like Manglish, like speaking the language that men will respond well to sometimes. I know there are men on this call, so, sorry if I'm completely wrong here. You can let me know. But, one of the things is, thank you for taking care of that. Literally, thank you for taking care of that. And it could be just anything very small, picking up the kids, making the dinner. It doesn't have to be this big gushing, oh my God, although that's okay too. There's a place for that. But just generally speaking, thank you for taking care of that. But certainly this kind of inability to just be, as we all know, as we're learning, vulnerability is the new strength. It takes a lot of courage to be vulnerable in our most intimate relationships with our men who love us the most. You think it would be easy to be vulnerable, in those relationships. It's not always, though.
I would say, yeah, I think that's where women really struggle, is in their love relationships. I don't know if men do, but women, I think they really struggle with that. Because I was talking to one woman, and I was like, why don't you just compliment him on it? No, because then he'll think I'm weak. I'm like, well, would you support and compliment your friends? Oh yeah, sure, I would do that. I was like, and not for your man? What's happening here? Where's the disconnect? Like,
it's because as women, I believe that culturally, and in society, we have been taught from a very young age that we have to be really strong and aggressive and ballsy. We've got to have balls, actually. And so we've got to be really tough, and we don't want to show anything that's a sign of weakness, because it's girly, and we, girls can't, you don't want to run like a girl and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, a good example, I remember sort of in my kind of research, that somebody had said that, look, for a long time, I was actually afraid to make my husband a cup of tea, in a way, because I thought like I was giving up my rights as a woman. My woman's rights were being, because like, why would I make my husband a cup of tea? He should be making, I don't know, something along those lines. But I just think we've got quite a distorted view based on our cultural, societal, political influences, which are quite distorted in terms of what it means to be a woman, and in a relationship with a man. Yeah.
So I know we're running up against the clock. So I know you have a free gift for our audience. If you would speak into that, I will put it in the chat box.
Sure. So I have developed something that I called marriage concept. So your concept of your marriage is very much what is going to be true for you about your marriage. So you can tell a lot about a woman's marriage as to how they speak about their husband. So obviously Lisa, Sandra, and I have got great marriages because of how we talk about our marriage, So your own personal concept, and this can even be how you talk about your wedding. Some people, the wedding was a disaster, this happened, that happened. But anyway, my gift is a list of marriage concept affirmations, which you can use to program your subconscious, to train your brain to think about about how you feel about your marriage and your husband, which will have a massively it's just a starter into how you can start to transform your marriage. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. So we come to the end, and what I like to do is, if you could unmute yourself and give us like a takeaway, a quote, something inspiring that you've learned, or that and that you can give to our audience. Who wants to go first? Big takeaway. A poem, a song.
Well, I can start first, if that's okay. So I just want to share here with, because I see that there are quite a few women following this, that one of the biggest things that I discovered, even though I'm working with women mainly in their relationships and attracting their partner, one of the biggest things that I see is that women don't give themselves a permission to really go for it. And they are all almost like apologizing if they are wanting too much, because society is always saying, lower your standards, you're asking too much. And all of these phrases, which basically is just setting you on the path of living an unhappy life, because your desire is showing you where you should go. So if my standard is that, if my desire is that, why should I lower that? Why should I settle for something less than that and then go for a relationship where I won't be happy? So I just want to give permission to every woman out there to be who she is and to desire everything that she wants to be, because the truth is you can be, do, and have anything that you want. And if you believe anything less than that, it's a lie. So reprogram it quickly. You learned here how. And thank you so much for this. I mean, I enjoyed so much listening to Lisa and Ellen. It's so amazing to be here with these amazing women. And thank you, Amy, for hosting this. It's so beautiful.
Oh, you're welcome. I don't know what's happening with this group, but I'm in tears the whole time. I don't know. Our energy together is like,
Yeah.
Cleansing, you know?
I've actually got goosebumps. What's going on?
But I truly resonated with all that women said here. And it's so amazing to be part of this group and just to share all of this and just to show everyone what is possible. Because, you know, like, I'm not special for having my marriage, and none of these women are special to having their marriages. We just decided to go for it. Like, one point in time, I made decision, you know what? I will find my soulmate, and that is it. Like, I won't settle for anything less. I won't, you know, listen to anything else but for myself. And I decided to trust myself and my guidance. And that's why I have this. So now is invitation for you to listen to your guidance, to trust yourself and to go for it. Give yourself permission to go for it. Because I see, for example, guys, like I see my husband, when he's supposed to invest something in himself, either money, time, or whatever, he's all over it. Like, oh, I need help with this. Let me hire a coach. Oh, I need help with golf. Let me do this. Like, there is no, should I do it? Shouldn't I do it? Is it too much? Oh, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I need that. Let me do it. And we women are so doubting, like, I don't know. Is it worth it? That just shows that we don't believe that we are worth money, time, energy, whatever you are doubting. So give yourself permission and go for it, because time is now.
Yes. Thank you, Sandra. All right, who wants to jump in and give us a takeaway? Dr. Ellen?
Sure. I just want to say, you know, that you are the operant power of your reality, and everyone is you pushed out. So what is going on inside of you, in your heart, in your mind, everything, that is what you're going to see on the outside. So that's very powerful. And, you know, use it wisely, and as anything is possible. And also, you know, it's okay to be vulnerable. And I've got a little self-concept affirmation here, which is, I'm letting my walls down and opening my heart so everyone around me can see me and love me. As we love you, Amy, for letting your walls down and opening your heart. So
thank you.
Yeah.
I got a show to do, guys. It's like too much. All right, Lisa.
Well, I think that with everything that was said, there was so many pearls that people could already have taken away, and hopefully you took some wonderful ones for yourself. I would love you to also always remember and never forget that you're already fab. And fab is fabulous, awesome, beautiful. And remember that, because when we think we have to, again, become something versus be something, do something versus be, we make it work. And it's not work, it's just being. And when you learn to really love yourself, there's an acronym I use all the time, is remember to fly. And fly is first love yourself. Every relationship starts with you. And you are the most important person. And you need to remember that. You're already fabulous, awesome, beautiful.
Woo! All right, ladies. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for today and everything that you said. And as I said, there was, like you said, Lisa, there's so many great nuggets in this segment. And this is my vision of the Unstoppable You in fruition, and its full embodiment of what I really wanted to bring to our audience and to us and to the whole world, so that we can vibrate out in love and great information and, you know, new possibilities. Because without those possibilities, you know, We don't want to go small. We want to go big. So again, thank you, ladies, and have a beautiful rest of your day. And happy birthday to Handsome, and enjoy everything. All right, all right, all right, ladies. Bye bye. Let's see here. All right, everybody. Woo! That was a very emotional segment. Something about that. The three of us, the four of us, that dynamic really took me to the next level. But yeah, so I hope that it looks like you guys had some great takeaways, and that we could take this information into our daily life. I love that that assumption where you are, assuming that it's going to be a beautiful day, and to push out from that energy. You're welcome, Abla, and that that the importance of love in life, the importance of seeing each other as just human, and at that base, and to say thank you, and to love and appreciate each other, because sometimes we get stuck in our circumstances and we lose sight of what's really truly important. And somehow we think the circumstance of time, like Sandra said, like time or money or energy, or these bad relationships, you don't like your job, and these circumstances, we think that's where we should put our questions and our thought and our energy. And in the work that I do with my clients, like, it's really about turning the questions inward and ask yourself, what do I want? Who do I want to be in this situation? Not that the situation is not going to happen, but how do I want to show up in that? Am I truly happy here? Am I fulfilled? I remember looking for others to make me happy. I remember looking outside of myself for validation. I remember waiting, often in loneliness and uncertainty, for answers to come to me from the outside, from my circumstances. And these circumstances are just floating around. They're moving. They're just like this disruption of energy. And what I found to be true is that to disrupt that energy, I had to go deep inside of myself, so I could be the calm within the storm, right? And we all have that ability within us. And you saw 3 beautiful women in front of you today, and you're going to see more throughout the day, that yes, disruptions happen. Yes, circumstances are not as we want them to be always. But when we look inside and we go inside for and get to know ourselves and love ourselves, and I talk about that fire within ourselves that is like that burning desire to really be who we are. When we tap into that and we ask those questions that are built on our desires, what we truly desire and what we want, then you get to that inner connection. You get to that strength. You get to that knowing. And I want to ask you, is this your time now? Are you ready to get to that knowing? Are you willing to let go of those stories and circumstances and get into what you truly desire and switch your energy going forward? And this is a moment you ask yourself, am I ready? Is this what I truly desire? And if it's a yes, and you want to have a conversation with me, I'm going to drop that in the chat box with you. I've opened up my calendar. I'm going to put it in the chat box. And I would love to have that conversation with you, so that we can get to what you really want. Like, what do you really want? Because all of us, I know for a fact, want to be seen. We want to be loved. And we want to show up for our lives in a way that we're proud of. And we want to attract the love of our life. We want to attract beautiful relationships. We want to attract that business we desire, or that feeling that we want to, that we are on purpose in our life. So I encourage you to take that leap. Let's have a talk. Let's chat about it. Let's get you to new possibilities in your life, because I'm passionate about that. I'm excited about that. And I'm here. So with that, I'm going to introduce our next set of experts. And I'm super excited about this segment. And I'm going to add people into the stream. Ashana, good morning. Hello. I'm going to mute you real quick. Does everyone know how to mute themselves off and on? And okay, so I'm going to unmute you and introduce you one at a time first, and then we'll get into our interviews. I know we are still waiting for Kate. I think she might have popped on, but maybe popped off. But who we have in front of us today right now is Nicole Haley. Welcome, Nicole. She is a dating and love coach, and she ignites your inner transformation within. She helps women navigate their relationship they have with themselves, so they can fully embody their femininity, confidence, and belief that they are worthy of happiness and love. I think worthiness is really an important topic that we can speak into for us women. And she really wants you to discover how to create your authentic relationship without having to sacrifice or settle for anything that you don't deserve. Welcome. And now we also have Ashana. Ashana is a premier healing music artist and new age vocalist of our time. I'm super excited to speak into this because sound healing and is so interesting to me. So she weaves together soaring angelic vocals and the celestial sound of alchemy crystal singing bowls. She's a pioneer in creating the genre of healing music. And I'm excited to speak with her also because she has a beautiful story of transformation and really healing and understanding of that. So I'm super excited to jump in with her on that. But first, what's going to happen is we're going to start with Nicole Haley. And if you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself to us and tell us what you're seeing out in the world and how you work with women and all that good stuff.
All right, thank you. Super excited to be here. Yeah, it's interesting times. I've been approached numerous times on how do we start dating? How do we approach the dating world right now as the world starts opening up and things start to shift and different ways of being is starting to show. So yeah, I've got lots of insight for you today and just looking at like, how do we want to present ourselves? Some of us may be coming from long-term relationships that had a long distance experience. Some of us may be coming from where we've been together a lot and we're like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I even like this person anymore. We've been in each other's back pockets too much, to like, how do I interact with somebody? It's been so long since I've even been close to anybody because it's 6 feet apart, or I've been insulated in with just my small bubble of friends or connections. So there's lots of things that are shifting and a lot of curiosity with people in how to move forward. And I think a lot of the big things is what I share a lot when I work with my women is really probably a lot of what's been going on today from the sounds of it is that inner knowing and really getting clear on like, what is it we're feeling inside of ourselves and what are our emotional triggers and what are we feeling in that and how do we move through it so we really stay powerful and in alignment to what you want. And I know we get hijacked, I use that word all the time, by different circumstances. And it's like, what do we do in that moment that we don't shut down, pull away, or lean out from what we really desire? So how do we move through those moments with such finesse and such ease that it just becomes really natural? Mhm.
Beautiful. Yes. And I think there's so many ways to go with this, but I think I want to speak into that relationship that you guys been locked down together for so long. It's like, I'm sure you found out so much about your partner that you might have not have known, good, bad, and indifferent. So, can you speak about that? Like, what do you see in that circumstance, and where are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities in that? In really, yeah, whether you're over it or in it.
Okay. So I think the opportunity in that is like when we're in a space that is so confined and we've been in each other's back pockets, I kind of find that we lose that sexual tension. We start to become like roommates. We start to unconsciously maybe take each other for granted when we've been in each other's space so much. There's not enough tension. And when we've been working from home or been restricted, we don't have those outside environments to use to create that space, that natural space. And so when we've been in it so much, it's like, how do we create space in a home, in a condo, in a very restricted place? And it's learning that skill so that we can still create that mystery in our relationship. And that's what we're really wanting to cultivate, is some mystery, some interest, some curiosity of that person. And so that's part of that curiosity of how do I create that in my own home? And how do I ignite that again now that maybe we have been almost roommates? How do we get back into that? And then you may be in a place where it shifted a lot and it's like, maybe we're not aligned anymore. And what did I learn about myself? What did I learn that I need in order to have my needs met, in order to feel fulfilled? What do I need now moving forward if this isn't going to work in this current relationship? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, yes. So, yeah, so we're in a situation where we're more like roommates.
Yeah, it can be. Sometimes I think that I've had a lot of clients come to me with that. And then I've had a lot of clients that are like so ready for a relationship. Like they've realized just how much that living that independent life, it really highlighted like in these moments that they really want to be with somebody, and recognizing that value, and now looking at what do they need moving forward, what type of relationship, what has been in the way in the past, are they willing to move through that and step into something different? And so really looking at that element and figuring out, what's important to you? What do you want to be in this experience?
Yeah, and I know that you want to talk about discovering your love saboteur that blocks you in your love life.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of those and then dive deeper.
Yeah. So what you'll find is probably when you're living with your partner or dating, you're going to have these moments where we get triggered. So that's kind of this whole idea of really uncovering what is those emotional triggers. And there's about 7 of them. And they're these amazing aspects of who we are. But when we get into this judge and this critical voice, we tend to turn up this volume. And what became these really great qualities kind of can overfunction and almost sabotage our relationship. So for example, like a nurturer, you might be a really nurturing person. You have this deep care for other people. You can kind of sense the environment. So when you go on a date, you might really feel like, oh, this guy's having a bad day. I'm really going to listen. Or maybe in a relationship, your partner really likes nice meals, and so you're making that, or you're just kind of this natural nurturer. But when we start to get triggered, or we're starting to like feel that critical voice or that need to feel safe and secure, that volume gets turned up on that saboteur or those qualities, and they become almost sabotaging. So that nurture can all of a sudden make it all about somebody else, and then their needs never get met. They don't really get acknowledged. So they may be dating and maybe they don't want to go for dinner. Maybe they didn't like that restaurant, or maybe they'd rather do something else. And that person's really now uncomfortable bringing it up because they don't want to hurt that person's feelings. They want to be easygoing. They want to please. They want to make sure that person feels well. In a relationship, that can show up as well. We're really caring about our partner, but maybe something's really bothering us and we don't want to rock the boat, or we make it about everybody else in that relationship and we get resentful. So it's like noticing that these really beautiful aspects can have this overdrive, they're over functioning when that volume gets turned up, when we're feeling slightly insecure, when we're feeling a bit anxious, when we're not feeling very safe. We'll try to create that safety, and these qualities then can kind of overshadow what we actually are trying to get. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry. I
Yeah.
have to. So I'm just thinking to myself, you were talking about there's 7 of them. So
Mhm.
I'm just thinking to myself, if you're a nurturer, you're an overdrive, would you use another quality to balance that out? Or
Yeah.
what? Yeah.
So you would almost just like, because it's almost like you're over nurturing. So you want to learn how to turn that down. And so I call it like accessing this sage part of you, this authentic element. And it's noticing when you're in this overdrive, how do you start shifting out of it? And it's kind of like SOS. In that moment, you're like emotionally triggered, you're overreacting. You need kind of like an SOS moment. And so one of those SOSs is just rubbing your forefinger, your thumb and your finger together so gently that you can feel the ridges of your thumb and your fingerprint. And what you're doing in that moment is kind of like that mindfulness. It's very tactile, but it instantly stops those neurological pathways that are going down a certain path, creating a story, creating an experience, a belief. It stops it in that moment and it gives you choice because it just brings you back to your body. You're breathing, you're really in that moment. And now you can be like, what's here for me in this moment? Why am I upset? What am I bothered by this? What do I need? Or you may not know anything in that moment, but you've just taken that breath and you may still be in the story or in the overfunctioning, but at least you're starting to catch yourself and starting to turn down that volume, being like, wait a minute, maybe it's okay that I bring up what I need. Maybe if I just say it this way, he'll get what I mean or she'll understand what I need in that moment. So it's just learning this new muscle to interrupt our thought process to give us other options. But sometimes when we're in it. And it's not until you're like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? How did this happen? Or why am I feeling this way?
Yeah, I love that interruption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have to remember that because we do get in the moment and we are just like, we are full force going that way.
Yeah.
And it's hard. It's hard to mentally stop yourself sometimes. It's easier to do a physical action, I think, to interrupt that.
Yeah, you're right. Because I think what happens is these great things about us when we're being hijacked, and I think I saw it in somewhere in the comments, that reptile part of our brain, that part of our brain that wants survival to feel secure and safe, takes over. It's then that critical voice. It's going to say like, yeah, you really need to like make that person like you, do this or say that. And it's like, oh, okay. And so you kind of go in that behavior when really that's not maybe really aligned to who you want to be and how you want to show up. So it's learning to catch those moments. Mm-hmm.
So 7, we went through 1, which is nurturing, like 7.
There's nurturing. There's nurturing. There's the achiever. So when you're overachieving, you're trying to prove, you're in this like, maybe a great aspect of it is you get a lot of things done. You're great at accomplishing things. But when you're in a relationship or dating, maybe you're trying to impress them. Or maybe you're so focused on your accomplishments that you miss the relationship, what that partner needs. So there's that overachiever. And then you've got your introspector. So that's someone who's really reflective. They kind of go inward. They do a lot of self-analyzing. But when they're over introspective, they tend to be like almost a bit like in a victim state. Like they're not sure that this person really cares. They need a lot of reassurance. They're uncertain. And so they may show up a little bit needy, or maybe even trying to get their needs met by whining and trying to get that reassurance, as opposed to just really owning it.
So can you say that one again?
The introspector. It's like introspecting. You're just kind of reflecting a lot. And then
is that like an analyzing, or is it more like an
intro? It's more like, it's like kind of like on the negative side, it'd be like that victim state. And so when you're not in the victim, what's the positive? It's like you're really introspective. You're really reflecting. You're really in tuned. But if you're too in tuned, then it's almost like you kind of got caught up in your own thoughts, and it kind of can start to be woe is me at times because you're so in your thoughts and you're forgetting the outside world and how they're influencing or impacting as well, or how you're impacting it. The other one you've got is like the adapter. So someone who's really easygoing, even keel, they can adapt really well. But on the flip side, they may be adapting so much that they're afraid to rock the boat. They don't bring up what they need. They all of a sudden feel at the moment, so they're going along with what that guy wants or that woman wants. And then all of a sudden they're just not okay with it because they've been like adapting so much. Or they may be like so accommodating that they just kind of don't bring bring up arguments. They kind of avoid conflict. It's like uncomfortable. So if things are going good, why would I bring up anything? Let's just leave it as it is. But then maybe there's something that's really bothering them and that they need to be able to speak up. So it's just learning when we're in that overdrive, there's some aspects that we really aren't in line with ourselves.
And I think that when you are in first relationship, I don't know about the men, but I'm going to assume that yes too, that you got both parties in adapter mode.
Yeah.
Many a times. So how can we really how can we shift that, make that shift, because we don't we don't want to call out the elephant in the room or be open. So how can we start doing that? Because I think that would make dating and relationships, a lot more real and easier on some level.
Yeah, because I think what you're saying is that idea of like when we're in that over adapting, right? We're making it all about that other person. And sometimes we're not being authentic to ourselves. We're not true to ourselves, right? And then have you ever heard like later on, you're like, well, I didn't know you didn't like to do that. You never said that. You've been along with it all this time. Why would it change now? And it's because, well, I was doing it because I wanted you to like me, or I was doing it because I wanted you to be okay with this, only to find out we're out of alignment. So it's really noticing, and it's like those SOS moments and bringing yourself back into your body and getting honest with yourself. Am I okay with this moment? What do I want instead? And I think it's being honest with ourselves. I talk about that so much with my clients, because in honesty with ourselves, then you start to learn to be honest with the other person and trust that that right person will be able to handle it. And if they can't, or they're offended, then those are maybe some triggers and some red flags you can start looking at, because you want to be with someone that you really get to be yourself. And the more you're comfortable being yourself, your authentic self, your true self, the more you're going to be okay if someone isn't okay with you, because you're going to be like, all right, next, like, this is who I am. And I've really come to accept myself. I remember we were talking about that self-worth piece. Like when you have worth, when you really believe in yourself, you're more okay with being true to yourself and okay that maybe someone else isn't okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's so important, because it's like, it gets to, when you're not in that place, you're moving from a different place. With each no or rejection or bad day, it's physically hurts many times.
Yeah.
It is totally. You do have that physical reaction. So let's talk about worth and women. Let's go there, because I think this is an important conversation. I know Mark has a question too, so we're going to get to that, Mark. But yeah, so let's talk about self-worth in women and where we are with that.
Yeah, I think our worth in ourselves as women really is this opportunity to strengthen. We've been conditioned by so many messages that really can rattle us who we are and who we should be. And I think it's a journey of really coming to ourselves and really seeing who we are and starting to accept ourselves and the value we bring. And worth a lot of times has been like hinged on whether we're in a relationship or not. Like we've been conditioned by society, like I'm worthy because someone chose me because now I'm in a relationship. And so there's this belief that like, oh my gosh, if I'm single or if this relationship's not working, I don't want to end it because my value, my worth hangs on this relationship. And I think we have to reshift that a lot, because that makes them feeling single that I'm not worthy because someone didn't choose me, or this relationship might not be working for me, but I don't want to not be in it. So therefore I'll try to make it work. I'll stay in it longer. Or that we look at people who are divorced or separated and think, oh, they couldn't make it out. They couldn't make that work. That's not good. They must not be very worthy to be chosen to stay with. And so we have this connotation of our worth hanging on our relationship status. And I think we really need to change that as a society. But it first has to change in with ourselves and really believe that my relationship does not determine my value or my worth. I add value and it brings value, but it doesn't make my value. And that's the key. And so the more you're comfortable really owning who you are, and by owning yourself, really looking at the qualities of who you are, what you show up in a relationship, what makes you you, and you start to love that part of you, the relationship is an element of you. It's not all of you. And so you get to separate it and really own that piece of you. And then it's like you, that person, and the relationship, right? And so there's 3 elements as opposed to I'm now in a relationship and that's who I am. It's like, no, you're still that individual, and the relationship is an entity of itself that you can identify and hold into place, but it doesn't make you that person. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and sometimes I find when I talk to women in relationships who aren't necessarily happy that it's the thing they know. Being single out there, they don't know that. So they're not as willing to go to what they don't know, and they stay where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
So so can you speak into that and how that plays?
So do you mean like when women are in that single space, they stay in that single mindset? Is that what you mean?
No, so a lot of women in relationships stay in an unhappy relationship because that's the thing that they know.
Yes, it's that familiarness. Yeah. And it's a familiar energy. And we get almost conditioned that this becomes normal. This is our new normal, this way of being or being treated. And sometimes it's our self-identity. What is our identity? And our identity will identify certain behaviors. And our identity gets developed really young in life. And so if we've learned that people dismiss our feelings, that we're not important, that maybe we don't belong, so it'll be very familiar when we go into a relationship. We will can attract that experience, co-create that experience to mimic or to feel very familiar with what we know. So the key is really shifting that self-identity. What's those identities at a deep level that we've taken on, and how do we shift so that we can create something different? But you're right, a lot of people when they're in it though might not even have that conversation. They're like, this is just normal. And outside friends and family are like, no, that you deserve better, or that's not exactly how relationships are. And so it's really helping them to slowly see it. But it takes some rewiring in the brain, in the way of being, to see that it could be something different for yourself. And trust that. It's scary, right? Change is scary. We're reptile brains. We're meant for predictability. And so that's why transformation and change is really hard. I don't know how many people on here have read a lot of books, have watched a lot of webinars, have had therapy, and they're like, why is this still not shifting? Or why am I still in this place? And it's because change triggers this insecurity in ourselves, this need for predictability. And when we start to change, we're losing that predictability. And so we will come back to what we know and can predict, even if it's not the thing we want anymore. So there's going to be change anxiety. And so when you know you have that's coming, you can embrace it. And you can be like, oh my God, I'm anxious because I'm changing. Oh, I'm doing this new behavior and I'm feeling anxious, rather than stop the behavior. Like, oh, this is part of the process. I know as soon as I start changing or asking for what I want or speaking up, it's going to feel uncomfortable and I'm going to get anxious, and that's okay. It's part of the process. So when you can tell yourself that, you may be allowing that space to actually shift into what you want. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
So let's go on with, because Peggy wants to know the 3 other ways to sabotage a relationship.
Oh yeah, so there's the challenger. So the challenger really likes to take different, sees a situation and wants to solve it. They like things going a certain way. They can see the big picture. But on the flip side, when it's turned up, it almost comes like controlling. Like they want to control the situation because they can see it, they can see how it fits, and they want to make it happen. And so you might be on a date and you might be like planning the date or telling the guy where to park, and then telling your partner how to do something, even though he did it well. You might be now wanting to overdo it, like telling him how to do it and do it better. So that challenger can, when it's great, it can make the situation, put the pieces together, solve it. But when it's in that overdrive, it'll control. And then the other one is the analyzer. So that's that person that like can see things, processes, really thinks about it, and kind of can put the pieces together and analyze it. But when you're in overdrive, you're like overanalyzing. You're in your head. You're missing the moment. You might be getting a text and you're like, well, normally they respond in like 3 hours. And it's now been another day, 24 hours. What does that mean? Or he had 3 emojis this time. And what did that mean? Or you might have a partner who's like normally gives you a hug and you left it that afternoon without a hug. And you're like, well, what did that mean? Like everything is analyzing. So you're having a really hard time being in that moment because you're like over processing it all. On the flip side, when it's turned down, you're able to see information and you can put the pieces together, but it's when it's overdriving, you're like stuck in it. Yes. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, the seventh one. Oh my gosh, my brain now just went. Give me a second, I'll try to remember it now. I've been listing them all off on my fingers. So
Analyzer.
Oh, I know what it is.
Nurturer.
Idealist. So you're an
Idealist.
idealist. So an idealist loves things to be a certain way. You have this vision, you love things to look a certain way, but when it's turned up, it's like you're an overanalyst. It's like a perfectionist. It's like you idealize it, you want it to be a particular way, you have high standards, high expectations, and you want people to follow that. So when it's turned down, the idealist has this way of showing up, self-directed, really clear, but when it's in that overdrive, it shows up like this perfectionist, and people feel like they have to perform or walk on eggshells because they're not sure if they're doing it right around you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the reaction is people walking on eggshells.
Mm-hmm. Can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Well, I've been many of those in year 7. I think we've all right? It sounds like so. We can identify with
Oh, well, you will. And you know what's interesting? You'll have all of them you'll identify, but there'll be moments where you'll have one more than the other. Like it's kind of your dominant one. That's kind of your go-to. Mm-hmm. And then you'll play in all of those for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So the important thing is to recognize when you're there.
Yeah.
And turn it down.
Yeah. And usually you can ask
turn
yourself,
it up.
It's like, what am I feeling? Like those are those questions like SOS. What am I feeling in this moment? What am I trying to get in this moment? What was I hoping was the outcome? And most of the times it's to feel safe. Like I want to feel safe. I want to feel heard or seen. And we're doing it in a way that isn't really working. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like we're trying to, for me, it used to be like from not being seen, I would overcompensate that by just like in your face, this is this is it.
Yeah.
So, and I think that did not serve me at all. Right. But it came from the core of me having those wounds.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's where a lot of this comes from, right? That reptile brain is some childhood wounds. We get that. I call that critical voice, that inner mean judge. It shows up and it kind of hijacks us. And then when it hijacks us, we go into these behaviors and they actually sabotage us now instead of helping us. And it's just noticing it. I remember when I had this idea, like when I was dating a guy very young, I found myself doing his laundry in like 5 dates, 6 dates. We were at his house and I was doing laundry and I'm like, what am I doing? And I was like, at the time I was like, oh, he's going to think I'm such a great girlfriend. Like he's totally want to see me long term. Like, look how nice I am. I'm helping him out. But that's not the right timing to do that. Like I was totally off. But in my mind, I was an over-nurturer. I was over-nurturing that moment, trying to get him to think how great I was. Right. And that's unhealthy. And it's like, how do you learn to like SOS or recognize that and feel that in a different way? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a big SOS. So tell me, so tell me, Melody would like to have the 3 SOS questions in the chat. So can you
try to do that
again?
after? Yeah, you just want to ask yourself, like, what am I feeling in this moment? What do I need in this moment? And how can I give that to myself first? And you might not know those answers, to be honest, at first, because sometimes we don't ask that. And it's like, I don't know what I need. And then if you kind of sit with it a bit more, and like you were saying, Amy, kind of doing that inner work, like we have all those answers inside of ourselves. We're just so used to getting them outside of us answered first that we forget to go inward. And so it just takes a little bit of practice feeling into it. Mm-hmm.
The question mark at the end because I forgot it. Sorry. Yes, I think those are so important to really ask yourself, as I was saying earlier, like bring everything inward, bring the questions inward. And because you don't even, when you're dating especially, you don't even know who's in front of you and if they're even worthy of a response, right? Can you
Yeah.
speak about that? Like,
Oh gosh,
you
yeah.
know.
Well, I think what happens is when we're dating, and kind of to Mark's question is, how do you empower somebody when you're dating? Is like really feeling empowered yourself. And I think what happens is we unconsciously pedestal people. We give them a lot of credit right away. So women will have a hard time approaching a guy, or when a guy approaches, because in her mind, she's given him 20 points of what she's looking for just by his looks or his online profile. And yet, so then all of a sudden she feels insecure or inadequate. And now she has to feel like she's somehow feels better than him. And it's just the weird energy. And I think men do it as well. We pedestal women. And the reality is we're just human. And when we look at somebody or read their profile or go on maybe 1 or 2 dates, they are only maybe checking off 2, 3, maybe 5 things that you want out of 20. But we tend to give them all those points right away. And the reality is you need to slow down. That's what dating is. It's to slow down and really get to know that person. And when you realize like, oh yeah, they're attractive. They look like they might have the kind of lifestyle I want by their body or by the food they just ordered or by what they wrote in their profile. But that's only maybe 3 or 4 things. I want to know, are they kind? Are they respectful? What's their value around family? What do they want in the future? Like, we don't know that information. So we can't assume we're on that same page. It takes time to get to know and to really see somebody. And I think if we allow ourselves to slow down and to slow down the dating process, we won't get attached so quickly, because what we're really doing is attaching to the idealism of who that person is or who we think they represent. And then we're like, oh my gosh, I need to make this work. There might not be anyone else like this again. We connected on conversation. We connected on maybe values of spirituality or on life goal. This is it. I got to make this work. And the reality is you don't know about anything else that you connect on or that's important to you. And so then we like start trying to make this work or forcing it or missing red flags because we don't want to see it because we've created this idealism of this person.
Yes. And I have a client that I'm helping her on her dating and her self-worth and all that. And she, at one point, was so quick when she got the message, how it was written, so quick to like this guy. You don't even know the guy. Right. You haven't gone out with the guy. You haven't sat down with him face to face and had a conversation. It was a good reflection. It was how fast we attach ourselves to these illusions. Yeah. Even in a text or an email, it's an illusion. It's not real. Yeah. So how do you help your clients with that? Because, I'm like, take a step back.
Yeah. Yeah. Breathe. Notice which one of your saboteurs are hijacking you, right? Are you in that like overachieving right now? You're trying to achieve and win him over. Are you like, what are you showing up? So that's some curiosity there. And also just recognizing like, wow, I tend to tell my clients like, wow, if you're jumping in really quick, like the positive side is it's a catalyst. It's awoken you up to realizing you want something and that this is important to you. Like, wow, how beautiful is that? And this might not be the person that'll give it to you, but you've awoken the desire, right? That's usually why we're attaching. This is why we're so excited. We finally are feeling things we might not have felt in a long time or knew that was important to us or realized like, oh my goodness, I do want this. But then we kind of make that person that can give it to us when really it's not the person. They've just awoken the desire in us. And when you can pull that apart, you can start to see this person for who they are and the desires that you now know are important that you want to have more of. Okay? Sometimes we connect it and then we hold on and then we grieve the relationship. We grieve that person when it might not end. But really what we were grieving is that idealism, the awoken desire that may not be fulfilled in this moment. And realizing like we need to separate them and really see the person for who they are and the desires that you want in a different way.
Yeah, that's very powerful.
And challenging. I won't say this is easy, but it's powerful when you can do it because then all of a sudden you have your power back. Oh, this is what I want. Wow, I didn't realize this sexual tension is what I want, or this comfort or these comments every morning. Wow, this feels so good. Yeah, this is what I want. Not like, oh, I need him or her because they're the ones that are doing this for me. No. It's just showing that this is important to you.
Yeah, trust yourself. When things like that come up and excite you, it's much healthier to understand that's you and what you truly desire. and not them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a journey.
Yes. And for some women who, because I always poll the audience beforehand, and there's many like unhappily single, and there's some people in resigned relationships or resigned in being single, and then there's some who are in happy relationships and happily single. So I kind of polled to figure out where we were with this audience, and most of them were unhappily single. That came out the most.
Yeah.
So, but I do want to kind of, before we switch over to Ashan, I do want to talk about that word resigned and what it means to you. In resigned in relationship, resigned in singlehood. What does resigned mean to you, and what is that? Is there,
I know my mind's like, what is that word?
Yeah, like you're resigned, like you just kind of, is that like, could be like giving up, or what do you?
Yeah, this was my first thought when you say that. Definitely what I hear in that too when people say that is they're just really hurt, that they've been hurt so much, or they don't want to be hurt anymore, or they don't want to be disappointed. So they don't want to get their hopes up to just be disappointed. So I think it can play in both, or a blend. And so when we're resigning, it's like, I'm just gonna be okay here because this is safer. And when I put myself in this space, it's uncomfortable, it's unknown, and the potential of getting hurt or disappointed is greater than what I actually want. So I'm just gonna lean back and pretend or convince myself I'm okay here. And we can convince ourselves, absolutely. And not everybody needs to be in a relationship, but I think we're designed to have some form of community, some form of companionship. You get to design how that looks like. And I think what we got to look at is being really, again, honest with ourselves. Like, am I really okay with being single? Is that truly what I want? Or is it coming from that fear, that disappointment, that hurt, that I just don't want to go there anymore because I just don't like those feelings? And so I'd rather be here and convinced that this is good. I've got a handful of clients that are in that place right now, where they're really navigating, like, do I want to put myself out there? I think I'm good over here, Nicole. I don't want a relationship. And when I really dig, that's not actually true for them, but they've gotten to that place because of the past history they've had, or the past crummy dates they've had, or the past experiences they've had, that they're like, you know what? It's a lot of work over there. I'm going to be good here. It's easier here. It's safer here. Right. And I also think that happens too. Like when people do a lot of this inner work, have you ever found like, I'm so good, I feel so confident, I'm feeling really great, and they go on a date or they start a new relationship, they're like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm a mess. Like, where's all that inner work I did? And it's because when it's only us and maybe a handful of friends or colleagues we're interacting with, we can nail our stuff. Like, we're not nearly as triggered. And so our triggers are small and it feels great. And then you get into a relationship and triggers are like flying, and the emotions, you know, like, I don't know what happened. I used to meditate and this used to be no problem. It's him, it's her, you know, like, I'm out. And it's because we're in a container, and that's what I call relationships. And I mean relationship in any capacity, whether it's a handful of dates, a friend relationship, romantic love, whatever that container is truly a container to heal, because our stuff shows up and it's through the stuff that we get to heal and connect more to ourselves. But I think we as a society have been taught that stuff's uncomfortable, just avoid it. Like, why would you go there? Why do you want to feel it? Push it away, numb out, whatever it is, just don't go there. And then why be in a relationship? Why go through that? We've been conditioned to avoid it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'm laughing because yes, I've done a lot of work, and I go on dates and so I got to check myself, Amy. You got to check yourself. Yeah. It's like, and I can't wait for that relationship and how many things I get to relearn and really refine, because it's, you know, as I say, I could sit here and be like, yeah, I got this. Right. Until that man who's coming very soon, by the way, shows up. So I know you have a gift for our audience, and
Yeah.
Can you
So
speak into that?
So if any of you are curious of like what is your love saboteur, feel free to check it out. There's a quiz that you'll get access to, and then you can kind of navigate it and kind of explore it. And if you're curious to know more, reach out. I'm Nicole, Nicole Talks Love, and answer your questions, because you might be like, well, that explains it, but not this. Like, what did you mean there? Or I think I'm this one, Nicole, but I don't know now. So just kind of stays with your curiosity, right? The more tools I find you get to understand yourself, the grander your toolbox is of really this like sense of becoming your best version of yourself or really loving yourself. There's lots of tools out there, and it's finding the ones that stick.
Yeah, the ones that really speak to you and you resonate with. Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Nicole. And I'm going to download that.
Cool.
It's good to stay reminded.
Right.
And I know Kate just joined us, so I'm going to let her. I'm going to
Cool.
get her into our room. Hello, Kate in blue. I know. I'm so happy you're here. So what's going to happen is I have Ashana. We're going to talk to Ashana, and then we're going to. You can introduce yourself quickly in a way that's, and then we're going to go to roundtable, and then we go into your interview.
Awesome.
Beautiful. So welcome. We're excited you're here.
Sorry about that. Life. How are you all?
We are good. We are in it. Nicole just
Perfect.
ended a beautiful, beautiful interview.
I love it.
Yeah. So I love the blue behind you.
Thank you. This little bird's robin's egg blue room with birds all around.
So with that, we're going to introduce Ashana. Ashana, unmute yourself and tell us, a little bit about yourself and what you do. I'm super curious to dive deep in with you with sound healing, and I know your story is very powerful. So say hello and tell us about you.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Kate. Hi, everyone. That was great. First of all, I just have to say, Nicole, thanks for bringing up all of that stuff. I really wasn't tuned in that we were going to be looking at relationships, because that's like one of my favorite things to dive deep and deep dive into. And I've been married for 11 years, and it is a cauldron. It is a cauldron, but it is the best cauldron I have ever had. The biggest growth, the biggest ahas, but definitely having the feet to the fire. And if I didn't have sound and vibrational healing, I think I would have killed my husband. So we can put it right there, just that way. I have been a musician. I'm a musician, and I have been a musician for, oh my gosh, 55 years. I'm 64. So I started music when I was 5 years old. And roundabouts, I did all kinds of music. I have a degree in music from a prestigious conservatory in New York City. And I explored opera and classical music and Elizabethan and medieval music. I did musical theater. I did children's music. I did jazz and swing. And it was like this full tilt for the whole bunches of years of my life, and just this constant exploration. I felt like a chameleon, because I would take one thing and then I would take another. And roundabout 1998, 1999, one of my mentors called me and said, have you ever heard of a crystal singing bowl? And I said, no. And she said, this is right up your alley. Because at that point in time, I was definitely involved in the periphery of healing music. I was slowly immersing myself inside, mantra and chant and group singing and songwriting. I was doing all of that. When the bowls arrived, when the bowl arrived in my house, and I just bought one sight unseen. She said, you need this. I said, okay, and just said yes. And it arrived in my house. I brought it out to my kitchen table, peanuts everywhere. This thing weighed about 15 pounds. I plopped it on the kitchen table. It was a big white classic frosted bowl. I picked up the mallet. I chimed the side. I absolutely burst into tears. I couldn't control myself. The first thought that I had was that light had come to live in my house. And the second thought I had, and it was right on the heels of the first, was that one day I'm going to put these into music. And 5 years later, I met my producer, Thomas Barkey, who some of you may know, whose music is, he's produced Sonatum Car and Seal and Ajit and numbers of others. I heard his music. As soon as I heard his music, I said, that's the guy. And I stepped out in an amazing story one day, not for here, but of risk taking. We talk about being unstoppable. I was unstoppable. I had the unstoppable moment where I just went, I'm going for this. And that's the start. Thomas and I have been working together now for over 15 years. We have 8 albums out. We've got 2 in the can that nobody's even heard, that we've recorded, that aren't released yet. But more importantly, this journey of sound healing has given me my life. The life that I always wanted to have. And you know what I keep hearing, you know, in Nicole and what you were saying, and what I was reminded of, I won't say keep hearing, but reminded of, is that when we are longing for relationship, when we have that deep space inside of us that is just calling for our beloved to come in, what we are really asking for is that relationship to our soul. And we see it in the other. And we also see the unhealed and the wounded parts of ourselves reflected back to us in the other. And I can say with all truth and honesty that the process of using high vibrational sound and healing to clear and shift our energetic field, the emotional body, the mental body, the spiritual bodies, the causal bodies, to literally vibrate us into and propel us into a state outside of the conditioned mind, outside of the egoic structures, so that we can have this relationship. We can begin to embody that relationship. We can begin to feel the connection of our I am presence, divine intelligence, God, Goddess, creatrix, whatever you want to call that. This now begins to slowly and surely anchor itself inside our hearts, our beings. And it is profound. And that's what I get to play with every day.
Beautiful. So I want to go back into your story. In that moment you hit that bowl and you heard the sound. I want you to go back in that moment. You heard it and you went into tears. What was actually happening physically in your body? Like, tell me what that sound, how did it open you up in that way? What is it about that sound healing that does that?
It, for me, and I can only speak for myself, I cannot speak for anyone else, but my students, my clients who come to me because this has happened to them. Many people, when they hear the sound of an alchemy crystal bowl, which I'm just gonna, because I have to, you know. I mean, we're in my ballroom now, and there are 100 of these around me.
I see that. Beautiful.
So, so this happens to be one. And when this process of, I don't know if you can hear that, but when we hear that sound, for me, it was my soul calling me home. That's the only way I can describe it. It was as if I had, in retrospect, that I had reached an absolute turning point in my life. There was no place else to go. It was like I had gone here, and now this is where I'm off. And it was instantaneous, the recognition of that. I have read in places where when we have that big meeting, it's a soul calling, it's a soul meeting. There is literally, it's like a recognition from before we incarnated, and somehow our team on the other side in the etheric said to us, okay, Ashana, when you hear this sound, you're gonna know this is it. And that's exactly what happened. When I heard that sound, that was it. My body literally flooded with tears. The recognition was so visceral, and it was so non-mental. It was just complete knowingness inside that moment.
Yes, very interesting, because you've been with music for so many years, and then you heard this type of sound, and boom, that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, what a powerful experience. So I know you say that sound healing, use it for your path of joy.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we do that? Can we get our own sound bowl and just play it ourselves, or what do we do? How does this happen?
Well, see, here's the thing.
Okay, what is it?
Healing music is huge. It's vast. I can talk to you about bowls, but you've all had this experience. I know this. Nicole, you've had it. Kate, you've had it. Every single person out there has had this experience. When you hear that song, when you hear somebody playing something, it could be a piano playing, it could be you hear drumming, you hear a flute, all of a sudden you hear a sound, you hear a song, you hear lyrics, you hear a melody, and you are now taken into the place beyond words. You're taken into a knowingness. Music heals, period. Music heals, period. And I know you know this, Amy. So do you need a sound bowl? Well, if your soul is calling you and it says, yes, that's what I need, then that's the next step. And I, for one, will be happy to help you create that for yourself. But do you need that if that's not your place, if that's not where your dial-up is? No, you don't need that. It might be a didgeridoo. It might be a hang drum. It might be a recording. And that's one of the reasons why Thomas and I have created and continue to create so many recordings, so much music, so much recordings that are literally designed for healing. They're designed to help you access those states inside of your soul. They're designed to actually help you heal and work with the physical body. We just did, we just released it recently, and it's now been upgraded, a new project called Celestial Sleep. And I'll tell you a little bit more about it later, but that's because there's been so much anxiety and stress. You can't reach joy in a jump. When you are filled, and as we all are now, with this past year and a half, my husband just read me some statistics this morning that said that the level of stress and anxiety in middle-aged people in this country right now is astronomical. It is at an exponential level because people are stressed out. They can't sleep, they're anxious, they're worried, they don't even know what's happening collectively, politically, relationship-wise. Just, we all know this. Just go down the list. This is where sound and vibrational healing excels. It excels. It excels, in my experience, in my opinion, better than mindfulness training. And when it's in conjunction with something like mindfulness meditation, as some of my students are mindfulness meditation teachers, and they are working to integrate those two together, and it's amazing. It's a beautiful combination. But by itself, people who can't quiet their mind down for 1 nanosecond can do it within 3 minutes of listening to crystal bowls. That's how powerful it is. And when we can quiet the mind down, when we can reduce the anxiety, reduce the stress, when we're worried about our job, or we're worried about where's my divine purpose in life, or where's my next relationship coming from, if our desire is creating worry or anxiety, then we need to actually calm the nervous system down at a very deep level, calm down the mind that's going, no. Oh, you can't have a relationship because you're not good enough. You can't have that job because you're not smart enough. You're not. If this is what's going on in your daily life, and I don't know anybody that doesn't have that voice, I got one, I bet you all have one too. So when you need to bypass that voice, quiet that voice down, so you can actually hear this voice, that's where your sound healing comes in. That's where it's just potent. And then as we quiet this voice down, the high vibrational sound frequencies, the pure tone sound frequencies that our soul knows, because the entire cosmos is created with these sounds. But when we calm down this here and we move in an expanded state of awareness, oh my goodness, we start to experience our freedom. We start to be able to listen and hear. We are able to hear the voice of our team, the team we all have, your angels, your guides, your kapuna. My husband, he's Hawaiian, so he calls them his kapuna, your ancestors, the light beings on the other side that just flood in. They hold you so dearly. But we can't experience them because literally their vibration is so much more refined than ours in the gross physical form. So we have to move into a higher vibrational state to access that guidance, to access that wisdom, to access that inspiration. And that's what the bowls do for us. It's a miracle, I think.
Yeah, so that's what I was like. I want to get into that frequency that is in the cosmos and bigger. It's higher up. It's a higher up frequency. And when we are there, it quiets the mind. And so how do you use the bowls to heal? I'm just going to ask a question. Do they help you heal physically and mentally, or can you speak a little bit into that? And
yes, on every level, they are a support and a beautiful adjunct to all kinds of therapeutic processes. So, I always tell people, be careful when you are talking about sound healing, and because it's trending right now in such a big way, you'll hear it is the be all and end all for everything. And that's not true. So I just want to be a mythbuster flat out right now. I've been playing bowls for 22 years, and I'm going to tell you, you need your acupuncturist, you need your doctor, you need your therapist, your coach, your mentor, you need all of that, to create holistic healing. But sound and vibrational healing can break up calcified energies that are held in the physical. I have personally, so these are my stories with clients that I've worked with. I have seen and been in the experience where a woman who came to one of my concerts, she had been in a wheelchair for 11 years with multiple pelvic fractures. She stood up in the concert. And yesterday, the next day, she was walking. Okay? Because we don't know how we hold tightly in our minds and in our emotional bodies and how that energy, that Shakti, gets stuck, it gets consolidated, it literally gets trapped as cellular memory in our cells. And when we use vibrational healing through sound, and this can be Tibetan bowls, it can be didgeridoo being played, it can be drumming played, it can be crystal bowls played, it can be mantra and chanting. These vibrations start to permeate. They permeate the physical cellular structure of the body. They vibrate the bones, they vibrate the mitochondria, and through entrainment, because they become the dominant sound in the environment. Through entrainment, our what is unlike that, what is not at that vibration, literally begins to go like this. It begins to shake, and it begins to start to release. Dr. Mitchell Gaynor, who passed away a number of years ago, he was the chief oncologist at New York Hospital, and he was also one of the pioneers in bringing the sound of crystal singing bowls into his cancer practice. And the patients that came to him, one of the first things that he did was he plopped a crystal singing bowl in their hand and said, start to play. Because it was moving the energy. I mean, you know this, all of you. I'm sure you do, because you've been involved in this field for so long, that dis-ease is the body being out of harmony. And when you bring healing sound into the equation, literally the body is allowed, it is invited, it is placed in an environment where it can retrain itself, reharmonize itself back into wholeness and into well-being. And that happens on the physical level, it happens on the emotional level, it happens on the mental level. So am I going to tell you that, playing a crystal bowl is going to get rid of your tumor? Well, I've been one of those witnesses where I've seen that happen. I've seen it. I've been part of the process of that happening for people. I've been part of the process where sound and vibration has been used to break up kidney stones, to break up gallstones. Is that going to happen for you, for everyone here? I have no idea. I cannot attest to that. It really depends on so many factors. But can it be a valuable part of your equation, a part of your toolkit? Absolutely. Should it be? That's up to you.
Yes. As you're saying that, describing that, all my cells were going, let's get rid of these blocks, people. Let's clear these blocks. Whatever they are, let's clear. And I think that, I'm a dancer, so dancing, music, I understand the importance of energy and moving it and coming out of a state, which would be a dance class, feeling a hell of a lot more free than when I came into it.
Exactly.
And that importance of releasing that tension in our body is so important. Mm-hmm. I'm so happy you're speaking on that, because some of us walk around with shoulders up, mm-hmm. We're holding so much. So can you speak a little bit about, you kind of did it on that, but so you want to speak a little bit into that? I know you did already on some level, but and this might not even be for sound bowls. It could, because I know you do other type of transformational coaching also. That, like, could you, if we are tense and we are like feeling this dis-ease in our body, it's like, can you give us some helpful ways to start loosening that up?
Yeah, I would say one of my favorite practices when I'm stressed out or I'm anxious, or how many of us have had the experience where you wake up in the middle of the night and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and the mind is going like this, and especially, and probably not you guys, you three, right? But I'm 64, and when I hit menopause, I stopped sleeping. Okay, and it went on for years with that until I sorted that piece out. And for women, especially women that reach that juncture in life where we're going into our wisdom years, baby. I mean, let me just tell you guys, it gets way better. It just does. The older that I've gotten, the more delicious life has become. But when you are going through that process for women, it is, you, at least I can speak for myself, out of my mind. So what did I have to learn? I actually had to learn to calm myself down and quiet my mind down. And the most soothing practice that I ever learned, and I use this with my music, okay, or with somebody else's that I really love to. You take your hand, you put one hand right here on your heart. You take the other hand and cover it. So maybe put left hand first, right hand over it. I love to think of my right hand, my masculine side, as the protector, my provider. And my left hand is the feminine, looking for safety and security. And just apply a slight bit of pressure so you feel that. And just take a breath in. And just exhale. And with each breath, just imagine that you're saying, inside your heart, inside your head, inside your belly and your womb, I am peace. I am peace. I am peace. And in about 30 to 60 seconds, your blood pressure starts to come down. The mind just slowly begins to let go. And the anxiety begins to abate. And that's one of the fastest ways I know to just calm down immediate anxiety. How did that feel for you, Amy?
I was beautiful. Well, peace is my thing. So I love when you say peace. I'm always like, I'm going there.
Yeah.
Peace is like my big thing. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I love that because I'm up about 3-4 times a night. So I'm in that state.
Well, that's why we created Celestial Sleep. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
exactly for someone like you.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was someone like me, because that was what I was dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
And we just wanted to give everyone an access point into retraining this mind that's just going like this constantly. And so my producer, Thomas Barkey, had this who had been studying hypnosis for years and years and years. He said, Ashana, we need to just merge hypnosis with the sound of the bowls so that we can actually help people retrain this because you got to remember this voice of yours, right? The one that you have, Kate, the one that you have, Nicole, the one that you have, Amy, the one that you have, Ashana. Right? But that voice here, that's the conditioned mind. That's the egoic structure. That's the habituated pattern that's just looping. If you just use like an affirmation, it won't work. It just won't work. But if you allow the body, the mind, the spirit to move into an expanded state of relaxation and awareness, and then you listen to affirmative thoughts, something like, I am peace, you actually take it in. You're not trying, the mental mind isn't going, oh, you can't do that. That's really a lie. I don't believe you for 1 second, you're not worthwhile. Who do you think you are? But when you're here and you're hearing that with this music that's playing, and you're in this quiet, receptive state, you literally are reprogramming the subconscious mind. Because when you're in this state, you can't think I am peace with any authenticity. It's impossible. And this is the vibration that's entraining you all day long. So if you don't give this a new vocabulary, you're going to keep recreating the same thing over and over and over and over again. And what better place to do that than at nighttime or first thing in the morning, or when you're stressed out in the middle of the day and you just go, I need a reset. I need new language. I need my soul speaking to me so that I can remember how to speak the language of my soul.
So with that, I know you have a gift for our audience. Can you speak into that? And I'll put it in the chat box for you.
Yes, well, I wanted you to have this. So we gave you a 20-minute version of one of the tracks of Celestial Sleep. And it's I know, and it's amazing. And you can use it as, we call it naps on the go, but it's really, it's like a 20-minute guided meditation with the bowls, with me singing and Thomas singing and our playing, and a series of these affirmations to help this go away.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
So you have the opportunity once you listen to that, then you can, everybody, if you download it, then you'll have the opportunity to learn more about the full program of Celestial Sleep and how that can shift things. So.
Beautiful. Thank you, Shauna.
You're welcome.
So what's going to happen next is I'm going to, Kate, give us introduce yourself, and then we'll go into roundtable, and then we'll go into your interview. So if you can unmute yourself. I don't know if I can.
There we go. Hi.
There we go. Hello.
I'm Kate Houston, a dating and love coach, and I support women who are successful in business, yet anxious in love, to slay the love barriers that have been keeping them single, so that they may create a lifetime of love, freedom, and intimacy with an amazing man without frustration or fear. And the way in which I do this is through my courageous and free love principles and dating method, through one-on-one coaching, group coaching, and retreats. And truly, it's about embodying being the empowered woman in love and in life, so that you are rating from inside outward and drawing to you the amazing, aligned, authentic person that truly will love and adore you, because you're already truly loving and adoring yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great intro.
Thanks.
So what's going to happen is I'm going to popcorn some questions in from our audience. And I know, Shauna, you have this beautiful marriage, 11 years, right? And it's had its roller coasters and whatnot. But there's a lot of questions about relationships and these ideas that people have. And one of them, woman asked, and I'm just going to say it the way she asked it. And Kate, you can jump right in and answer first, so we can get you going. Is how to overcome loneliness in a marriage. Yeah, so let's dive into that, and kind of like what comes up for you when you hear that question.
Well, I've been there, so I'm pretty familiar with this one. And I love that you were talking, Ashna, about this voice, because there's so much there that we give the power to, and then we give our power away. And for me, in loneliness was I lost myself. I was giving so much to the other person, working through their struggles and challenges, that I was giving up the things that brought me joy, and started focusing on the things I thought I had to do, the kids, the making sure everything is dialed, and the laundries, all the to-dos, not the to-bes, right? And I lost my beingness. Because I think my mom did that too, and other people, and then, you learn what you learned, not knowing that's not actually the essence, and losing joy. And I know we were talking about that earlier. that we get to tap that joy, and joy is within us. And first and foremost, what have you lost touch with? Is it where in the creativity of your soul? We are creative beings as women. We create life from our womb. I mean, it can't get more amazing about creative joy. But where's the creative force we've lost touch with? Is it sewing? Is it singing? Is it dancing around and, just a jammies? I mean, it doesn't have to be some high artistic form that we've labeled or defined or is out there, but it's the pure joyness of being you, laughing and being silly, dressing up. I don't know, walking around with a drawn mustache on your lip or at the grocery store. I definitely have done that to also get in my humility about things. But it's tapping that. And when we're lonely in relationship, probably something we're in lonely relationship with ourselves about. We've lost touch, we've given away. And we didn't mean to, and there's no right or wrong or shaming about it. But first we got to get in touch with it within ourselves and figure out how to begin from there. Because when we change, honestly, the relationships around us change. It's amazing. And that's what I can control, and what you can control is yourself. And see where that then shifts things, to see how it can create a bridge to conversation, to vulnerability, to courageous conversations. And seeing if that other person, maybe they've done the same thing and lost themselves, and how can we be in vibrancy of our lives again and start there. So
Beautiful. I love that. Thank you. Who wants to go next? Okay, Shauna. Let's see. Let me unmute you.
Okay.
There you go.
I love what you said, Kate, because that's been my experience. I mean, I don't think anybody could say it better, really. It's that desire, whatever that burning desire. Where's our passion? Where's our creativity? Where's our calling? And again, I'll go back to this soul's calling, and when we're lonely. And I think the first thing that I said, who are we really lonely for? It's this connection. And inside this connection is our inspiration, it's our passion, it's our creativity, it's our joy, it's our do nexts, it's our, what do we have to do today? It's our reason to get up in the morning. Are we going to be of service? And we may be of service. Maybe that's our calling, to go do volunteer work and to help people. Maybe our calling is to completely support our spouse in whatever they're doing. But when we're negating ourselves, when we're dropping when we are off the radar, I don't know. I've been there. I did that in my first marriage. I took myself completely off the radar and I subsumed. I stopped singing for 2 years in my first marriage. Until it was like, all right. And the interesting thing was, in that marriage, when I started singing, that was when the relationship changed and we realized that we didn't need to be together anymore. Was it hard? Yes. But was it powerful? Fabulously so, because I began reclaiming myself. So if we're lonely, this.
Yeah, so important. Thank you for that. Nicole?
Yeah, I think you ladies did a great job answering that question. I don't know what more you could add. The only piece I think sometimes we do is we look externally, like for our partner to fill that void. And like you ladies were saying, no matter what they do, it'll never be enough because they can't feel that connection, like Shauna is saying, because it's really within ourselves first. So I think loneliness, you can have like a really great relationship and still feel lonely or be beside somebody. So I think sometimes we think loneliness only is when you're single. But it's not. We can be lonely beside somebody in bed, and it's because we're looking to them to validate, to give us that piece that we can only give ourselves. So like the lady said, really tap into how you need to connect to yourself.
And I do want to say, I do want to say that when I poll the audience, like what's going on in your relationship, loneliness and isolation is number one in a relationship. That that bar is like this long, everything else is like smaller. So being in a relationship and being lonely and isolated is real. It's like, I've done it. In my first marriage, I was like, I thought we were going to create something together, not like be isolated and alone in my own being. Like for me, that was a shock. And I remember when I got married, one woman said, oh, you got married? I said, yeah. She goes, well, welcome to the loneliest place on earth. And I was like, and I reflect on that now as a totally different woman than I am now that I was back then. I reflect on that and I think, oh my God, yeah. So many women have been living in the state of loneliness and isolation in their marriage or in their partnership or however they choose to be with another person. And that never left that what she said to me. Obviously, I remember it. I don't remember a lot of things, but I remember that. And so when I was in that situation is when it was interesting, because when I was in that marriage of being lonely is when the spark that actually brought me here today to who I am today. So, and that spark was, I went to a women's group, meditation group. I started like, the feminine power and like this idea of someone loves me regardless of what I do, and opening up that possibility. And then that opening allowed me to find out who I am. And it's not like I knew back then everything I know today, because it's a process. But in that knowing, it helped me to really make that decision to leave. And I'm happy with that decision. And to me, I'm so grateful for that moment in time of that marriage that I was feeling lonely, that I got to take responsibility for that and make a new choice and move on. But I do want to put out there that I don't know who asked that, but that's number one on the poll that I put to you guys out there who answered the questionnaire. So it's real and it exists. And I think, as everyone said on the panel, Shauna, Nicole, and Kate, myself, it's really about you going in and discovering who you are. And this is a beautiful opportunity for that. Does anyone want to chime in something extra on that? Yes.
I think the other thing too is I think we look at our relationships as the completion of who I am. Mm-hmm. And so we have a lot of expectations in a relationship. We have a lot of expectations on a partner, and we forget there's humanism in it. And they may not be that person that we think we need or the relationship dynamic. And you really get to redesign often the relationship and how it works for each of you and the needs that are getting met. And it's having these honest conversations again with yourself. What do I need? Am I willing to bring it up? How do we find this middle ground again? How do we keep coming back to each other? Because each of you are evolving at different times in different places, different ways. And our relationships aren't always what we think they have to be. They're so fluid. And I think if you allow that too, because I think we can be lonely when we look externally on Instagram and social media and be like, they look so happy. We don't do that. Oh, that must not, something must be wrong. Like there can be that element that just heightens that feeling too of missing out or what I've got isn't working. So it's really like allowing you to redesign that relationship often, the partnership, the interaction, how you want to show up. What do you need? So I think the key is to keep checking in with yourself and into the relationship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So the next question I'm going to put in here is, when you do have a conflict with your partner, how do you resolve it? Like, what are your go-to steps to like diffuse it? Like, give us some tips on that.
I've got a great tip first.
Okay, great.
Because this is one of my courageous and free love principles. It's not about you unless it's about you. Meaning, anytime somebody else is activated or triggered, it's them. Anytime I'm activated and triggered, it's all about me. It's all about me. And when we know there's a conflict, when we live by that principle, then we're not projecting, We're not giving away our power. We're actually sitting in responsibility for ourselves to then get intimate and have a courageous conversation with ourselves, which we often avoid because we don't want to see the shadow or admit something that's icky because of perfectionism. Anybody like me? So we get to actually look at it from that standpoint and get vulnerable. And one of my favorite phrases that I nabbed from Brene Brown that is great for this is to begin a conversation vulnerably with somebody to say, the story I'm making up about this is. Because then you're sharing the, oh my God, this is the trigger. I'm owning it. Where are we at? But then connect and have that courage to lean into it and not assume you know what's going on for that other person. And it could be, we know it's an activation or trigger when it's a statement that somebody else could hear and totally be neutral about. It could be a phrase or a word or a name you've been called in the past from a past really hard, challenging moment, event, or a person. And so we get to be in that and go, wow, and then break that by getting into vulnerability, because then if they're sharing their piece of it that's not that, you get to be in reality together. Rather than this illusion and the addiction to fear thoughts that come up a lot of the times. And the fear thoughts, when we talk about isolation, which I love that we were mentioning here, isolation, loneliness is an addiction. We know that addictions are based on that and not having connection. So our eating addictions, whether it's drug and alcohol addictions or just the fear thought addictions, it's all a part of that. So when we break from that and get vulnerable and take that courageous risk, wow, so much shifts.
Thank you for that. So how do you diffuse your conflicts in your relationship?
Well, I learned one thing first. First, thanks, Kate, for that, because yes, that vulnerability and willingness to have that have the hard conversations and to say, when you first asked the question, Amy, that was the thing that went right across my head, was like, it's not always about you. It's usually about me. So let's just get that right on the table right away, because that's the truth. But when I'm really triggered by, a situation, my husband or something else, what I have learned to do, and this has taken me quite a long time to learn, but I have finally learned to do this, and I'm getting better and better and better at it, is to stop. This thing, Nicole, right? I don't do this, but I stop and I zip it. Okay. And I walk away. And I have an agreement with my husband, because first my walking away used to trigger him. But I had to say to him, I need some space. I need to find my center. I need to come back to me. And I don't trust myself to talk to you right now. Okay, because I don't want to say something stupid that I don't mean. That's just a reaction and not a response. So I'm going to go take 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and I'm going to take a walk, or I'm going to go to another room in the house, and I'm just going to sit with myself until, and then I can do this until I am peace. I am peace. I am held in the arms of love. I'm quiet and still, and work on my breathing, or just pause. Just take a pause. And then inside that pause, again, I think, Nicole, you were talking about it earlier. I'm looking at, what is it that's really going on here? What am I afraid of? What am I triggered by? What's coming up for me? When I recognize that there is no other person, because the other person is always me, what don't I want to see about how I feel about myself in this moment? And what is it that I really need right now? Do I feel safe? Do I feel unsafe? And so I can ask those questions when I'm quiet. I cannot ask those questions when I'm reacting. So I need the space. So the first thing I can do is to give myself some space.
Yeah, time is a beautiful tool to use, I tell you. Hey, give me 1 minute, please. All right, Nicole. Last one. We're gonna get to Kate's interview.
Sure. I love what Kate said. I use that all the time. The story I'm telling myself, and my partner and I use that all the time now, because there's always a story going on that we're trying to navigate. A lot of times I find when I'm triggered, it's because one of my values is stepped on. And so a lot of the time I work with my clients is, what are your values? Because when we're upset, there's usually something that's been stepped on that we're reacting from, we're defending, we're trying to negotiate with. And so when you know your values or what's important, you can start to see why things bother you or what's those hot buttons. And those are really key. And being able to know that. One of the ways also, once they're diffused, like let's say you've kind of resolved it, one of the things I've learned along the way is called forehead to forehead, where you put your forehead together and you just lean in and you take 5 breaths. And what you're doing is you're resyncing again with each other, your brain waves, your vibrational frequency, your breath. Because you can have these honest conversations and then you're like, okay, I'm going to go make dinner. Like, like, what do you do? How get out? And so those are good. But what this one really lets you reconnect at that vibrational frequency. It's the same as like when you're lying beside somebody, you pick up a lot of their energy by sleeping because you're in that vibrational frequency. And that brain energy even. So that's one. And the second one I do is heart to heart. So like you lean in heart to heart in his heart or her heart, whoever your partner is, and then you feel it, and then you allow your breath to sync with their breath for 5. And it just brings you back into like, right, we're in this together. We're fighting for each other. Your intention wasn't to hurt me. My intention wasn't to hurt you. There is a misalignment, miscommunication, and value stepped on. I see you as being good. I know we had a misalignment, but I trust that your intention was good. And it just recalibrates everything back to the essence of why you're together. And I think that's a missing piece a lot of times, because when we're in conflict and argument, we can go to, well, it's their fault or they meant that. But if we really believe our partner is trying their best, then we're a lot more open and we'll come back to that connection of, yes, we're both trying to love each other the way we know how.
Great. I love when you're with someone who has a heart connection, you guys are both open and it's like flowing. You're like, oh my God, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to start dating again. Okay, Kate, you're up. Kate.
Yes.
So, okay, quick introduction and then let's get into what you're seeing, who you work with, and, you know.
Yeah. So I work with women who are, successful in business, anxious in love. And like I said earlier, like really the idea of when we're lonely and isolated, it's because we become addicted to the thoughts and the beliefs that are proving to us, and the evidence we're looking for now because of those limiting beliefs in the world to keep us where we are, probably to try and keep us safe from something in the past patterning, but ultimately not getting us what we want. And so I really love the conversation we were saying, stepping on the values, Nicole, because there's also something else going on that I feel happens when it's triggered. So we have the hot thought, I call it. It could be whether it's true or not, but true for you. And then you have the feelings. But the feelings are based on whether needs are being met or not met. Good feelings or the happy feelings, there are no good or bad feelings. I think that was one of the first ahas I had in my life was, what? Feelings are just feelings? So that might be a moment for anybody today, is the feelings you want versus don't. Maybe that's another way of looking at it, that elevate you or don't. And so there's the feeling based on a need being met or not met. And if we have needs that are based on values that are constantly not met, whether it's in childhood, growing up, an abusive relationship, then we create, to make meaning of it, a belief, usually not one that serves us. So that limiting belief then becomes, so then if it's not met need, cement this belief, feelings down here of shame and guilt and all the low vibrational feelings, because it's the psyche and these thoughts trying to keep us safe in some 1.0 chemistry in our brain way, rather than the wise woman that we are that can shift and change our brain chemistry and pathways. Literally, we super highway pathways with our thinking. The more we think a thought, the more well-worn the road is, it becomes the superhighway. Our brains want to be efficient with our like calories, literally. Right? So then we have to shift it, put a little more energy into shifting the thought and build a new highway. And then eventually that old highway dies away when it's not in use. That's literally what happens in the chemistry of our brains.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a choice about that. So like when we shift where our thoughts are, when we shift out of those beliefs and we work on breaking the beliefs down, when we stand in our values and we stand and we make a maintain them and speak them through our standards. Some people call them boundaries. I feel like boundaries do this.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas standards are emanating from you, what you will accept and not accept, and what you will do or not do based on what everybody else's responses are to life and events and things. So it's really getting connected to that trigger of like all those things behind it that can be uncovered. Now, if you're a person that was like me, which probably there are because they're watching, we draw who we are, right? So this is like everybody else here. I stuffed my feelings and allowed my thoughts to rationalize. And I didn't allow myself to understand thoughts and my feelings to be mutually, even if they were in conflict, be mutually valued. So it's important to feel the feelings, or else we stuff them and they build and then it explodes. And, like I didn't get angry for a really long time, a variety of other things. So when you're able to release that and feel and be in motion with it and in flow, then we're not going to stuff it and create patterns and stories and beliefs that then keep getting us what we don't want, thinking it's protecting us.
Yes, and I do want to go to, and I think some of us, don't know our values. We don't really take the time to figure out what our top 5 to 10 values are. And then we don't realize is why we're in agitation or why things aren't working. It's like, well, because they don't align with your values. So can you speak into really finding out your values, how does that really change your life? Like in dating and relationship, however you want to frame it.
I love this because the work that I do with my clients in whether it's one-on-one or group programs is we literally, there's the man list and then there's your values. And the reason why we have a man list is because we have not been in connection with our values. We don't know what they are. It's all fuzzy logic over here. Mm-hmm. When we get into connection and really get authentic about what our core values are and identify them, and they can have different definitions for different people. So if somebody has joy or if somebody has generosity, you get to define it because everybody's definition may be a little different. And so you get clarity on your value. Then your man list isn't over here. If it has to be this, 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 and this, you're then looking through the lens of your core values on dates and how a man shows up, generosity, and his stories and experiences and his way of acting into generosity may be different than yours, but you can see your mutual value because you're now looking through those core value lens rather than this checkoff list of what you're looking for. And the checkoff list is a protection list. Core values is like embodying who you are and connecting soul to soul.
Yes, and this is important because when, for someone like maybe me, if someone says something, I might try to rationalize it. But if I actually understand, wait, that's not part of my values at all. That's a no-no. That's not gonna align. So, because I know that we like to make up stories and rationalize about the men that are in front of us. So can you talk a little bit about that and how to monitor that?
I love this. I know because I used to do this, and I know women can raise their hands out there today when I ask this. How many of you prepare for a date and you're just maybe even thinking, hoping they're not this, not this, not this, not this. It's already running through your mind, the knots. And then your stomach's knots because now you're anxious. So you're coming into a date, even before you walk in the door to meet somebody, with a state of conclusion, which is, again, the barriers, trying to protect you, but you don't get what you want. Versus coming in from a state of curiosity, awe, wonder, delight, play, and joy, which is a state of being. Because no matter what somebody else says or does, like if you're coming in with those protections, it's because you are already believing a belief about yourself that you're looking for evidence to prove if they don't like you. You're already looking before you're even in the door. But if you were able to work through those limiting beliefs and let them go, and maybe honor them for the moment for what they were supposed to do, but not serving you any longer, or, you know, letting go because now you're a wise woman, not the little girl anymore who was trying to make sense of a nonsensical world when you're like 6. You know, you get to really lean in and be curious and listen and love being present. And then no matter what happens, whether somebody's interested or not, or they don't look like what they said they were going to look, you don't make a story about yourself over their things going on with them. You get to acknowledge, wow, like this person, I have compassion. Like I've been in a place of feeling so uncomfortable that I didn't know, like I've been there, not that I would lie about my age or put up pictures that didn't look like me, but where I was so uncomfortable in my own skin when I was first divorced and so unsure and ungrounded that I questioned everything about me. And it didn't show up in that way, but here it is. I would rather sit in compassion going, wow, I've been there. I've been there. And it's not okay to not be honest with me, but I'm not going to build a wall around me. Say, wow, you know, like I walked once around a bar twice, not recognizing the guy because he looked older and less hair and more weight. And he literally had to call my name because I didn't recognize him. And I just had to be honest and said, I don't know what's going on, but I didn't recognize you, and I don't know why that's hard for you to be. And I've been where you've been, where it's maybe unsure, but I can't stay for the date because I can't build something on dishonesty. And saying it in a compassionate, loving, like this is just my value. And I get it. Maybe this is your first date. I don't know. Wow, you know, because we've all been unsure, and how that shows up in our actions and ways of being is very different. So I got to be in compassion and empathy and honesty, right?
That's brave, Kate.
It's you know, sitting there would be out of my values.
Yes.
Sitting there out of my integrity of like, I know already he's on a beginning of a journey. He's in this space. We're in a different place on our journeys. It's not judgment. I'm just not where he is.
Yeah.
It's different than you're doing this to me. This means something, or it's proving like, why am I not worthy of drawing somebody that would be honest with me? And instead projecting out of like, you're lying to me. It's like, well, you're lying to yourself first and foremost. So that is not part of my core values. I mean, when it's honest and genuine is part of my core values. So I can see that that's not in alignment, rather than he's doing something to me to prove and build evidence against my limiting beliefs about myself.
So I know that, I know we've had an interview before. You weren't happy with my texting, like my
No,
my responses.
No, we can do. You have all time.
So let's talk about dating. And sometimes you put it out there and you get a hey. And
everybody hates that.
I'll just tell you my faux pas. I just say, hey.
Well, then everybody's in limbo, right? That's the crazy thing.
Everybody's in limbo, but they do then often pick it up. I think they just need a little signal, but you have a better way.
My goal is to support women in feeling not frustrated and fed up, and we can guide without leading with masculine energy. I like to call it dropping the virtual handkerchief. Men need to know there's a possibility of being successful with you. This is where the compassion and good intentions are. Men maybe send out 60 messages before anybody even responds. So for them to spend 30 minutes on a profile and write a big message each time is like, I hope they have a job that keeps them busy so they don't have time for that, really. Like if they're spending, I mean, let's be real. I want them to have a life and not just spending hours and hours online. Like that's not the person I want. So give them a break. And they're trying, and they're just kind of nerding out too, right? They don't know. So it's a hey is like, do I have a chance with you? That's kind of what they're saying. So if we take it from that place versus they didn't even try, and you're already going down this road of concluding, rather than, wow, It could be you just have a couple of things to incite a great conversation. It can be something as simple as, what's the best thing that happened to you this week? And that usually gets them telling a story. I'm all about bringing stories into the conversation because then it's open-ended. You learn a lot by them sharing how they've handled or been the character in their stories and their way of being, and you hear for values. So that to me is going to be a value more than just the black and white answer, yes or no's, or, you know, those short answers. When you invite something bigger, they're like, wow, that was a great question. And it can move it along quite nicely. So I see hey as a great opportunity to lean in and just be curious and start up and not judge it, not judge it.
I don't think I'm judging it, but I'm busy too. I'm like, hey.
Yeah.
hey.
Yeah.
They know I'm there. I
or
mean, a
even
lot of
if
women
you said,
don't.
hey, cute stuff. Guess what? Oh my God, she thinks I'm cute. I have a chance. Now he will lean in, and men actually will be vulnerable really quickly. Men are vulnerable and very open and honest when you are listening for it. If you have given them the crack in the door that they have a chance with you. It's amazing. We just don't always listen for the vulnerability, but it's there. So like, hey, cute stuff, with a little wink, lets them know. I mean, that's like a flirt across the room. Like, we need to lighten up the intensity of what everything means with every message and every inbox. With especially this last year, the weight was heavy because it was a lifeline for a lot of people to feel opportunity to connect when we couldn't in person or didn't feel safe to do so. So, but now we get to lighten up. It's summer. We are out and about a little more. Relax into it. This is just like, you know, a wink across the room. Remember, that's what a hey is.
So, okay. So I'm sure you come up with a lot of resistance from women on dating like this online or whatnot, I guess, and then getting the guy off the text to a date.
Yeah.
Like, how do we maneuver that?
Yes. First of all, talking into women being kind of uncomfortable or resistant. So here's the thing. Women have gotten comfortable with their patterns. They believe it's their authenticity. The reason why it's not their authenticity is because they don't have what they want. If they were living in their authenticity and aligned and living in integrity, they would be having what they wanted in their lives. The relationships, the job, the connections in all their relationships, not just with men. So what's interesting is that women will mistake, this doesn't feel authentic to me. No, it doesn't feel comfortable. But what you're doing isn't working. It's getting you more of what you don't want. It's drawing more narcissists. It's drawing this and that's selfish, or, you know, men that aren't being honest, whatever. That's you're not being authentic, or else you would draw authenticity to you. It's law of attraction. It really is. So first and foremost, we get to have that conversation about, like, would you be open to the possibility of just trying this? And it's going to feel uncomfortable and maybe not authentic because you haven't tapped into your authenticity and your vulnerability and your femininity, and you haven't let the walls down. So when we do that and we enter into the possibility of that, it's our way of being. So like, one of the things that I help with is we can have scripts and lines to sort of begin the practice, because that's like, you know, the training wheels. But behind that is teaching the way of being, so that moving forward, it's not that you need me like as a Cyrano de Bergerac in your ear, right? You actually can dynamically create and know from your essence how to be playful, how to be open and vulnerable, how to offer in, you know, that guidance without leading. So I think when you're on the messages, maybe you're going back and forth and you've been chatting for a bit and you're like, wow, I'd really love to either talk to him on the phone or meet on a video or have him ask me on a date. I'm ready for that. And usually when women are at that point, this is where their values and integrity are in alignment, then they get pissed off because the man isn't asking them, but they don't know why, and they haven't given enough acknowledgement maybe to support that. So, I mean, let the man know in a way that's fun. Like, maybe you're talking about something and he says, well, I'd love to hear that story. Well, instead of writing this, you know, where you have to then do this for the app, if it's too long to type, you literally get to say, you know, that's a really great story to tell either in person or on the phone. Much more fun to tell that way. What do you think? I like asking a question because then men love to solve problems, even questions, and they'd say yes or no. And they go, wow, I'd love to talk to you. Let's get on the phone. Boom. You've told them kind of what you're interested in, and then I'll be successful. That's a mini reward. They love that. And they're looking for ways to be your hero in little ways. Like, oh, that'll make her happy. Ooh. Like literally, like that's hardwired in men to bring that in. And so it's not a game, it's a delight. You get to be in delight and joy and fun. And so then the other thing that women say, the second thing they say is a man after that might just say, here's my phone number. And then women panic because they've heard these stories of you're not supposed to call the man. I usually just say, ignore that they put the phone number in there. And if you're okay with them having your phone number, you just put your phone number in and say, I look forward to your call. Then you
I do that.
Some guidance without saying, you should call me. That's not what you want to say. And then they go, oh, great. Then they know, oh, she would like me to do that. That would make her feel good. She'd be happy. That can make her happy that way. Win, seriously. It's sweetness. And women I think, can be fearful of sweetness because there's vulnerability in that. And there's a worry about that. But vulnerability is a strength. And when our essence of who we are is so grounded in who we are, so grounded in our core values, in our integrity, in the way we're living them, in our authenticity, no matter what someone says to us, we can respond instead of react. Or if we are charged, triggered, activated, and do react, and like Ashana said, like zip it, walk away, and then come back to it. Men want to know they can trust you to be consistent. Consistency builds trust. We want consistency and trust with men too. That's what makes us feel safe to be vulnerable together. So it's a beautiful thing to just lean in and be playful in that way. Does that support?
Yes. And as you're saying that, I'm like, yeah, that's easy enough. Because sometimes you got 5 guys on the line. It's like a part-time job. If you put too much, that's what it feels like sometimes.
Right, right?
Yeah, it can be fun, but I do like to get them out on that date as soon as possible. Not that I ask for the date, I don't. But for me to be on that device, I hate my phone anyway. So to be on that, and I love the pictures.
Yeah, or you even say something like, this has been so much fun chatting with you, but it'd be really good feel really good to hear your voice. What do you think? That's another thing. Like, ooh, she wants to hear Mike. And like, I want to hear a man's voice. I love discovering what that sound is. And if it's this deep, beautiful, and then I say something like that, you have the yummiest voice. I know women will freak out about the word yummy. They think it's crazy. But when I got in touch with that, actually is how I feel.
Yummy.
Because that vibration is just so like Ashnana. You can speak into that deep voice vibration. It grounds women. There's a DNA thing about that in our, like, as them being warriors and protectors. So we vibrationally respond to that. It's okay.
Yeah, I got that from a man, yummy. I was like, oh, I like that. Mm-hmm. So when men give it to you, it's good too, yummy.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'm super excited to start dating again. So I know that you have a gift for our audience, Kate.
Yes.
And if you would speak into that.
It is Sparks from the First Text. It has some of the tips and further details for the hey, how are you, and how to inspire for getting from the texts and the apps to either phone calls or dates. But it goes into a deeper piece to the first meeting. Every woman that's used these tips and tools that I provide in this gift, that's really easy. It's about tapping into the storytelling for both you and your date. Every time a woman has used these tools, it's been natural, it's been fun, it's been easy. And they walk away and they say, gosh, Kate, you know what I discovered is every time the guy says, this was like a fun conversation, not a job interview. Do you know how many job interview first dates I've been on?
Too many.
Oh, my heart aches because it should be, they don't want another job. They got plenty of work. They want to have fun and joy and an essence of women that they want to resonate around and be mysterious with because it's this thing they don't understand but are drawn to. So when we can create that opportunity for story to open up and we listen for our values, we listen for how they show up and how they take responsibility for things, that whether, where they were in past relationships and owning their part, all that comes out in story. You don't have to drill them with questions. So this tips and tools sheet gives you some of that for those first dates so that you can really be present, be feminine, lean in, be a little uncomfortable, but learn that it's leaning into more authenticity and your core values than ever before.
Awesome. Well, ladies, we hit our time together. This has been really beautiful and really helpful for whether you're in a relationship or not. It's like, just to even have like these quick, fun responses and questions for your partner and or for a new person. And I want to thank you for your advice on relationships. That was a beautiful, like, what do you do actually in your own relationship? What works for you? And I want to thank you for everything that you contributed to the Unstoppable You. As you know, this is the last one. This is number 12. And I hit my vision and got to, what a beautiful vision this has been for me, because I get to meet women like you and have this connection. And for you to really provide so much value for our world and our communities. So thank you. And with that, if you could unmute yourself and say goodbye, then we will get that going.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nicole.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Great.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Shauna. Thank you so much. Bye, Kate.
Bye-bye.
Woo! Another awesome segment. I'm glad I learned what to, yes, Pete. I mean, how awesome is it to hear what the ladies are going through also, right? We, us ladies in relationship and dating and just, it's a real learning curve for many of us. And vulnerability is key in that. A lot of women have fear around being vulnerable, just like men have fear about being vulnerable. I mean, I think, as Nicole kept saying, and I often say, is that we're human. I mean, that's it. We're human. We're not perfect, nor are we made to be perfect. We are human with the same fears about expectations or not having expectations or whatever is going on with ourselves. And, what I notice is that because of these ideas of perfection and expectations, that we often don't feel that confidence and trust in ourselves to really go for what we want. And what I've noticed when I work with women, or I've been on this live and over 12 of these and having conversations and really getting to know the experts and their experiences and you in the audience, that, at the core of that, what's really kind of happening is we kind of lost trust in ourselves and our ability to really show up in our life the way that we truly desire. And that fire that's in us ourselves, to put that forward is also very scary. And of course, I mean, because we have that perfection about the mistakes we might have made in the past, the mistakes in choosing a bad partner, or the mistakes in maybe a business failing, or a relationship failing, or at work not feeling, that's not going well. But ultimately, it's when we go inside and we forgive ourselves for those happenings, because those happenings are not us, right? My failures of my marriage and what that looked like for me was not me. It was like a learning experience. It was a circumstance that happened to me. I don't hold on to that. Or even in this business and starting myself as an entrepreneur and going through all these ups and downs and failings and successes, all of that, even the success is not me. And I really want you to really tap into you and to know that, man, you are so powerful. You are so beautiful with all of your, we talked about our wounds and all that stuff is just a beautiful part of you, and it makes you human. And if you open up, it creates access, it creates connection. And when you go in and ask those questions, like I said earlier, what do I want? Am I fulfilled? Am I living my values? What are my values? What is truly important to me? And when we turn those questions inward and we really sit down with ourselves and make those decisions, make those choices, and as Ashana says, go into this high vibration of something bigger than yourself. And when you're in that alignment of what you truly desire, what is real for you, I call it radical acceptance. That's one of my big pillars in my coaching is radical acceptance. We have to get really true with ourselves about what we really want, so that can guide us to our desires, whether it's the relationship, the business, or even just walking into a room and owning that room. I mean, just imagine having the confidence to walk into any situation, shoulders back, and just feeling like I'm where I'm supposed to be. I belong here. And if you're ready, if you feel like you are so ready to really embody who you are, figure that out, answer these important questions. What are my values? What do I want? What is actually happening right now? And am I fulfilled? And you are so done with feeling uncertain, walking on eggshells, feeling like you don't even know which way to turn next, then I'm going to put my Calendly link in the chat box so we can have a conversation. And in these conversations, the opportunity is for you to speak into, honestly, what you truly desire. What is truly going on for you? Because that's what we do when we go into these sessions. We go into what's real for you, regardless of anyone around you, no judgment. This is all about you, and this is about us having a conversation and how we can create a breakthrough for you, how we can create a win for you. Because I always say it's you first. It's you first, and then everything follows. And with that, what's going to happen now is I'm going to introduce our next group of experts for our last segment. This is going to be fun and interesting and beautiful. Hello, ladies. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good.
Welcome, welcome. I'm so
Thank
excited to
you.
have you guys here. This is going to be an awesome segment. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce you one by one quickly, and then we'll go into our first interview. Does everyone know how to mute themselves and unmute themselves? Yeah. So I'm going to quickly go around. If you can mute yourself, and then I will, so we don't get feedback. And then I'll go ahead and introduce everybody. All right. So we have Kat Dillon. Say hello, Kat. She is a registered holistic nutritionist, a professional chef, and certified transformational wellness coach who assists wellness seekers through the commingling of food and color as medicine. This is going to be super interesting. She takes a holistic approach with lifestyle principle and transformational coaching. That's Kat. And we have Lisa Copeland. She is a love coach and dating expert for women over 50. So I'm in that category, Lisa, so I'm a good match for you. She is internationally recognized love coach and dating expert for women over 50. She's an Amazon best-selling author and winning dating of the winning dating formula for women over 50. She's been in Huffington Post and appeared on ABC and Fox. And she inspires and teaches women how to feel confident, empowered, and joyful dating after 50. Beautiful. And we have Christelle Biga. She is, of course, a friend of the show. She is a personal empowerment coach. She was a former corporate executive, TV host turned personal empowerment coach, podcast host, and inspirational speaker. She empowers female entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs to become more courageous so they can achieve the level of success that they really want. She's also the host and of the podcast Absolute Alignment with Christelle, When Success Feels Easy. So welcome, ladies. So excited to have you. We're going to start with Kat. So Kat, if you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself and give us, tell us who you work with, what you do exactly, and what that process looks like.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, Amy. I'm so honored to be amongst you and your clan here. And, really just talking about love and self-love, and you're probably wondering, well, what does a nutritionist have to do with love? But man, there's a lot behind that. And so I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about that and also about my excitement. What brings me to holistic healthcare is that it's so broad and it's so exciting. And I get to use my chef skills and behavioral coaching skills and my nutrition and bundle that up into a package that serves women, kind of like you, Lisa, over the, you're serving the women over 50. I mean, I serve really women in the peri to postmenopausal age range. And the women that I like to work with are the women that feel like they have to do it all in a day, right? It's like attracts like, right? And those who are trying to overcome gut challenges, hormonal dysfunction, and just overall stressed out way of being. And I really love to help these women just find out what their weak and strong points are. And a lot of what I use is in my toolkit regarding color. And we'll talk about that later. I'm really excited to bring that to light today.
I think my so heart
Well, it looks like we had a tech snafu.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll be on quickly.
I can't wait to hear what you do with color.
Oh, yeah.
I know that's going to be fun.
I can't wait to hear what you ladies do.
So, okay, Amy will be
Yeah.
back shortly for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
I apologize. My internet, I think, is acting up. It's kind of hot here in LA, so
Yeah.
sorry about that. So we're gonna, Kat, speak into that. Speak into self-love, relationships, healing,
absolutely.
and all that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, really what I want to leave all of you with is sort of just a very foundational structure of how you can start thinking about your own self-care using, I call it like an inner GPS model, right? Because a lot of us forget about ourselves, right? And what happens? We start doing. We are, I mean, if we're attracting the same kind of people, we're coaches, leaders, healers, all of those, we're doing for other people, right? Before we do for us. So what I like to talk about is color coding your own self-care. And how I bring that up is to really think about, and I don't know if everybody knows about the chakras. I want you to start thinking about them as not only chakras, but as the 7 health systems, the 7 systems of health and healing, right? And, you know, I could spend literally 2 hours here talking about all the chakras, but I'm just going to give you a brief overview, if that's okay, Amy, of the 7 chakras. And then if you would like, we can talk more deeply into the heart chakra, right? Which is, you know, most of what we're talking about. But keep in mind that these are all related. That's the thing. It's like, think about this. If your gut's not feeling well, can you think well? Can you love well? Can you have the intuition that you'd like? No, right? So that's why all of these systems need to be in balance, is as much in balance as possible. And it's virtually impossible to have them all balanced at the same time. It's kind of a game here. So I want to start out asking everybody just to kind of just keep it in the back of your mind, just as one answer to this question. And that is, what is your favorite color? And then after that, think about what is your least favorite color. Yeah. So you don't have to write those down. You probably know those, right? And so as we're going through this, I want you to kind of keep in mind those colors and see how metaphorical they might be in your life, right? So a quick analysis of the chakras is basically they are, in Sanskrit, the chakras are a word for wheel. And so these wheels in your body, there's something that you cannot see. They are wheels of spinning energy, and they correspond to certain nerve tissues, glands, organs, and they absorb and they transmit energy through your body. Okay, so they kind of pull in and feed information to your body from the outside, and then from the inside, they associate with pulling energy to the outside, right? So again, by looking at these chakras that start at the base of our spine up into the crown of the head, it's going to kind of teach you where you need to balance your energy and where you can apply deeper focus. Maybe it's in what you're eating. Maybe it's in what you're wearing. Maybe it's how you're thinking, and maybe it's an affirmation. These are really interesting because there are physical and then there's the non-physical. So the physical ones are the first 3 and the non-physical are the last 3. And the interesting thing is, this is so cool, is the heart is right in the middle, right? And I don't know if any of you all, I'm sure a lot of you do know about heart math. If you don't, it's really something to look into. But heart math is like a foundation, but it's also an application, an app that you can get on the computer that measures your heart rate variability. And the theory is that heart rate and heart rate variability can really feed into the energy that you have for love, for inspiration, for activation. So just to kind of keep that in the back of your mind, later on, if we have time, we can talk more about it. All right, so real quick, like I said, the chakras are the systems. They can become imbalanced. They can become, they might be strong in certain aspects, and they might be weak. And then they might be balanced. So they all compensate for one another, because if you have a weak one, then maybe the next system or the next chakra has to take the brunt for that. And then it might become overworked. This happens with organs all the time and with hormones all the time. You've heard of insulin resistance, right? Hormone resistance happens all the time. So I don't want to take up too much more time, but I'll say, if we can go through, I don't know how much time we have, Amy. Do you want me to go through the chakras just real briefly, like probably 30 seconds for each?
Yeah, make it a quick, Because I know that was interesting to me. The first three are like the physical, and then how can we really support them physically with that? And then the other ones are mental, and what can we do for those? I mean,
yeah,
absolutely. I think that's an important question.
Absolutely. Let's start with the root, and this is our grounding chakra. It's our DNA. It's our adrenals. It's also our immune function, and so what we're feeling there, since it is a physical chakra, it's that maybe sense of maybe you're feeling fear, nervousness, maybe anxiety. This throughout COVID, this was like the major one that was off balance for all of us. I mean, I don't know one person that didn't have an off-centered root. Okay, so having a more balanced root chakra helps you stay with, that kind of protection and stability. Oftentimes, people may have genetic issues, or rather ancestral issues, where they maybe have had traumas, and everybody's had traumas, small t, big T traumas, wherever those traumas are, those are grounded in the root system. All right. So the gifts of this chakra, they are security, stability, and grounding. And I like to talk about the foods and colors too. The root is associated with the color red. All right. So if you're a lover of the color red, maybe your root is pretty strong. Okay. So you want to look at the root. Yeah. And
I like red. I like red too.
Love red. So you want to think about proteins, right? Protein is what? Structure and stability, right? You also want to look at the color red. What is red? Red provides nourishment for the adrenal glands. You want to think about vitamin C rich foods, also great for the immune system. So like, let's say tomatoes and peppers, strawberries, all rich in vitamin C. All right. Sacral chakra, the second chakra. Now that one's our system of flow. A lot of times women, men as well, may have issues with reproduction or urinary tract, let's say urinary tract infections, or just an overall sense of maladaptive flow. All right, so we're looking also physical. Now, what about the emotional as well, and the mental? So this is a person that might be doing so much that they can't sit down and be creative. Like their creativity is blocked. Anyone ever start to write an email to your group and your people and you just can't figure out what you want to write? That's flow, okay? So with flow, you want to think about, all right, what could I do to be more creative and more playful and have more joy? All right, so you want to think about fluid things. You want to think of those omega-3 rich fats, yeah? So fish oils, healthy fats, lots more liquid type foods, even things that, let's say, swim in the ocean, right? So salmon and beautiful seafood. All right, so that might be something to look at, and that is the color orange. Okay, so you also want to eat things that are orange in color, citrus fruits, spices, things like that, squashes, which are really rich in vitamin A. Next would be the solar plexus, the navel, and that element is the fire, and that's going to correlate with digestion and metabolism. The color is yellow, right? Yellow burns that bright flame. Now, here's the thing. If those first two chakras are off, right, your flow and your root, digestion's not happening, okay? So that is how interrelated these chakras are. So
I have a question. So it moves from the root up, or can it move from the crown down?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah. And oftentimes you want to look at, let's say, one of the systems and then look near it to see what's off. Yeah. But they can move around all the time. So with that, it's the energy to produce. It's the energy to get more ideas and creative. It's the thing about, like, let's say, taking risks and feeling confidence. So that's your fire and your solar plexus. The color, I already said the color, but something that real quick that you can think of as an affirmation, because I know this is a huge part of it, is it's a release affirmation. I release the need to control. Now that's a big one. That's loaded. I don't know about you, but it's like, I want control in everything that I do, but sometimes that works against me and I can burn out my fire. So there's no love. there's no compassion, right? Or there's no energy to offer love, right? So that, I know that we probably are running short on time, but that could be something, if we have another couple of seconds here, if you want to ask me about the heart chakra, how those all relate together, I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, we can stop there.
No, we have, you have 10 minutes.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so let's really dive deep into the heart, because this is a big one. Anything that's good for the heart in general, like in our food and in our behaviors and what we're doing that we know is healthy for our bodies, is also going to be great for the brain. And this is like the decade of brain health, isn't it? You probably have heard a lot about brain health and how interrelated that is with even emotional capacity. So the heart chakra is our, it's also our protection. It's our expansion, but it's our protection. It's our, if you want to look at the physical sense of it, it's a circulatory system, the lungs, but also the breast region. So anything around this kind of cavity, right? The gifts of it are putting us in tension and in touch, and sort of also on the other end of it, of the ability to be vulnerable and to seek connection. This has been a hard one for all of us during COVID, with all the fear, right? We had the fear, and then we had, nothing was in flow, right? And then we had the insecurity. So all of those chakras were like chaotic. I don't know about you, but I just, I sort of lost it for a while. I was, we all just didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
So, so how can we improve that, the care for our compassion and our expansion? Well, of course, it's learning what activates that heart chakra. So you could be doing things like your self-care and everything, but what about the things that physically feed you, right? So when you think about the heart, you would think about things that are green, all those phytochemicals, all of the circulatory antioxidants like the polyphenols in green foods, the beautiful sulfur-rich foods. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Teas, green teas. So my big thing for my clients, especially with hormonal issues, is detoxification. We all talk about the isothiocyanates, which convert into sulfur-rich foods. And those sulfur-rich foods really protect these regions. They also protect the liver. And they really, really help us detoxify against harmful pathogens, but also excess estrogens and things that might kind of screw up our hormones. So you want to think of bitter things, right? The bitter things, like you're probably eating them already, but I don't know. I think everybody loves arugula. I don't know, or things like that may not be eaten quite so much are dandelion, watercress. Let's see, virtually any leafy green like kale. Everybody knows kale, but I think, we want to think about the variety, because variety is what feeds our gut bacteria. I want to ask, the average human now has just probably, I think it's like 5 to 8 different varieties of vegetables, plants rather, and our ancestors had up to 200 different ones in their seasonal eating. So we have, it's tragic. So the more variety that we can have, the better for our microbiome. If we're feeding our microbiome, we've got a healthier immune system. If we've got a healthier immune system, we have a healthier heart. We have healthier hormones. We've got everything that we've just talked about physically.
So I'm going to ask some questions. So how do we know, what are the symptoms or that we have too much estrogen in our body? How do you know that?
Okay, that's a great question.
How's that showing up?
Yeah, so that would be things like mood fluctuations. It could be PMS. It could be hot flashes. It could be, breast tenderness. And a lot of times we don't even realize it's not what we're not eating that we're forgetting about, but it's also what we are eating. Like if we are drinking too much alcohol, that can increase your estrogen and your risk for breast cancer. The American Cancer Association recommends that women don't go beyond 3 glasses of wine per week. And for men, I believe it's 4. And a lot of people, I'm telling you, a lot of my clients down quite a bit of wine. I attract people that are really into food and wine because I'm a former chef. But, you know, it's something that we really need to question, our belief that, you know, a little is good, right? But is more better? It's definitely not when it comes to alcohol. So those could be some of the areas where you want to look at estrogen dominance, right? And also if you're using things with lots of, let's say, plastics and estrogen disruptors, like if you're using a lot of cans, there's a BPA lining of the can that can be toxic and actually prevent early puberty, or not prevent, but actually add to early puberty. Have you ever heard of man boobs? That's another risk thing, a risk factor. Also, just complete hormone imbalance for women, and something that you would definitely want to pay attention to, especially entering menopause, because the health of your menopause will definitely be affected with excess xenoestrogens.
Excuse me. So we're in this situation where maybe our chakras are not doing too well, and we have to change our diet, and we got to know there's things we got to change. So is it better to kind of go physical first and then the food, or like what are you seeing is kind of easier for that transition? Because I know you do transformational.
Yeah.
Is it better to, you know, start switching your energy first and going into transformation, or starting from this place and moving that? Like,
that's a really excellent question. But the way I look at it is, if the food is off, then you feel like crap, right? And when you feel like crap, you might be self-medicating, or you might be not going to bed at, maybe let's say you have you snack at night because you're comfort eating, and then that affects your sleep, and then that affects your insulin, right? If you actually don't sleep for a few nights straight, you can actually affect your insulin and make yourself insulin resistant. You're holding on to belly fat. You feel like crap. That whole hormonal cascade imbalance is affected. And then we just don't feel well. We're affecting our gut and our system of absorption and detoxification. So it's really both. But if I had to really apply one thing to change, I actually would start with the food. And I will actually, the one little caveat there, food and sleep together, right? Because that's going to affect the way you feel. And we, you know, as a coach, we do things based on emotion. And so if we're feeling like crap, we're going to do the things that we don't want to do, or actually the things that don't allow us good connection or balance in our lives.
Yes. So I think we have time for one more question, and then we're going into this. So how can we get to our heart chakra? Can you, because many of us don't even know how to tap into our chakras and like really get into that energy. So can you, or you want to guide us in a meditation, or what do you want to do?
I love that question. And I'm going to say,
what do you want to do?
I am going to say, I just really want this to land. This is just not a meditation, but something that you can apply to your life at any time that takes you 30 seconds, literally, right? I mean, it's mind-blowing how the small amount of time that takes for your body to change its nervous system, right? But we eat at least 2 times a day, right? 2, 3, some people more. And the connection that we have with food is a real spiritual and grounding one. And it can actually, you know, a lot of people just eat on autopilot. But if you think about it, that's 1 time, 2 times, 3 times a day that you could come in and self-connect with yourself. I think this, Amy, is a perfect practice for people, and I'll call it, I'll tell you what it is. It's super easy. I call it my 5, 10, 15 practice. And simply, all you do is you put your hand on your heart, right, and one hand on your belly. Now, if you do this at a restaurant, people are probably going to say, oh, there's that spiritual woman over there.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's okay. We want people to be infected by our Zen, right? So the start of this is just taking 5 deep belly breaths, right? So, of course, all of us wear our earrings as our shoulders as earrings, right? Sometimes when we're stressed out. So this is a time to finally relax. We're engaging the parasympathetic nervous system, and we're down regulating the sympathetic nervous system so that we can actually rest and digest. We cannot digest and absorb nutrients if we're in sympathetic, flight or fight, right? So we take those 5 belly breaths, and as you do that, I want you to just kind of visualize how that food that you have on your plate started. You want to visualize the soil that it was grown in. Hopefully it's a plant-based or plant-rich meal. It doesn't have to be all plants, but there's some plants there. Maybe you're eating a steak and you're just envisioning how and really having gratitude for what you're eating, the plants that you're eating. If you're eating a fish meal, you're envisioning how that fish sacrificed its life to come to your plate. If you're a vegan or vegetarian, it's fine. You're just imposing some strong gratitude as to how that food was delivered to you, from the farmer to the fisherman to the truck that brought it to the farmer's market or store that you purchased it from, and to the chef or the person who made it. So those are your 5 deep breaths that really, really ground you in appreciation. After that, 10 chews per mouthful of food, okay? The average person, get this, how would you guess that the average chews per mouthful would be for average? Yeah, 3. So I want you to do 10 minimum. Okay, so 10 chews per mouthful, and then 15 is 15 solid minutes without interruption and not looking at your cell phone. Okay, or the computer. It's a hard one. At least if you could do this once a day. And if it's too much to do once a day, do it 4 times a week. 5, 10, 15. Hope that grounds you into your heart space.
Thank you for that. And I know you have a gift for our audience, so I'm going to put it into the chat box so you can speak into it.
Yeah, it's a little smoothie guide I created. It's a chakra smoothie guide. And if you enter your name in the box, I also created a really cool thing. It's the chakra grocery list. So if you get on that list, I'll go ahead and put that as a little bonus. I created it. It took me hours to create, but I'm going to share it with you. Oh, Amy has one. And it'll give you blocks of foods, and they're not only fruits and vegetables, they're also other, oils and fats and proteins. And you can look on the front, it talks about the chakras and what the imbalances are, what they could be. And then on the back, you get the foods and you do your little checklist. It's really fun.
Yeah, super fun. Checklist is colorful. I'm happy I have it. So thank you for that, Kat.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so next on our panel, we have Lisa. Lisa, go ahead and unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and let's speak. Let's speak into your expertise.
But I have to say, I love that talk. I want to get one of those chakra food things. I think they're
really awesome. Cool. I'm trying to look for mine, but I have to find it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's really cool. So I'm a love coach and dating expert for women over 50. And I got into this because I was so bad at dating. I came out of a 24-year marriage, and I went out there and dated, and I cried a lot because I just didn't understand dating. I just didn't understand men. I didn't understand anything. And after that marriage, I got into 2 relationships, Both were 2 years. One was a boyfriend, one was a second husband. It was all based on chemistry. Big issue with that. But they both said to me, Lisa, you don't know how to let a man be a man. And I had always gotten along with men. So I couldn't figure out what are they talking about. But I did learn, and that was the beginning of the journey. But after my second marriage ended, I went looking for a coach for a woman over 50, and there were only young men and younger women doing it. And I thought, what is a 20 or 30-year-old man going to know about dating in your 50s? And so I called my sister crying yet again. And I said, I'm doomed to be alone forever. There's nobody that can help me. I mean, I was like just feeling so powerless. And she just said to me, she helped me get my power back. She said, you're one of the most resourceful people I know. Just go out and start learning about it and you'll figure it out. And that's what I did. And then dating became so much fun. Men thought I was the best thing since sliced bread because I knew how to talk to a man and what to do with him. I think your last statement was about men, so I'm not going to go into what all that is, but it's, it made a huge difference. And my friends were saying, what are you doing? We can't get dates. What are you doing? So I started to teach my friends some of it. And then I came across a statistic of how many people are divorcing in their 50s and 60s and 70s. And none of us were born knowing how to date. We just weren't born knowing that, how to do it. We're one of the first generations that has had to do it. And because, I think our generation thought the grass would be greener on the other side, and it has been for many. And we didn't want to stay with someone that just wasn't working anymore like our parents did. So that's how I got into what I do. I've helped women around the world, and I love it because, yes, you can find love in your 50s, 60s, and 70s. So I know, Amy, you are like my audience, as you said. So if you have specific questions, we can sort of go back and forth, and we can talk about things like mindset and how to open your life, your life to love. So do you have any questions that you want to ask?
Yeah. So I think for many women who have been in a long marriage, and they are older, a lot of their stories are, I'm too old. Mm-hmm. I'm too old to start again. It could be something about they don't look the way they used to look when they used to date in their 20s. Before they were married. I'm sure there's a lot of that going on. And how do you work with women like that?
The problem we have is when we're getting ready to date, the only way we know how to date is from when we were younger and our, late teens, early 20s, maybe mid and later 20s, depending how early you got married. So what we have a tendency to do is to always revert back to that time in our life and how we dated. But the problem is at that time in our life, we were dating really with hormones because we wanted to have children. So we were looking for a guy that was hot and strong, but we didn't know hot back then. But, at least when I was in my 20s, he was cute, but nobody talked about hot guys then, just cute. But we were looking for that kind of guy that, that we could have babies with. So what happens is a lot of women in their 50s, they look in the mirror and they go, oh my God, 50s, 60s, and 70s. I have wrinkles. I have crow's feet. My face is sagged a little. My arms, I got to do the queen's wave. You know how the queen always waves like this. Her arm never moves, Women are just comparing themselves to how they were in their 20s. Now, there's two secrets to this. Number one, men don't know what you look like in your 20s. They only know what you look like today. So you want to bring out your best self today. The second thing is men don't pick apart your parts and pieces like you do. Men either love you for who you are or they don't. And a big mantra that I share with my clients is when it doesn't work out and you don't get a second date or they don't write to you online, they're not rejecting you personally. But we take it as women. Oh my God, it's like a stab in our hearts, that heart chakra. I guess we need to eat more green on that day, right, Kat? So when we feel rejected, because it hurts, it's hard. So you always want to remember it's not about you personally. You just don't fit the ideal of who they want. And we do this to men too. They don't fit the ideal of who we want. So the biggest thing to remember with this is when you come out of a relationship, a long-term marriage, take care of yourself, grieve, finish the grieving of a divorce or the passing of a spouse. That's number one, because otherwise you're bringing that person into this new dating arena you're in. And, nobody wants to date two people. It's like you have three on a date instead of two. And then do some makeovers for yourself. Go find a personal shop or many department stores. Well, they had them pre-COVID. I don't know if they still do. Or there's online people, or there's makeup counters. Go to a makeup counter, have them get you new makeup or hair. Just kind of refresh yourself. Because I know when I came out of my 24-year marriage, I still had a kid at home, a 16-year-old, and I had 30 pairs of black jeans and like all these shirts that were the same, and I had fake Birkenstocks, and I just thought I was like the best thing on earth. And then when I had to go on a date and start putting these clothes on, I was like, I didn't feel so great. So get some clothes that make you feel great and get your inner glow going again. Get back in touch with your passions. What lights you up? Because if you've been in a long marriage, what lights you up probably is what lit your late husband or ex-husband or old boyfriend up. Because we as women have a tendency to to take up their stuff versus our own stuff. So get yourself back, figure out what you love, because that lights you up inside. Long-winded answer. Was that too long, Amy?
No, I love it. I love it because I think it's super important. I think it's super important that, you got to shed. You got to shed that old stuff to allow for the new. And that does mean wardrobe. It does mean giving yourself, what's that saying? Change your hair, change your life, right? Get yourself a haircut. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm going to tell you my own experience after my fiance passed away. And he passed away 2011. So I started dating like maybe 2015. I did not date for a very long time. And going out so 2011, I was with him for there was no Tinder, there was no dating apps. And I got out of that. I was like, I was thinking the dating apps were like the old school dating kind of situation. It's not. To me, it's like, you got to learn. That's a skill set. You got to learn how to navigate those apps. And like, it was a real learning curve for me.
It is a learning curve. Mm-hmm. It is. Like I said, nobody was born knowing how to date, and it is a skill. And a lot of women fail at dating men too, because they don't know what they're doing. They go on there and they actually go and look for the same person they came out of a relationship with, for the good or for the bad. Oh, great question, Kat. Kat asked a good question here. What about guys that lie about their age? Women do too. Both do. And it's, when you lie about your age, it affects the algorithms and the dating sites and the dating apps. But here's what happens is when you lie about your age or you lie about your weight, you are lying and you go on that date and they look at you and they say, no, you couldn't be that age. Or even if you say, I just put my ages lower so I could have more people look at me. And people think, oh my God, if you lied about something that simple, what else are you going to lie about? Even if you come clean on that first date, it's setting a bad precedent. That's a good question, Kat. Really good question, because I get asked that a lot. Can I lie about my age? But I want to tell you, I have a 73-year-old client. She is having the time of her life online. And a lot of that comes because she took on the mindset of, I'm going to go out there and have fun. And that became my philosophy when I started to date. This was just about having fun, because so many people go on a first date with this pressure of, I got to figure out if he's the one on a first date. And you just don't know. The only thing you know is that you may not have instant chemistry. And instant chemistry is hormones. And with a guy, guys have to have immediate attraction. Women do not. Men can grow on us, because a guy you meet online, he's one-dimensional. All you're seeing is his picture and his profile. And you might swipe next. But if you saw him in real life, you might say, ooh, he's cute, because you can see his personality too. And I think this is one of the things that really hurts men and women, is we're so quick to say nope, nope, or nope, nope, nope. On this thing, we're backwards, like our pictures are a little bit backwards. So I never know which way I'm going on here with StreamYard. We look different than we do in normal, like Zoom. So I don't know if I'm going right or left and how you all are seeing it. But anyway, it's the way when you swipe no, and you end up missing really good people, because it's a one-dimensional thing. And so you miss opportunities to meet great guys. So my 73-year-old, she said to me, I'm just having the best time. And she couldn't get a date if her life depended on it before we started working together. And then when we started working together, I said, let's have fun. The other thing I do with clients is I help them get a super clear vision of the man they want. So they get out of looking for the guy they were looking for in their 20s, because that's not, after 50, you are in a place where you get to do cool things that you couldn't do then. You have so many more choices. You can have a lover. You can have a friends with benefits lover. You can have a boyfriend. You can have a long-term relationship living together, long-term relationship living apart. You can have a marriage. You can also just have a guy as a friend. When you're younger, you're usually in the baby market. And so you're wasting your time hanging out with guys that don't work, because you're not going to be making babies with them. Today, you don't have to have a long-term relationship even. You can have 2-year relationships, 3-year relationships. And sometimes women like that, because then they can come back in and bring themselves, they can get back in touch with themselves. That all makes sense?
Yes. And I think it's such, I don't know if it's a Shauna or something, you reach your 50s and you're much more calm. You're much more like in tune with who you are. And, and it says like that trusted that you're going to be okay, and that you're going to make good decisions, because sometimes our decisions in our 25-year marriage was a bad decision. Like that was not a lot of us, not me personally, but many women out there probably were living 20 years in a lot of misery and upset, and in disease, in this dis-ease feeling.
Okay.
So coming out of that and to really bolster their value and their confidence, like take us through that, really find that essence and that beautiful process. Can you speak about that a little bit?
The process of just ask the question again, just as the question, because I didn't totally get your question.
Yeah. So how do you work with getting your clients to really embody that, get out of what happened and really embody what it took to get out of it, and the confidence to get them, like, how do you work with them on that?
To get their confidence back?
Yeah, their confidence and their feeling. For me, it's like, I feel so much grounded in who I am at this age, right? So how do you get them to get what's your process of coaching and getting them into that mindset?
So most women feel really great in their real life. Like if I say, okay, on a scale of 0 to 10, and I will ask them this, where's your confidence, with 10 being the highest when it comes to real life? And they'll go 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'll say, okay, what is your confidence when it comes to dating? And I have heard as low as a -5. I mean, that, someone said a -5. When I work with women, I really help them get clear on what they have to offer, because for so long, especially if you were not in the best marriage, you probably didn't hear a lot of good things about yourself. And we like that reflection. Like when someone says, oh, you're beautiful, or oh, you're so creative, or oh, I love your eyes, or whatever it is. In a long-term marriage, a lot of that drops off and you forget. And also in a long-term marriage, when you've been there for a long time, like I mentioned earlier, you forget who you are. A lot of times we bend like pretzels to accommodate the man, giving parts and pieces of ourselves up. So I help women really get back in touch with what they love about themselves. If they can't love it, I teach them how to be grateful for it. And that is really important, because like, you may not love the way your arms look now, but you sure are probably grateful you have arms to hug the people that you love. I mean, that's a huge difference. I also help them get in touch with the things they love about their personality, because nobody said to you, I think you're funny, or I think you are so generous, or I think you are so kind. And so they have to do it. They have to really go inside, and I have them really look at that. And then the third thing is I have them remember the things that they're good at or interested in. And, by the time they're done doing this, they'll say to me, oh my God, why wouldn't somebody like me? I'm really a catch. Whereas, when we started at -5, we didn't feel like a catch. And then, this is how they do it. They have to re-embody themselves and really feel into who they are. Does that make sense? I do want to answer this question, because Kat's got all these good little questions here. She said, can we retire the word cougar, please? Well, if I was the over 50s dating police or the dating police, yes, I could say, or the judge or something, I could say, take it out, But I think that, yes, because, as a cougar, I just had a client get married to a younger guy. He was like 10 years younger than her. And it was very hard for her in the beginning to be okay with dating a younger man, because she thought, oh, I'm going to look stupid, or, I don't want to be people to think this is my son. He didn't look like her son, but, this was all in her head. But whereas men, they see it as arm candy, we see it as a deficit. And it's not. If a younger guy's attracted to you, go for it. Unfortunately, it has been labeled, like you said, as a cougar. But men are labeled, when you see men walking around with really young women and it's their wives, people comment. They don't necessarily have a name for it, except a cradle robber maybe. But other than that, it's there, the same kind of judgment. And it's really a shame, because really and truthfully, everybody should be able to date whoever they want without the judgment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't judge me for that 10 year. I go younger. Don't judge me.
I think it's great. But my client couldn't. She just got married to him.
Yeah.
And she had a really hard time in her head getting it congruous that it was okay to do, because of society.
So, advice, because some women just will not do the apps. They will not do online. So, where do women go to meet men and over 50? And what do you always recommend them to start doing?
So that's a really good question. I do feel the online apps and online dating sites are the best places to meet men. It's the most, in terms of, it's the most people on there. Now, you also have to contend with scammers. You have to contend with married men. But they are not a huge percentage on there, although it will feel that way. but they really are. I mean, people are serious. They're looking for love, but online dating, because of that one-dimensional way it is, I talked about before, has people doing like a throwaway. You know, if one thing goes wrong, next, instead of let's try and pursue this. So I had another client who didn't want to do online dating. She felt she took bad pictures. And she said, I'm not doing it. And so I taught her how to flirt and how to meet men in life. And men are everywhere. When you know how to flirt, when you know how to approach men, that is the way to meet them. Now, she met her husband at the license bureau. They were both getting motorcycle licenses. And she walked in, she scanned the room, and she saw him sitting by himself. Now, today, I don't know that you could do that. I think when you go to the DMV, or however you pronounce it, there's a line out the door because they don't let people into the building anymore because of COVID. But, you know, it's still in line. You could still start talking to people. But she sat down, she started talking, and today they're married. So you can find people have gotten married from the grocery store. People have gotten married from just being in a library, being anywhere. You have to know how to flirt and be willing to go up to someone and talk to them without a fear of rejection and without bending yourself into tangles that you have to prove that you're okay. He's got to prove he's okay for you and worthy of you. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Although if I think about me, I mean, I do try to say hi at the grocery store to men or anyone. I'm always like, hi, but many people are like this. I mean, they don't even want to look at you.
Well, you kind of have to be flirty. Well, I mean, we've come out of a time where you couldn't even see people's faces. You could just see like that, their eyes. And like, I always call this a timeout time because like, not too many people wore makeup when you had a mask up here and you were going out for 10 minutes. I thought, this is a great time, you know, to get up in the morning and put, you know, makeup on all over. So, so what it is you have to know how to flirt. You absolutely know how to have to approach men with no expectations, with nothing there, you know, with just the idea of I'm going to talk and have fun. And you do have to know how to give your phone number and have him lead him to ask you for yours. That's
how do you do that? How do you do that?
Well,
so give us a scenario.
So if you're you know, let's say you're talking to the guy at the grocery store, okay? And I had a friend meet a great girlfriend at the grocery store. They were by the melons, and she went up and she said he had a melon in his hands, and she went up and made some comment. And you know, they had like a 2-year relationship, and they're still friends. So it can be done. But if you start chatting to someone, grocery store, wherever you are, then you could say something like, you know what? This was so much fun. We should continue this late another time. So that's like ding dong, you know, ask me for my number. So guys won't always ask for their number because they too are afraid of being rejected as we are. So then you can say, give me your phone. And then you can say, here, I'm going to put my number in. Or you can be that direct, or you can say, hey, you want my number? You know, you have to be playful. You can't be demanding. You can't be super direct. It has to all be in fun and play. And that's what we've forgotten about dating, is how to have fun doing it. And that's what I teach women, how to have fun.
I have to practice that. I don't know. I gotta like really visualize that happening at the grocery store.
It's a skill. It really is.
But I do notice, like, I've been going to my TJs. I'm like, there's a lot of handsome men out lately. So I've been noticing that. I'm super excited about that. So I know you have a gift for our audience. So you want to speak into that, and I'll put it in the chat box.
Okay. I have the 5 little known secrets for finding a quality man. And it is a shorter ebook, really short, but not, I mean, like 15 pages short, but it's packed with information that will jumpstart your dating life, or if you've been in a rut, it'll give you ideas of what to do in both online dating, meeting men in real life, and flirting. So take a look at it. It's really, women tell me, oh my gosh, this really made me think, and I could see some of the things I wasn't doing right. And it's a great little jumpstart ebook.
Great. I've had a lot of dating and relationships on the show today, so I'm going to have a lot of downloads. I'm gearing up. All right, Lisa, thank you for that. And what's going to happen is what's going to happen next is, Christelle, you're going to do a brief introduction to who you are, and then we're going to go into roundtable, and then we're going to go into Christelle's interview. So, Christelle, unmute yourself and say hello and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello. Thank you so much, Kat and Lisa. That was beautiful. I'm not over 50 yet, but I'm ready now. So, yes, I'm Christelle. It's always a pleasure to be here on the show with you, Amy, and your community, of course. I'm a podcast host, inspirational speaker, and a personal empowerment coach for female entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs that want to show up with more confidence and have the courage to do the things, the scary things, for them to achieve the level of results that they don't even dare to dream of because it's too scary. So that's what I do, give you the courage to go after what you really want, because that's the only way for you to achieve success in your business. So that's a short introduction of me.
I can't wait to dive deep with you, because courage is also, courage is interesting. It's an interesting subject to go into.
Yes.
All right. So we were talking earlier about values. So I want to hear, let's talk about values. Because I know you've spoken to that too, Lisa, like knowing your values and what you want in a man and envisioning that. So what are your top, instead of 5, what are your top 3 values or 2 values, and how do you live your life by them? Like, how do you know? And then how do you know when you're off on your values? Because I think it's important for us to really highlight these values that we always talk about, and how they show up in our life, and how we move from them actually, and when things are not congruent with them. So who wants to go first? Christelle, why don't you go first, and then that way she can warm up her.
Yes. So I was trying to take it down to 3 as you were talking. So the first one, which is a big one to me, is freedom. Really, somebody that is okay with freedom, free in his mind, and allows other people to be free. So me to be free, to be who I am. And the second one is honesty. It's really important for me for people to be honest with themselves. That's the only way I know for sure they're honest with me as well. The third one on the list is fun. Somebody that is ready to have fun. It's so important. Even if it's a serious relationship, whatever we do, if there is no fun, it kills me. So fun is really important to me.
And how do you know when you're how do you know, like, what are some feelings you get when, like, things are not, like, give us some examples of when, in your business even, or in your life, when it's not congruent with your values. How do you know that's happening?
The first value that I will go on to right away when it comes to my business is when I'm not honest with myself. When maybe I sign up for a program and now maybe it's too strict, and they tell you things like, if you don't do it this way, there is no way you're going to make it. If it doesn't feel good to me and I'm forcing myself to do the things that don't feel good to me because I'm too afraid to fail, I'm not being honest with myself. I'm not honoring who I am. So that already is being off balance with my value, and it shows up right away because I don't get the result. I get frustrated. And it's probably why many people sign up for the same program, do the same things, and get different results. Not because the program doesn't work, but just because some people are not aligned with their values. They are doing things that they don't want to do, that they don't feel good doing, that they will never do if they had a choice, but they just feel trapped in that fear of, I have no choice. They say this is the way, this is the only way I have to, but they feel disconnected. They really don't want to do it. So that's a big one for me when it comes to business. I have to stay honest and true to myself. Do I want to do it this way? Does this feel good to me? If not, if I force myself, I'm not being honest with myself.
That's a good one, because how many of us has been in programs and all of a sudden we're like, That doesn't feel right. I think I'm in the wrong space.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can all relate to that, those times. So who wants to jump in? What are your top 3 values, and like, how do you live through them, and how do you know when you're out of sync with them?
All
right, Lisa. Yeah.
I will say my biggest value is integrity. I think it's how I live my life, which encompasses also honesty, like Christelle mentioned, and trustworthiness and loyalty. I think when you're out of integrity, it's a problem. And it's going to be a problem, especially with clients, what they want when they meet up with men that are out of integrity, because you want to yourself be in integrity so you can attract someone who's also, because you can only attract from where you're at. But I will say that values are important in finding love, because when I work with my clients on the template I mentioned earlier, one of the things they have to do is list 15 values. And when they're going through this chart of men they've been attracted to in the past, they have to see what these men had and what they missed of their values, because your values are your core. And a man can have 90% of the qualities you want, but the thing that pulls the relationship apart is your values are like this. They're just out of skew. And so it's really important to know your values. That's a good question. It's really important to know your values and what's important to you, whether it's in love or business or life. But I'd say, like I said, my biggest one is integrity, living my life in integrity.
And how do you know when you're not living in integrity? What comes up for you when you, like, what are some of the symptoms you get when you're like, you're not living in that integrity?
I think it would be like you start playing small versus going for what you want, being who you are, shifting yourself to not being yourself to accommodate others. That's out of integrity, those types of things. Mm-hmm. Or, also with love, spending like a pretzel to accommodate a man, turning yourself inside out to make a man, to make him think that you are so worthy, versus, hey, I'm valuable. You need to prove you're worthy of me too. So it's really I would say it's giving myself away. That is when I know I'm out of integrity, or over giving for the wrong reasons. Giving for the wrong reasons.
Thank you.
Kat,
what you got? That's good.
This is such a great question. Honestly, it's great. I'm going to say the word that really strikes me, that's just off the top of my head. And I know you talked about balance, but really aligning with balance. And, with balance, a lot of times people think that it has to be this thing. It's got to be like, you don't do anything that actually makes you better, or you're not, you're not trying something new. You're just happy with the status quo. It's not like that. So for me, I would say it's kind of the yin and the yang. It's having structure, but also having flexibility with that structure. And also when I think about the word structure, I think of like a plan for my day, and I plan to have daily movement. I plan to, and that could look different each day. I plan to eat with my wisdom of what I know serves me better, right? And I also want to plan time for the peace, plan time to check in with myself. And with all that, having said all this, I also want to align myself with where I'm at each day. And that separate from that, it's the person that's looking at this and kind of thinking about, well, what can I do? It's always meeting yourself where you're at and having some self-compassion, right? But also going one step further each day to be a better person, to be a better human being, and better, not in a perfectionistic way, but in a self-satisfaction way. Like doing that one little thing that you did differently than yesterday. I love the 5-minute journal. I don't know if you've ever seen that before. You can get it on Amazon, but it prompts you. It's really a killer gift for anyone on your list. But it just prompts you, what are 3 things that would make today great? It talks about what are you grateful for, and at the end of the day, it prompts you for another 5 minutes if you're having trouble journaling, and it asks you what went great and what could have made today better. So you're always prompting, what could I change to make it better? Not what could be perfect, but what little small alteration to actually move me forward tomorrow that I didn't do today.
Thank you for that. Structure is one of your values. Who could tell that? This is the deal. When you meet people, you're like, I see your value. Like, I could tell what your values are.
Right.
You can tell.
Yeah. I worked a lot at that, and I continuously work at shaving off that structure and going into a little bit more flow. So I'm definitely eating more of my carrots and sweet potatoes. Get more flow in me.
Yeah, as you can see, structure. I mean, I do have a structure, but it's just optional sometimes. So yeah, this is an interesting thing because I think, and this is a great exercise for your friends too. This is what I do for my clients. I'm like, I'm going to tell you in a minute after this story, but we go into the top 5 values, but then I also ask them as a great exercise, ask your friends and your kids and your partner what they think your top 5 values are. It's an interesting concept because the way people see you, I mean, could be so different than the way you see yourself, which is beautiful also. And you can start embodying those beautiful values that they see you as, so it's super fun. But as you could tell, I'll give you my top 3, which is freedom, openness, and curiosity. And it's just without me being able to embody those in who I am, and I'm sure you could see it, right? It's an actual embodiment of values. And if I'm not able to move in this way, I automatically shut down. I feel it in a physical way, and that way is it's almost like a sad way. I feel sad and I feel like down. So I know that when I'm in my flow of who I am, and something comes at me that's not aligned with that, I automatically feel it. It's not. I can't escape it. And before I knew my values and moved from my values, I often moved from this place of sadness and loneliness and not understanding. So that's the power of really knowing your values, because when you start expressing them, they are you. So that's why I encourage everyone out there to really explore your values and to really own them and start moving from them, even if it's small steps. And realize what does it actually feel like when I'm rubbing up against doing something that goes against what I believe? What's that feeling like? So this is one of my favorite subjects. So anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add just a little tweak on that. Mm-hmm. What I love to do as an exercise is try and embody the opposite, that where I'm more strong in is the structure, but my weak point is my flow. So to try to embody that. In fact, I have been to certain leadership programs where as a group, we were paired together with someone who is exactly our opposite. And we shifted our ways of being with each other. Mm-hmm. For instance, just as an example, we went out to lunch, and I was just super indecisive. I pretended, just not. Oh no, let someone talk and go before me, and just kind of insecure. And I mean, that's just totally the total extreme, right? But you want to do that just to kind of, you laugh at it, but you get it. You get the shifts and how you flow and flex between all that. And it's so important as a communicator to do that style flexing too, so that you can align with other people and communicate more effectively.
Yeah, and in relationships, when you know someone values something, then you can go to them and support that value. So it's super important in relationships to really honor what people value, what their values are. Anyone else want to jump in on that?
I think you're right. I think with the, valuing each other's values. The other thing that's interesting that you see differences in are those love languages with relationships. Because the love languages, if you're a communicator and the person you're with is acts of service, you have to come to a meeting of the minds because your value might be communication and theirs is giving. And you're doing the same, you're doing the same thing, but you're doing it totally different. And it can be hard to tolerate it because you feel like your needs aren't being met. If you need to hear, I love you every day, but he needs to show you he loves you every day, there could be a disconnect because you can't see that is just his way of loving.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Crystal.
Yes, I just wanted to add that for me, the reason why people really want to do this exercise that you shared, Amy, is to see how far we have gone into being disconnected from ourselves. Because right now, people just try to do what everyone else is doing, believe what everyone else believes, be like everyone else. So we forgot what even matters for us. So this exercise is really powerful to really reconnect with yourself and say, what matters to me? What is important to me? What makes me feel good? What makes me happier? And really identifying your values can help you even see the areas of your life where you have given away your power because you're not living up to your value. And why is that? You're afraid to lose something. You're afraid of judgment. You're afraid of rejection. So you lost yourself. You gave away your power and you became a different version of yourself that maybe you want to look and wonder if that's the person you want to be.
Yes, for sure. And if you don't, you can just Google values and you'll get tons of different sheets, and then you can go through them on your own and find out what resonates with you, and then taking those steps to really start implementing your values in your daily life and in your relationships. So thank you for that round table. And it's now time for Christelle's interview. So if you could unmute yourself and kind of reintroduce yourself and tell us what you do, and then we'll get into our conversation.
Yes. So hi again. Okay. So as I was saying, I'm a podcast host, inspirational speaker, and a personal empowerment coach for female entrepreneur and aspiring entrepreneur. What I do with them is that I help them show up for themselves with more confidence and have the courage to make those decisions that will ultimately create a level of success that they don't even dare to dream of. Because I've noticed working with women that usually they come to me with a goal. And while we work together, while I take the time to dig deeper, we find out that that wasn't really what they wanted. They settled for something they thought was okay for them to ask for. And that's a big thing for women, especially due to all the conditioning we have from a very young age. They tell you who you need to be a good girl, to be acceptable, to be lovable, what you need to wear, how loud you can laugh, how you need to sit. And all those conditioning, we grow up with that feeling of we need to be a certain way, do things a certain way to be lovable, to be good enough. So when we start in business, that follows us. We come there with still those boxes we are trying to check. Oh, if I show up this way, what are people going to say? What are people going to think? Oh my gosh, maybe they will judge me. They will think, I'm too much and all of that. So what do? We settle. So when they come with those goals that they think, okay, let's work on this, help me, and maybe I don't have the confidence to do this, or I don't show up and I want to be able to do these things. I realize that usually those goals, I even settle goals, are not really what they want. And it takes courage, honestly, In the world we live in, it takes courage to even go after what you want. It takes a lot of courage to, first of all, even own who you are. We were talking about it during the roundtable, the values. It takes even courage for people to be able to say, especially when you are in an environment where people think differently or do things differently, to say,
Mhm.
hey, this is me, this is how I roll. And how how courageous do you need to be like, I'm not going to become someone else that will meet your requirement, that will fit in your little box. It's easier to fall in line. It's easier to act like everyone else. So we need to work on that stage first, really coming back to your values as we're talking about, and really identifying who you are and who you want to be. And the second step really is to own what you want. That's what comes down to the goal you're setting for yourself. Is it really what you want, or is it something that you believe you can achieve? Or you believe it's okay for you to ask? Because again, we are so conditioned to play small because we are too afraid to be rejected. We are too afraid to be too much. We are too afraid to be different than everyone else. Is, for example, if you are in a community, everyone else around you has a job, and you have a dream to become an entrepreneur. You need courage to be able to say, this is my dream. I don't want to be like you guys. I want to do something different. This is my dream. I want to do this. I want to help people. I want to serve people. You want that. But some way, somehow you are afraid to go after it because everyone else around you will tell you, what are you thinking? You need a steady job. You need to secure a secure paycheck to make sure this and that and that and that. It takes courage to own what you want. And the really third level is owning your emotions. When we're talking about how disconnected people have
Mhm.
become from themselves, how does that happen? It happens because we were again trained to feel like emotions are weakness.
Right.
How you feel doesn't matter. It's what you need to do that matters. It doesn't matter if you like it. It doesn't matter if it feels good to you. It doesn't matter if your whole being is screaming, no, I don't want to do this. You have to, because that's what everyone else is doing. So we are so disconnected. We live in our head. What is the right thing to do? What is it? What is okay for me to do? And we don't listen to how we feel. As women, we know how intuition is powerful. And it's more powerful in business for you to be connected to your intuition, but for you to know the voice of your intuition, because you have two voices really. The voice of your intuition telling you this is the way, and the other voice that is telling you, you're crazy. What are you thinking? Don't even go there. Forget about it. So, how do you know the difference? And what is really the right voice you need to follow? You need to be reconnected to your emotions. Know how you feel when something is right. Know how you feel when something is off. Know how you feel when it's a yes from you, from your higher self, from the universe. Know what to do. What is your next step? That's a big one in business. How am I going to do this? Yes, this is what I want, but how? Those hows, you don't have them from within yourself, because we forgot that our emotions are so powerful. We are so disconnected. We don't feel anymore. So it's important to own how you feel, which is again an act of courage in the world we live in. Because they even have a name for people that are emotional. Oh, don't be a P, right? Don't be
Don't be
weak.
what? Oh,
Don't be a
weak.
P. A P. I don't want to say that, on a live
Oh,
stream.
oh, oh, P. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, we know what I mean
oh,
by when I say when
don't
don't be a
be.
P, right? Yeah, don't be a P, meaning don't be weak. Don't be weak. Be strong, get it together, breathe in, and women do that. We think we have to get it together. If our business is falling apart, if our plan is not working the way we want, we don't even want to give ourselves grace to really feel it, to if maybe cry if we want to cry. It's okay to cry, because guess what? Sometimes plans fail, not because we are stupid, not because we are not good enough, but just because sometimes those plans fail. And why do they fail? Because we don't know how to get where we want to go. We have never done it. So it's okay to try something and that it doesn't work because we don't know. We have never done it before. So it's okay. But we don't give ourselves that space to honor how we feel during those moments. We get straight up in our head and start judging and criticizing and creating all those stories that don't allow us ultimately to create what we want. And the last piece is that we have lost our power, which is a big one right now. I hear so many people say, well, there is really nothing I can do right now. Well, I don't want that, but I have no choice. That makes my screen, my whole skin scroll, because maybe because I'm a personal empowerment coach, but I want people to remember how powerful we are. We are so powerful. But when we come from a place of, there is no way for me to do this, there is really, I can't do this, it's impossible, it shuts down all our opportunities. When I'd made the decision to move here, as you can hear from my accent, I'm not from the US, I'm originally from Cameroon in Africa. And the decision to move to the US was a crazy one. Kind of type of decisions that we make in our businesses. When we want to go to the next level, we need to make those big moves, those leaps of faith. And it takes courage to do those. Can you believe me leaving my country and coming to a whole new country where I have no friends, no family? I could even barely speak English at the time. Who does that? It takes courage. But sometimes in our business, and I'm an entrepreneur, I know that you want to make those big moves to go to the next level, to achieve the level of success you want to achieve. I knew what I wanted, I wasn't able to do it where I was in my comfort zone, in the known, in what was easy and comfortable. I needed to do something uncomfortable. I needed to become courageous. That's how I know why courage is so important, because it's only courage that's allowed me to create the life that I have today. So, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So yes. So many great things in there. So first, let's talk about courage. Break it down. Let's what is it? How do we get it? Let's talk about it.
Yes. What is courage? Courage is just doing this, being able to do the scary thing. That's my definition of courage, because we are all afraid of something. When we want to do something new, our brain goes to that state of, oh my gosh, what are you doing? Because our brain is wired to keep us safe. Each time we do something and we fail and we cry about it, we are frustrated, our brain keeps that memory of, okay, you try something new and it hurt you. So let's make sure it doesn't happen again. We don't want you to be in pain. So your brain wants to keep you safe from pain, from frustration, from deception, and all of that. So when you want to try something new, your brain goes to that mode of, oh my gosh, this is crazy. No, you can't do this. You are going to, and it's going to come up with all the reasons why you shouldn't do it. And it's a normal human place to find yourself to. So it's not it's not a goal to try to become fearless. It's not possible. Anytime you want to do something that you have never done before, you want to do it to a level, go to a level you have never been before, fear will show up. So courage is what allows you to do it anyway, to do it with fear, to do it afraid, not to do it after you are not afraid anymore, but to do it afraid. That's courage. To show up when everything is screaming, this is scary, this is crazy, don't. But you know what you want is on the other side. Courage is what allows you to take that step and be on the other side where what you want is. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. So how do I'm just thinking about my own journey as an entrepreneur.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, and I think many of us can relate to this. So I was a dancer choreographer for years, and that's my expertise.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm comfortable and good at. I went into entrepreneurship. Everything was new. And all of a sudden I was like, I was fearful, afraid. Like the first 9 months of that process was painful for me. Mm-hmm. So, we're in these positions, we're in these types of in one area you're excelling, in another mm-hmm. area it's like, oh my God, I can't even make a move here. Mm. So how would you give women the gumption, that push to get to the courage, to get to the maybe sending that email out, or maybe starting that business, or really creating something other than what you're used to?
Yes, I love that question. And I want to say it like Nike, just do it. We women have so many places in our lives where we have to be courageous. When you even just to shave your legs, how painful is that? Like, how painful is that? When you're putting that, thing on your leg, it's going to be painful. You know that. But you know also that you just have to rip it off at once, not even think about it, just rip it off. That's what the same thing. Just do it. You know, it's scary. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. But just rip it off. That's why usually I tell my clients, if you feel like throwing up before doing it, throw up and do it. Throw up and do it. Because sometimes it's that what those are the conversations. Oh my gosh, I can't go live on Facebook. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Yeah, go ahead, throw up and go do it. Right? That's really the basic advice that I can give. You are more courageous than you think you are. You do courageous things every freaking day. You do. But you don't just remember that it takes courage. Men will not even think about doing half of the things we're doing. They don't even think about it. Even walking on heels. For men, it's like, wait, what? How? But we do those things and we don't just see how powerful we are. We discount them. Because when we know how to do something, we don't see the value anymore. We just think it doesn't mean anything. But it's important in that process to take account of all the things you do in your life. One thing that I love to give my clients is what I call create your success list. Write 10 things that you have accomplished in your life when you never thought you would be able to, or everyone else told you this is crazy. It can be really anything, even giving birth to a child. It was scary. You did it, right? Be proud of all those little things that you think is natural, it's normal. Write those things to show to yourself that I am more capable than I'm giving myself credit. That conversation of, well, I need to learn more because right now I can't really charge people for my services, which is a big conversation we are getting started. You always feel like you don't know enough. You need to learn more. But guess what? There is somebody right now that doesn't know half of the things that you know. They wish they want to pay you to learn just a piece of what you think right now is not enough, because again, we never see the value of what we have, what we know, and who we are. So that list really helps you start shifting that conversation in your brain, because sometimes your brain needs evidence that, listen, we can do this. Look at what we have done before. And it can be really anything. On my list, the first time I created that list, I had a moment in my life. I remember I was a really shy kid. Every time I said that, people are like, wait, what? But yes, I was shy. And I remember first day in high school, I was freaking out on sixth grade. None of my previous classmates was going in the same school. I knew nobody. And if you know anything about shyness, there is no way in the world you can talk to somebody you don't know. It doesn't happen. But I remember that I have read an article because I was shy. I wasn't talking to a lot of people. I was reading a lot. I read somewhere that one way to get over a shyness is to just walk to somebody, a complete stranger, and say hi. And it's scary when you are shy. It's easy like that, but when you are shy, it's just not happening. So that the first day in school, I can't even breathe. I'm so scared. But I don't know where is my classroom. I need to ask somebody. Now what? If I can't talk to anyone, I will never find my classroom. So I take a deep breath and I remember that article. I say, okay, I have to pick somebody that I'm going to go talk to. Took the courage to go talk to that girl and I asked her, I'm looking for, she said, yeah, me too. And she was so bubbly. She said, okay, let's go look together. They have list over there. Let's go search for a class. Oh, we're in the same class. She became my best friend during like 4 or 5 years in that school. And those little, I put that event on my list because it's not a big life-changing experience. But for me, it took me courage to do that little things. And from that moment, I saw that, oh, I can actually walk up to anyone and say hi, nothing's going to happen. And that's how I got over my shyness. Because when you don't do it the first time, you will never know what you are really capable of. So that list will allow you to see those little things that you thought at first, there's no way on earth I can do this, and you did it. There is no way on earth this is going to happen. It happened. So that list also will help you. So when you take a deep breath, just do it. Just rip off the bandage. And also have those little reminders. If you need to put that on your mirror to remind yourself every day that you're a badass, that you can do it, you have what it takes. It helps also.
Yeah, and that's so powerful because we think we have to have these big accomplishments to feel valuable or to have like a life that we can feel courageous about. But it's really just the small steps. And many of them throughout the years, day, whatever it is for you, that we need to start really owning and taking those in. I think, with men, we're going to talk about a little bit of men right now. It's like they get excited about themselves on many levels. Everything's an accomplishment for them. They don't have a problem with just feeling like I did this and this is, and I realized I started like speaking more and more about my wins, but every once in a while, a little voice comes in and says, "Stop bragging," So you want to speak a little bit of that, but I'm going through and I'm just going to tell you my wins. I don't care. This is what I'm excited about. This is what I accomplished. So can you speak about that little voice over here and or anything that you want to speak on what I just said?
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. And that's what I was mentioning at the beginning. Women don't own, they don't even own what they want. My guess is if you're watching this right now, review whatever you said for yourself at school and be honest and ask yourself, is this really what I want? And answer that question. Sometimes it's not because of that little voice. Stop, this is too much. It's going to be too much. What are people going to say? So sometimes we share half of what we really want because we are so afraid of the judgment. As you say, men don't care. They don't care. They brag about everything and they just show off and they say everything. They feel like they're on top of the world. We don't feel that way because of the conditioning of women have to be in a certain box. And it's hard to get over that conditioning. So when that little voice shows up, that little voice has been there forever. Make sure that you stay in your lane. As a woman, they told you to be a good girl. These are the things you need to do. So now that you want to do something different, that little voice shows, are you sure? What are you thinking? What are people going to say? What if people reject you? What if people say this? What if? When that conversation starts, what I like to remind my clients is that voice is not you. First thing to know. We say, I have these thoughts, meaning I am not the thoughts. I am the person having the thoughts. So the thoughts are separate from me. Be aware of that first. So when that conversation starts, don't say, oh, I don't think I can do. No, that's the conversation happening. Step out of that conversation in your head and listen to the conversation. It's your brain giving you all those reasons why you shouldn't do it, why it's crazy, why it's too much, why people are going to say this, what if you fail, how terrible it's going to be. Listen to that. The first thing that happens when you start listening to the conversation without judgment, that's another one. Don't try to shut it down, be like, no, I'm going to do it anyway. Don't fight that voice, because remember, your brain is just trying to keep you safe. It's not here against you trying to destroy your life. It's trying to keep you safe. Okay. So listen to that voice with no judgment, just to be aware of what is really happening. What are the fears that you really have deep down? And when you listen, first of all, with no resistance, with no judgment, the resistance start going down. It's like when you're having an argument with somebody, the more you're trying to convince them, the higher the voices are going and it just goes crazy. But if you keep quiet and you listen, the person will start feeling less tension. And at the end, if you say to that voice, again, like in any argument, you're right. All that you said makes sense. It's possible. What happens? Now there is less resistance. You have to fight less to convince yourself or shut it down. Now it's like, okay, she sees it like she sees, so we're good. We're on the same boat. Okay, you're right. All those things can happen. Maybe people will reject me. Maybe people will make fun of me. Maybe people will think I'm crazy. Yes, all those things can happen. But what if we gave it a shot just to see, right? Just to see what happens. And have we ever been laughed at before? Remember? Yes. Did we survive to that? Yes. Okay. So let's try again. And if people laugh, we're going to handle it just like we handled the last time. It's a really loving conversation to have with yourself, because those voices are not there to destroy you. They are there thinking they are doing the right thing for you. So you want to get your brain on board. If your brain is not on board with what you're doing, it's like you are going against yourself, and your brain will find ways to prove that you were not supposed to do it. That's why you will fail if you force yourself to do it without finding that peace within yourself and knowing that, okay, we are going to give it a try with no expectation that it's going to be this way. because the expectation is what really scares you the most. What if I don't have that result that I'm expecting? What if it doesn't work? What if I don't make any money? What if people do this? It's the expectation that really stops people from showing up. When you let go of the expectation, you just go with that feeling of, I'm going to give it a try. I don't know if it's going to work because it's the first time that I'm doing it, and it's okay if it doesn't work. At least I will have learned one way that doesn't work, which is a win. So let's give it a shot. That's how you start building your courage muscle, by going from that place of, I'm going to give it a shot. And it's okay if it doesn't work, because obviously I've never done it. So it's a possibility. It's true. It might not work, but it's okay. After that, we'll know one way that doesn't work, and we're going to try something else.
Yes, I think what you brought up was super important, is that when we have these thoughts or we have these feelings coming up, it's really, they're coming up because they want to be acknowledged. They want to be soothed. They want to be, like, for me in inner child stuff, it's like that reconciliation and all this negative speaking. It's like, once you, as you said, talk to them and soothe them, it becomes a different it totally changes the energy of going forward. So thank you for that reminder, because I think what comes up in us as beings and who we are is always in love and self-protection and in hope and of like wanting something bigger than ourselves and something better. But yes, we do want to stay safe. So so tell me about entrepreneurship and like, for me, I that, as I said earlier in one of the lives, is like, that brought me face to face with myself, being an entrepreneur. And, really, that's really where I'm starting to learn and grow and like expand as a person. So can you speak about being an entrepreneur and what you're seeing in your clients, and like, how are we showing up for it in these beautiful possibilities and understandings of self, and how we grow in this? Well, for me, it was painful for the first 9 months, but I grew a lot.
Yes.
So let's talk about the process.
I love to tell my clients, entrepreneurship is your personal development journey. You start a business, or you become an entrepreneur thinking you want to build a business. But what you don't know is that you're building yourself. Really, that's what you're doing. Everything you do in your business is really you doing the things. Whatever strategy you learn, whatever marketing plan you want to put in place, the person behind all those things is what would make the difference. I mentioned that previously. Sometimes you have people joining the same program, following the same steps, the same processes. They don't get the same results. That's what I love to remind people, that it's really you, the secret sauce. It's who you are, how you show up, the conversations happening, your energy behind everything. That will make a difference, right? When you start your business, you mentioned the first 9 months were so painful. Tell me about it. It was painful for many reasons. It was painful because I wasn't owning who I am. I joined programs, and one of them, if I mention the name of the coach, is a big name in the world. You're gonna know him. Great name. And I knew he knows better. That's why he's so successful. And he knows better. His program is great. A lot of people are getting results, but I didn't get results. Why? It just wasn't giving me space to be myself. And I bought into that narrative when he will say things like, if you are not up and running, ready to go and in front of a client at 9 a.m. every morning, Monday through Friday, there's no way you're going to succeed in your business. I'm not a morning person. So straight up, I will go to the conversation of self-hate. I have to fix myself, because this version of me can never succeed. I'm not good enough right now. I didn't own who I am. I didn't come from a place of, if I'm not a morning person, it's okay. And there is a way for me to make it work anyway. If I rather wake up at 11 a.m. and work till midnight, if that's the way I function, I'm going to own it. I'm going to leave the conversation of trying to become that person, because that was him. That's how he's made to be. And it's okay for him to function that way. There is nothing wrong about having that type of structure, but you have to know who you are and own it. And I wasn't owning myself because I was too afraid to not be good enough. I wanted to become like those people, like those successful people, do the same thing they were doing, thinking that's the formula. No, the formula is again to go. Give me 1 second. My battery is running low. Sorry about that. Yeah.
We're
So
in it. We're in it.
okay, let
We're
me
in
see
the
how
shit.
many. Okay, have we 8 minutes? I have to go charge it. Sorry, ladies.
Uh-oh. We are live, and this is the Unstoppable You. But yes, I'm going to speak a little bit into that. Yeah, I think, when we start our entrepreneurship, it is a journey, and
Magic
that
of
when,
life, right?
yes, real life, and this is real life.
Yes,
You're in.
happening real time. So yes, as I was saying, I didn't own who I am at the beginning of my business. It was painful because I was in that self-hate conversation all the time. Because I will try. I will really try to wake up early, do the things, and I couldn't keep it up. So I would beat myself up. What is wrong with you? Why can't you just become this person? Why can't you just do this way? This way? They will say, okay, you have to, or some people will say, okay, for me, what has worked for me in my business was to go live on Facebook every day for a whole year. And then you start getting in your head like, maybe that's the way. See how they're successful. I don't have that level of consistency. I just don't. That's not me. I show up on Facebook when I feel like I have something valuable to share. But I'm not the type of person that I can schedule. I'm going to go there every freaking day for 365 days. That wasn't me. Again, I wasn't in a place to own who I am. I didn't feel good enough to just be like, I'm going to run my business the way it feels good to me. I'm going to take all your teachings, all your learnings, and apply it to who I am. And the moment I made that shift, things became more easier. I started enjoying my business more, and I started getting different results when I was coming from that place of, this is me, this is how I function, and it's okay. I'm going to do it this way. Wake up when I wake up and achieve what I have to achieve till late at night, because I don't mind working late at night. But don't ask me to wake up at 6 a.m. That's killing me. That's not me. Right? So that's one really big thing on entrepreneurship. First thing, own who you are, because you are good enough. And the second big thing also for me was, couldn't own what I wanted. It's so loud outside on the internet, on social media. Everybody's telling you, oh, this is mine. If you want to reach 10 months, 10K months, this is the formula. If you want this, so all those things become your goals.
Yeah.
Is it really what you want? You forget what you want, because everyone else is making their goals look so cool that all of a sudden your goals don't look cool anymore. Or maybe if you want something different, you're even afraid to say it because you're like, oh, but I feel like I'm the only one who wants this. Is it even okay? Right? So you don't go after what you want. And I've been there, right? Sometimes I will share that, okay, this is what I want. And they would tell me, you just got started. I remember once I said, oh, I wanted to start, being a podcast guest, to start sharing my message, being a speaker. And I asked a friend who was doing podcasting, and with love, she told me, well, you just got started. No one will want to have you on their podcast. So basically what I wanted was too much for where I was. They were like, nobody will want you on their podcast. Why would they? Just take your time, build first. But at that point, I was in a place where I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to give it a shot. So I decided that I'm going to give it a shot. And guess what? I started having more podcast interviews that I can count, because I decided to do it anyway. Do it before being ready. Do it before having all my boxes checked on my list of, okay, now you're good enough for what you want. That was another conversation that I had to shift. Whatever I want is good enough, and I'm going to go after it. And it takes courage to make those moves.
I think I was there at that conversation, by the way.
Yes. Oh, you remember that.
I remember that and thinking.
Yeah, I'm not making this up, guys. They told me that. And you also witnessed me landing all those podcast interviews afterward. Yeah. So You just have to have the courage to go after what you want, even when the whole world is telling you it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen until somebody makes it happen. The people that make a difference, which I believe you want to do when you start your business, you want to
Yes.
make a difference, you want to make an impact, you want to help people. The people who make a difference in the world are the people who do the things that everyone thinks is impossible until they decide to make it possible. The only way I'm in the US today is because the two brothers, right? Two bicycle mechanics, no engineering degrees. Engineers even tried to make an aircraft flight and they said it's not possible. It just doesn't happen. No one can do this. Those two bicycle mechanics had the courage to give it a shot. Imagine the laughters. Their neighbor would be like, "What are you guys doing? You're not even engineers. What are you thinking?" Everybody knows that it's not possible to fly an aircraft, but they had the courage to do it anyway. And that's why today we can fly. So it takes courage to go after what you want. If you want it, there is a way. That's a big shift in your mind. That's why when I hear people say, "Well, but it's not possible." But how? It's not. There's no way. I say no. There is no way because you don't want to believe that there is a way. But the moment you shift and you decide to show up for what you want, doors start opening, and you start seeing opportunities. It takes that.
And with that, I know we have time for you have a gift for our audience. So can you speak into that?
Yes, I
I
want
put it in the chat box.
Yes, a free 30 minutes of what I call a courage booster call with me. So if you feel right now that, well, I want that, but I have there is no way, it's impossible, I can't do this. You have all those conversations going on. You want to book a call with me. We're going to boost your courage so that you can show up for yourself and for what you want to create the result that you deserve. So that's my gift for you.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies, we did it. So we're at the end of this segment, and this has been a beautiful segment. I loved all the popcorning in the round table, in each of your contributions in your talks and interviews. So can you unmute yourself one at a time and maybe give our audience a takeaway, like a thought, an inspiration, something that, can really boost a person's courage or hope or possibilities. Who wants to unmute and give us a little takeaway? Lisa?
Sorry, I had the background noise. That's why I mute myself. Yes. So yes, it was a really beautiful conversation. It was a great pleasure to meet you, Lisa, Kat. Thank you, Amy, again for having me. And thank you for all the viewers that are watching this show. And I hope you found it valuable. The only thing that I want you to live with is the belief that your goals are within your reach. And whatever scares you now, whatever is standing between you right now and where you want to be, is fear. If you just have the courage to show up and give it a shot, I promise you will move closer and closer and closer. And ultimately, that impossible goal will become possible. Give it a shot. That's all I have to tell you.
Thank you. All right, who wants to go next?
I'll just add a little bit to what I was speaking about before, talking about variety. And, we all know about green leafy things and green vegetables being so wonderful for the heart. But let's think about the variety and the novelty of all the different colors in our diet on a daily basis. And, one of the things I love doing with clients is having them make a list. You could do this on a spreadsheet. I have a nice little color-coded thing, but talk about all the novel fruits and vegetables that you eat, and your goal is to not repeat one for 50 novel foods, 50 novel foods. So let's say if you use turmeric one day, right? So that would not count for another day. You use blueberries one day, that would not count for another day. So everything is color and vibrancy and phytochemicals, and you can try that for inspiration. And all these things also, choosing differently helps our behavior and helps us think differently, right? Your brain, like you've probably already read, we have the plasticity, neuroplasticity. Doing things different helps to actually channel in new ways of being. So hopefully that's helpful to you. 50 novel foods.
Thank you, Kat. All right, Lisa, unmute and tell us your takeaway or piece of a dating advice over 50.
So I would say, building on what Christelle said, you really are enough, just how you are. And it's just recognizing that. And she's right. Take the Band-Aid off. You know, you got to just rip that Band-Aid off and find your courage and go. But it starts with, you don't have to be perfect to do anything. You really are enough.
Thank
And
you.
eat green
Yes.
things for your heart, because I love
And
that.
eat green. Yeah.
Thank you,
You know, we're
everyone.
like mind, body, and spirit here, so we're good. So, ladies, thank you so much for this segment. I'm going to say goodbye to you. And Sonia says, thank you so much for great information and reminders. Hopefully, we're all boosted up and ready to start our day, end our day, wherever time zone you're in. And again, thank you, ladies, for your contribution. As I always say, my vision of the Unstoppable You is brought to fruition with you guys here, and bringing an eclectic group of women and speaking on different subjects so that we, we are not one-dimensional. We are limitless, and we have so many different areas of our life where we really need to open up those possibilities. So thank you for doing that for us, ladies, for us today. And have a beautiful day.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was awesome.
That was fun. Yeah. What a great group of people that you got today. Wow.
Sorry. Woo, Kat went on. I'm still online. I'm still online. This is still going. The broadcast is still going. So I just want to say to you out there, everyone's super excited to talk backstage. That's what happens at the Unstoppable You. We are talkers and connectors. But yes, thank you guys out there. This is my 12th live. So what did I do? I was sitting in my living room here, feeling afraid when COVID hit. I created a vision that was bigger than myself. And at that time, even as an entrepreneur, I was here and now I'm here. Go out there and create a big vision. Go out there and look for the bigger possibilities in your life, because you can handle it. Like Christelle says, you have the courage inside of you. Rip that Band-Aid off. And I started this broadcast with set an intention. What's your intention today? And every day, that is such a beautiful gift. What did you pick up in this live stream that you can use today and tomorrow and throughout the week? And I'd like for you to actually email me your takeaways, what you learned and what you thought, what values you actually walked away with. And if you weren't here earlier, I did put in the opportunity to book a call with me so that we can really take you to the next level and create a vision for you and create new possibilities and really let go of the things that are not serving you at all. So I'm going to put it in the chat box. And yeah, you're welcome, Natalie. Let's chat. Let's create a breakthrough for you. That's really what I'm here for, is to create a breakthrough for you in your life, in your relationships, and even in your business and entrepreneurship. Sonia, thank you. You are welcome. Yes. That's one of my big things at the Unstoppable You, Sonia. You hit it on the head. You are great. You are beautiful. You are as you should be. And just really embodying those values, embodying who you are, letting go of these constraints. And I often talk about people always trying to put me in a box. I don't belong in a box. You don't belong in a box. We belong. We are allowed to be free and open. We are allowed to express who we are. We are worthy. This is your time. This is your space. This is you first. You first. And then everything will flow. And with that, I'm going to leave everybody out there. Natalie, thank you for being on the live with us. And have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.